Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking time during the summer to participate today. We have a full agenda and I want you to be aware that we are trying to follow the suggestions of the Roberts Rules of Order training that the governor's office has made available. So it may look and feel just a little different today. Since I am filling in for the chair, I am asking for your patience and grace. It is my hope that everyone feels like they are heard in a respectful, fair manner and our meeting is productive. That said, I call this meeting to order at 9:32.
You have the gavel.
Yeah, that's right. I thought I'd use it. And since we have a new member, I thought we'd just do a brief introduction. And so I am Peggy Taylor and I'm from Whitefish and I'll be acting chair today.
I'm Jenny Stapp and I'm the state librarian.
I'm Carmen Cuthbertson and I'm the newest member. This is my first meeting and I'm honored and happy to be here.
I'm Robert Scribner and I am the commissioner from Geraldine.
Elsie Aronson, Montana State Superintendent.
Commissioners.
Go ahead, all the way around.
Evan Hammer, Digital Library Administrator, Montana State Library.
Tracy Cook, Montana State Library. Rebecca Camp, Montana State Library District Coordinator. Melissa Briggs, Central Services Administrator. Sharon Hartwood, Montana State Library HR.
I'm Tammy Hall and I was appointed by the governor and I'm in Bozeman.
And I'm Tom Burnett from Bozeman.
Right. I think we have a couple of recognitions today.
Great. And I want to make sure that Amelia Kim is on. Correct.
I'm here, Jenny.
Amelia, thanks for joining us. We are pleased to recognize Amelia Kim for 5 years of service with the State Library. And I'm going to ask Tracy to say a few words.
So Amelia is our lifelong learning librarian, which means she oversees our ready to read early literacy programming for libraries, helping librarians incorporate early literacy skills into their story times and helping parents with practicing those skills with their kids. She also does a wide variety of other programming for libraries, including Bat Week, which celebrates bats and natural resources of Montana, the Giant Map of Montana, and has recently been overseeing the Montana Library Network virtual programming, which has been very popular. Amelia is a lot of fun to work with. She is great at being welcoming and creative. And I actually think what librarians told me when I was at a recent session that she led says it all. They just turned to me and said, "We love Amelia." So thank you, Amelia, for being such a fun and lovely person to work with. And I cannot believe it has been 5 years. So congratulations.
Is Amelia up there?
She is.
She's the tree.
You have the tree. Thank you.
Sorry, I was talking and I forgot to unmute myself, and apologies in advance. My voice is, I'm a little phlegmy today. I'm sick. So that's why I'm not there in person, but I just want to thank everyone at the State Library for creating such a wonderful work environment for me. It has been 5 years, but it really has not felt like that to me. It feels like it's gone by so quickly, and I really feel like I've grown so much professionally and personally in my time at the State Library, and it's all due to the people that I work with and this really wonderful environment that has allowed me to explore, make mistakes, try new things, and really get to know the people and the programs that we work on. So thank you to all my coworkers and folks at the State Library. This job is truly amazing because of you all. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Well, I'm already out of order. So we'll call for any changes or additions to the agenda.
Madam Chair, I would like to move to amend the agenda by adding at 9:50 a discussion item on the proposed extension of the Hoffman York contract.
I guess I should ask for, is there a second?
I seconded.
Okay. Under discussion, I knew we wanted to have a discussion, and I had kind of plan for that to be later in, as these are following the new Roberts rules. These are the information items where we ask questions, clarifying questions, and then I thought we could get the update on the finishing of this year's contract and then discuss it later under other. Would that be acceptable, or do you want to do it all together?
To do it at that time, so we have all the board here for the commission. And it, I would like to have it with that information.
With that information.
So I'd like a discussion item.
If it's possible, I'd be more than happy to participate this morning. This afternoon gets kind of busy with things. So if we could do this amendment and have it at this time, that would be, then I could be part of the court. And it's not, this isn't just for Elsie, for sure.
Right.
But I would like to just say that to honor you. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Then we can take a vote. The motion is to add a discussion on the extension under the item of contract. When we're discussing the Hoffman York contract, is there all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion passed. And we are ready to go through those information items with Jenny and the State Library report.
Again, following the directions in the Roberts Rules of Order training, we prepared a number of information items. All of those items include documentation for your reading. They are informational, and so staff are happy to be available for questions. Are there any questions about any of the items in the State Library report?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a question on library statistics overview. I noticed something from maybe IMLS showing a decrease in visitation nationwide from 2010 to 2019 of a population adjusted decrease of 30% of in-person visits to libraries nationwide. Do we have level at our data at our level showing the myriad libraries that Montana has?
I'm not sure. I'm used to saying,
I'm asking.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Burnett, we do. And Rebecca Camps, our data coordinator, linked from the memo is the Public Library Standards dashboard that allows you to see all of the statistics that we collect and submit to the Institute of Museum and Library Services. You can see those by individual library. You can see those compiled by Montana libraries. And then you can also link out and see the data as we compare nationwide.
Follow up.
Yes.
What is the what's the name of that spot on the website, Rebecca?
Yeah, so the easiest way to get there is from the homepage. If you scroll down to the bottom, there's a dashboard card, and it's one of the linked dashboards, Public Library Survey.
Public Library Survey. Thank you.
Is it possible, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it possible that you could just go through the bullet points? It's my understanding there's only 5 minutes given for all of these things, and I appreciate the efficiency. If you could just scroll through as we are public meeting, and I'm assuming as the Zoom is also being recorded, that we at least touch on these bullet points prior to us going into the next agenda item at 9:45. And again, I appreciate the efficiency.
Do you don't we have a legislative update?
The next item is
Yeah, we've got that work, so that takes care of that.
I had a couple items, excuse me, Madam Chair, under these state standing reports. Are we just going through them, or are we?
That was my question.
Yeah.
Was that if you would just if you would just link into these so we could just not review them, but just have, if there's any questions for, I know there's only 5 minutes on the agenda for each one of these, but these I believe are important for the work of the library. Not that there has to be more detailed discussion.
Right.
But if they could, if we could have Genevieve just open them up and.
Go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah,
So the first link is our standard public library, or I'm sorry, our work plan dashboard that you see at all of your meetings, where our leads are tracking progress that we're making on our various FY23 work plan objectives.
Question?
I have
Yeah.
a question. If I click on the link in the agenda, I get to that. If I'm on the Montana State Library website, I get those blue things that are also the dashboards.
So
Where
if
do I
if
find
you click
this?
click into those individual dashboards, there should be a MSL work plan on the top.
That's that
there.
one? Okay.
Yep. And if you click on that, you'll see a couple of different reports. So there's the MSL work plan and then our OGSM.
Okay,
reports.
thanks. I wanted to find it from
Yeah.
the
From the site.
site.
Yes.
The second link is our objectives, goals, strategies, and measures documents that we share with the governor each month.
Is there any, if I could ask Madam Chair,
Yes.
Jenny, is there any difference between this month to last month? Any new, and I know we're going into the legislative report, but is there anything more on goals and objectives that will be moving forward that might be unique or different from last?
We will be doing our FY24 work planning process with leads ahead of your August commission meeting. So this is the wrap up for FY23 and the status of our current projects.
Thank you.
And if you, for example, if you go into our OGSM report, you can see the status of the various projects that we report to the governor.
Yes.
Is that the one published May 2023?
Yes, exactly.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I had a question on the April one. Under the lifelong learning, it said that you completed 12 hours of training for supercharged storytime cohort of 10 libraries. I wondered how we decide which libraries come. Is that available all over? Is that something that, who develops that story, you know, story time training? Is it? I thought Tracy might have.
Yes, I do know the answer for that. So Amelia is the one who leads that, and it's open to any libraries that are interested in signing up. And so what it's doing is it's incorporating basic skills into story time that helps children develop their literacy skills, with reading, playing, writing, singing, and talking. Good.
And it's a Zoom.
Yes, actually,
Okay.
we do both. So Amelia did last year a face-to-face ready to read longing do. That was an in-depth kind of immersion into the concepts, but she also wants to hit everyone, and so she offers this via Zoom, and she uses a prepackaged content from OCLC Web Junction, and then they kind of do the learning together so that we can incorporate it.
I was just saddened there were only 10 libraries.
There have been more than that over the years.
Good. Okay.
Yeah. When we do just like 10 or 15 at a time, it's easier to have deeper learning and one-on-one. It's just like
Okay.
small classrooms in the school setting.
And then my other question was to Tracy on April or the May one. You did training of boards, which I think is really, really important. And so is that again on Zoom, and do we invite all the boards and directors to take part in that?
It's a variety of things. So most of those have been face-to-face. We do and are now offering an online 30-minute kind of basics going through boards, just the different duties of a library board. And then probably those that you're referencing are the face-to-face ones I did, where the libraries invited me to come. So Pam, Suzanne, and I will each go to our individual libraries and do a face-to-face training on what that board needs. And then I have a specialty in local government and accounting and library boards, and I will do regional trainings, sometimes with Dan Clark. I did one recently in Sanders County, and we invite any library boards as well as county commissioners, clerks, local government officials. And those are face-to-face.
Are you getting a good response?
Yes,
Good.
It's been great.
Any other questions on that one?
The fourth bullet there summarizes the public library survey that we do every year and information about how you can access that information. Again, all of the public library survey data is data that we share with the Institute Museum and Library Services, and libraries are required to complete that statistical report as part of the public library standards.
Yes.
Question about the standards. Are those just statewide? Does the state library create them? Is there a national equivalent to it? Do we take
so
from there?
The public library survey and the statistics we collect are a little bit of both. There is national statistics that we are required to collect, and Rebecca works with her peers around the country to determine what those statistics are going to be. And they do change over time as library service models change. And then we also work with Montana librarians to identify any additional data and reporting that we feel might help us better understand library services. And we incorporate some of that local data into the survey process as well.
And then how do you use that data? What?
In a wide variety of ways. You know, we make it available to just understand trends in how libraries are being used, how patrons are using them. We use that data to understand service delivery model needs and help libraries use that data to, for example, understand where they might want to invest in ebooks as opposed to print books if they're seeing increases in their use of ebooks. If they need to offer more programming, or if looking at their computer use to determine if they have adequate public access computers. We've used a lot of this data to help inform how we've been investing in improved internet access through libraries, for example.
Okay.
So, yes, question.
So I have a question on the date of this document.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh,
2022.
Yeah, good catch.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a follow-up question for Rebecca. So I'm at that site that we talked about earlier, and I see the annual number, 2.9 million visits. Can I look back through previous years to get the trend?
You can. So the way to get that information, there's filters at the top.
Okay.
You can also, if you go all the way over to last appendix, the data tables themselves, if you would prefer to look at those as a cross tab. And I'd also be happy to pull out that information into a report for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Montana History Portal is just
informational memo about some contests that we use to promote the Montana History Portal.
And those are kind of fun if you have a minute to look at. Okay, and then next you had upcoming administrative rules.
And this is a repeat of a memo that you saw at your April meeting, and a reminder that we'll be looking at our administrative rules coming out of the legislative session. We are going to be working with an attorney from Agency Legal Services to guide the process, and that work will happen in sort of three subject areas. One, looking at changes to the state aid distribution and some of the public library standards, including the public library standard about the degree requirements for library directors. Then there'll be work done to revise our administrative rules based on the changes to the Land Information Act that the legislature adopted. And then finally work to evaluate what, if any, administrative rules we need as we launch the real-time network. So again, this attorney from Agency Legal Services is going to be leading that work. Tracy is the staffer assigned to work on the state aid and public library standards rules. Erin Fashaway, our GIS coordinator, will be working on the revised rules for the Land Information Act. And Evan will be the lead staff working on any new administrative rules for the real-time network.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I had a couple of questions on this. The first one's out of order actually, but it's I had it under item 3. It's the House bill passed 314 to up our commission daily from $50 to $100. First of all, I want it, nobody's in this for the money. But $100 a day is good compensation for the printing, some of us do. But nonetheless, I wanted to make it clear because it does say in that ruling by the legislature that the commissioners must be compensated and receive travel expenses as provided. And I would like to reverse that on our reimbursement form, because I did not understand on our reimbursement form that you have to apply to get that money, that $50. I did not realize that. So when I got my taxes, I had only gotten 3 of the meetings where I had accidentally just checked everything. So I think we need to change it to
Revise the form.
people pull, if you choose not to receive that. I think it's backwards because I didn't know for the first year.
Yeah, I agree. I don't
Switch
think
the
that-
wording,
Yeah. it's-
switch the wording, so it's
Mhm.
like a choose not to rather than choose to.
Right.
If you choose to out from it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that would be more in line with what the law is asking. My second question, Jenny, deals with under personnel. We have talked at length at this board meeting. We've had 2 different board meetings where we have discussed as a board wanting to review this requirement for a Master of Library Science and work equivalent. And we have asked, I was expecting that today we would be receiving all the research and what the equivalent degree is and what work compensation would look like instead of the master's, which is not offered in Montana. There's no Masters of Library Science available in Montana. And so I thought we would be visiting them that as a board and then maybe taking action in August.
So because that
Right.
requirement is in administrative rules, we need to go through an administrative rules process.
Right.
To revise that, and all of that research will be done as part of that administrative rules process. And it's standard practice for the state library to have a task force of librarians that are reviewing those standards and advising the state library and the state library commission on those standards. And that's the process that Tracy's going to be leading.
And I
this
understand
summer.
that, and I'm grateful for it, but we asked for this back in the fall. And specifically, so I guess I'm concerned, one, we're just starting now and that we don't have a timeline. I think this could be at any time very relevant to any of our libraries that are under this rule. And so I'm concerned that this ends up in a committee that maybe isn't, did you have to wait for the legislature to do this?
We are trying to do this as part of a comprehensive administrative rules review. We had just revised these standards not even 2 years ago. I'm sorry, I don't recall any discussion about this in the fall. It was requested during the legislative session, which is why it appears on
So,
this list.
Do we have a deadline with
Yeah,
it or
and,
something?
and in the memo, there is a timeline. We plan to do the review over the
Completed.
course of the summer and
Completed in
bring-
December.
bring draft recommendations to the commission in October. Then there'll be a public comment period and final recommendations to the commission in December.
Jenny, where is that document?
It's the administrative rules document linked from the agenda item.
Yeah.
This is in the first paragraph.
Right. And I have it in my, when we get to the elections and to the finishing up the task, one is to appoint a board member or a commission member onto the task force. 1 or 2 onto that task force. So that is on the plan today is to, commissioners will definitely be included in that task force. And just like similar to the task force you just finished up with the continuing ed. And it seems to be a process that works for us to use a task force.
It just seemed long. I think that this is something that affects so many libraries that we need to not take too long on this. Okay, I didn't see a timeline. Help me find it.
It's in the,
Well,
the
it's in the
first
first
paragraph. of the
paragraph.
memo.
It says December 20, will be
Okay.
completed. December 20.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can you tell me for any administrative rule change, what is the process that the library follows? And how, who's involved, who does what, what's the timeline? I'm just not familiar with it. How does the whole thing work?
Sure. So we will often use either an advisory council, if we have an advisory council, or seat a task force of librarians, board members, members of the State Library Commission. And that task force is given a charge with what they should accomplish. In this case, looking at these particular administrative rules, doing any research necessary, and then recommending any changes that that task force would want to make. That process usually involves public comment from the library community. We are required to share any administrative rules updates with our Legislative Oversight Committee, which is the Education Interim Committee. And then we bring draft recommendations for those rules to the commission at one commission meeting. If they preliminarily accept those draft rules, then the administrative rules process mandates that we have at least a 30-day public comment period. So we open up a 30-day public comment period. That process says that if we get so many comments on a particular matter, we may have to have a public hearing. And so then the State Library Commission would have a public hearing and people could come and provide public comment to the commission. And then when we're satisfied that we have newly revised administrative rules that are ready for adoption, then the commission acts to approve those administrative rules.
Thank you.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So in my world of what I do with administrative rules and opening them up, we do have a timeline that is exactly as you said, but it is something that we send to the Board of Public Ed and they approve of it in order to open up the in-house education rules. So I believe the end date of December is important to know. But what you just said, I think, is equally important to know when this is going to happen, because life happens in the middle of it. And because of the interim committees and where they're meeting and things. So I would ask for a detailed timeline rather than just an end date. I think that would help our patrons, our libraries, as well as general public in recognizing transparency in what we do.
Thank you. And we'll be sure and have web pages dedicated to each of these administrative rules processes with information about meetings and representatives and what the proposals are. And it's a very public, transparent process.
Yes.
So in what you just outlined, where are we with these right now?
We are at the very beginning. So after this meeting, the attorney from Agency Legal Services will start working with our individual staff to identify meeting dates for the task forces to meet and begin discussing what kinds of changes might be necessary, including the kind of research on these particular standards. We're at the very beginning.
Are you forming a task force separately for each of these?
So we will have a task force of librarians and at least one library board member and commissioner for the review of the state aid and public library standards. We have an advisory committee. It's formally called our Land Information Advisory Committee that will review the administrative rules pertaining to changes in that act. And then we may get to the point where we need to have a task force or work with that advisory committee on the rules pertaining to the real-time network. At this point, we need legal guidance on what, if any, rules we might need. So there's sort of different paths that those processes will go through involving different groups of people.
So you're dividing them according to how they group by topic.
Exactly. Right, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
I would like clarification on 10-102, again, the one with the 25,000 people having a master's library service degree, and the discussion we've had in the past. We have expressed one that we want to know what an equivalent degree is, but we also asked for a work, how do you word that? A work equivalent, like somebody, what would be a level of work that people have done at the library that would compensate for that? And I don't see that. I want to make very clear that that's to be part of the discussion so that it doesn't get where it comes to us in December and we say, oh, we didn't discuss a workplace equivalency. So do I need to amend this to make that part of the motion, or do other board members, commissioners share that concern that we should somewhere in here, along with the head librarian having a master's or an equivalent degree or a workplace equivalency and giving them credit for their years of work?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Carmen.
I think that could be part of the charge to the task force. Actually. So who makes the charge? Who
I make the charge working with Tracy.
Okay.
And that those two questions will absolutely be part of the discussion.
Would you like that as a motion as part of the amendment in this, so it's very clear?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm wondering if you want to say and or.
Yes,
That-
absolutely. So I would make a motion that the task force study what is the equivalent degree to a master's of library science and what would be or a workplace substitution experience, workplace experience.
I think
Equivalency.
this is the way I understand it. This is stating that the rule right now says
We know
this.
it does.
And so that this is not saying that they won't explore that, but that'll be part of the conversation but right now the rule says this.
I know, and I'm trying.
And so it says the rule will be reviewed. So that I think it's a given that it will be part of the conversation.
But I could interject into this. You've got a bullet point underneath it that does designate a preference or an interest for something. So I definitely think that you could put, if it is a voted thing or not, just to expand that, because you didn't have that bullet point, I would agree, but you've already expanded what that rule should include, which is a preference. That's where I think she's coming from.
And when we brought it up, we said we wanted to clarify what we meant by equivalent degree. And I have a former document that we had that said and or workplace requirement. So that's not here, but I'm asking it be. And I want it very clear so we're fair to the commission and the committee, that they don't come back in December and that isn't part of it. And they say, oh, we didn't think that was important, or we didn't. It is important. And it's, I'm asking that the rest of the board, is that important to you to have that choice too, as part of our discussion? Look at what other states do, find out what people do for workplace equivalency.
I'm sure maybe we should ask Commissioner Tammy to restate her motion.
I just want to interject.
There is no motion.
This isn't an action item.
I was gonna say
This
there is
an
no motion right
This is an informational item. We've heard very, very clearly from this commission, from legislators and others, that part of the question on this particular public library standard is, should there be an option for other equivalent degrees and or work experience, and what might that look like? And that will absolutely be part of the charge of the task force, and it will be what the commission sees when we bring those recommendations back.
I think that's clear. Thank you.
If I could just interject as well. We've had a lot of new people within the commission. They kind of a long-standing member of this. I believe our documents need to express, because of movement within our commission. We can talk about it. They could be listening to our audio, but I think if our documents are more succinct, then that longevity of the thought could be more consistent. If I could also segue real quick, budget. I know when I do rules, there's always a cost. Hiring a lawyer will also be a cost. I believe that's under the commission's charge of the budget. So I don't know what the extent of the budget expenditures will be with the opening of the schools.
That's a really good question. And at this point, I don't have an estimate of what the legal costs will be,
because that will determine our work.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
While we're on this personnel item, I would just like to interject something, maybe a point of information. I was reading through what had been prepared by staff, which is very thorough. And I'd like the committee that's considering revising rules to consider striking the language that volunteers in local libraries have to have continuing education. They may have, the local library may decide that that's a standard for them, but that we would not impose it at the state level on them. So I just interject that point of discussion into committee work.
Just clarify, do you mean the requirement that library boards have at least 3 hours of continuing education? Is that the one?
No, Madam Chair, it's for the volunteer staff.
That's part of the standards.
We don't actually require that as
I was gonna say.
standards. Yeah,
Oh, I misread it.
yeah.
I thought we did.
Yeah, what you may be thinking of is with the certification program, we say that it's voluntary for any board members or library staff. But we've never required volunteers to have any continuing education. That's definitely a local library.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Point clear.
Madam Commissioner,
Yes.
I have a question. Is it anywhere in the rules of the library, state library advisories to public libraries, that trustees cannot volunteer?
No, that's I hope it's okay that that is a local decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you like to know what I advise libraries?
Yes. Yes. What do you advise?
So what I advise them is, I actually ask them a lot of times to talk to the library board member, and I just tell them that you have to be clear about what hat you're wearing, because you're going to be in this odd position where some of the time you're the employee of the library director, and some of the time are their boss, if you think about it. And so, I mean, there are definitely library board members who love libraries, and it's not an issue. They can go in, they can volunteer, they're great. They know the library, they love it, and they're good at knowing which hat they're wearing. But some board members, it's a little harder. They're more passionate about it, and they can get a little bit too enthused, and so they forget which hat they're wearing. And that's all I caution. Okay. In our small towns, libraries need their library board members.
Right.
So,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And this is not taking too much time because we have committees all the time. So I think it's really important to clarify. Open communication and expectancies on 90% of conflicts on boards come from assumptions and expectancies that either are or aren't clear. Committees can have one of two hats. A committee can be a decision-making committee, in which case in December, they would bring us back their one recommendation, or they can be a research and they bring us back several recommendations and lay out the pros and cons of both. I personally think in this given situation, it's so important in Montana, the rule about the head librarian of 25,000 people, which is a very arbitrary number, by the way, that we make it very clear this is not a decision-making task force. I don't anticipate them coming to us in December with one recommendation that then we have to reinvent the wheel, but with several options with the pros and cons of how we could approach this, which would lead to very good discussion of all the commissioners. Am I being clear about that?
Let me respond. The commission will be kept abreast of the progress of the work of these committees. They are not decision-making committees. They are making recommendations to you. I think we can do what you're suggesting maybe at the October meeting when there are drafts and discussions, but at some point we are going to have to say, this is the recommendation of the commission that we can then propose for public comment. So the public can respond. So I think we can bring a series of recommendations in October when we're reviewing drafts. And then the commission is going to have to say, this is our recommended rule. We will propose it for public comment. Commission will hear public comment and then take final action to adopt a rule. So I don't think in December we can bring you a series of recommendations. The process really doesn't allow for that. But you can have that during the process. During the drafting process.
I would disagree. I believe the process always allows for options to go out to the public who are very intelligent and can choose between, look at option A, B, and C. And I think coming before the commission, we can always have options because ultimately it's our decision. And we can't give that decision away. But I would make a motion that in October, we have a discussion item on the options fulfilling this.
There's been a motion that we have, a motion that we have options,
A discussion.
discussion about options.
In October. That's where-
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there, that we have options, a discussion about the options of this specific personnel.
Mhm.
And I guess, I don't know if there's any others that would need options, but we want to have a further discussion on the options for this rule. Any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Jenny, is that what, that it's usually done like during, in October when Tracy brings or someone brings, is there usually a discussion about everything? Or is that usually just their presentation and then, I mean, I'm just.
There is, absolutely. It's part of our standard process of having the commission review and consider.
So I guess I'm wondering why we would need to have a motion and I guess I'm just wondering.
When it's part of the process already.
I guess I'm confused, and again, I'm newer than you
Oh,
are.
no,
Katie.
no, you're not.
But
I mean,
the committee, the major decisions that we have had, the Hoffman York, the
Presented
logo,
to it.
the statement, the reading statement, the
I see what you're
computer, whatever, the right to read, that all came to us in one thing, final, this is what's recommended, and it left us in a very difficult position because we were in a position of rejecting the committee's hard work, which I didn't want to do, or bring options, which by then we were told are too late, the public hasn't seen those. So my experience in the last year has not been
I see
that
what you're
we're
saying.
part of the process before it comes to us as a finalized project, which I think puts us all in a bad light. I think
Well, we've usually had the first draft.
right.
And
That's
then yes.
I'm just
okay,
saying,
but
I
then no options. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't want to put us in a bad light with staff where we look like we're not accepting what you're doing, or you're making us look like we are uninformed and
We didn't know it was coming.
we didn't
about.
know it was coming about. I think we have to respect that conversation between each other.
I just want to make one point first. I disagree on the one point because I recollect that during the right to read, we made changes and sent it back
We did.
before it came back and voted again. So we have had the opportunity to make changes.
Well, Tom and I amended it at that time.
In several of the different
Mhm.
things that you just mentioned, there were changes.
Usually there was a first reading and then.
Right, and then we,
Maybe change and then changes or not.
so
and then
there have
on
been
to the
changes.
vote.
So good.
But not a continued discussion. But I see what you're saying.
We did make changes, but it wasn't presented to us that way. It was
Right.
presented as this is our, and we had to sort of.
Carmen.
The process I just wrote down for amending rules. I think the part we're talking about now is after it's shared with the interim education committee, then it comes as a draft to the commission. We said that would be in October. Maybe instead of one draft, we can get several drafts that reveal to us more the thought process that the task force has gone through, so we can follow that thought process. And I don't know if that's possible when you open it up for the 30-day public comment period. Do you have to present one draft, or can you present for public comment different options that were weighed by the task force?
I actually might look at the superintendent and to know, we have always had a recommended draft rule that says this is the recommendation that the public comments on. Have you ever gone through a process where there's multiple options for a rule for the public to weigh in on?
Because it's noted for the public, it's not final. But there's normally just one draft that moves forward. And what I would respectfully ask is that whoever you hired would come and share that legal opinion with the board.
Absolutely.
And again, a detailed timeline so that it's very transparent on when those changes can occur within it. And when it does go to the Secretary of State after a vote, and when is the period that it becomes a live rule for the rest of the constituencies that we serve. So I would rather have a lawyer answer that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And so a couple of things I want to be clear about. In August, we will have information for you about who is serving on the task force, what specifically their charges are. That charge will include the requests regarding equivalent degrees and work equivalencies. The website that we share with the public will have all of that information, including the timeline. In August, I will ask Tracy and our attorney who's working on the project to come and share information about the deliberations that are occurring with that task force. There will be someone from this commission on that task force, so the commission will have a chance to share what those discussion and deliberations are. So there'll be a chance for you to hear as that work is developing ahead of bringing the options at your October meeting. And we'll get a legal opinion on whether or not we need to have one draft rule that's shared for public comment, or if we can have options that are shared for public comment. So that's the process that follows our standard process. I want the commission to be aware that there are rules and laws that govern the administrative rules process that we have to be very sensitive to. And so we're doing our best to facilitate a process that follows those laws and rules.
Carmen, would you share those rules and send an email to the whole board that shows what you're basing that process on? So it's
and then I want to be really clear, especially for Carmen, that it is our standard practice to bring drafts of everything that this commission sees, and we ask for input. And oftentimes the matters that the commission is deliberating on also receive deliberation from our advisory councils, and you're receiving input from those advisory councils. And we take your input and revise and ask for follow-up adoption at a follow-up meeting. That is our standard practice.
If I could ask, is there a document that substantiates that, so that any commissioner at any time would recognize what the process is? So it could be on an onboarding that a new commissioner would recognize what the flow of work is up to a vote, and then the implementation.
Sure.
And I think that would be very nice to have a standardization of that.
And you can see that in our agendas. All of our agendas have draft, staff request input from commission on this matter. We will take action at the next meeting or subsequent meeting. So that's documented in our agendas. That's documented in our meeting minutes.
Chair?
Yes.
So I think what I was looking for is a general document. It doesn't say August, October, December. It says month 1, we put a potential task force on the agenda and announce that we're doing it. Month 2, we tell the commission who's on the task force, what's the charge to the task force, and what's the timeline. And then month 3 is whatever it is, here are the first drafts to discuss. And then month 4 is here comes the recommendation and the commission votes on it. I think that's the kind of document that would help me
more
understand
detailed
the process from now on, for as long as I'm on this commission. If any rule changes come up, here's how it works.
I think that's very good.
That's what we're looking for.
The Secretary of State has a flow chart on their website in the arms that breaks it all down step by step.
Yeah, you would email us to our
Thanks,
commission.
that sounds good. All right, we do have a motion on the floor, though. It was moved and seconded that we have correct me if I've got this right here, opportunity to discuss options.
Various options in October.
Motion to have a discussion of options.
And that was October.
Related to the personnel administrative role. Any further discussion on that?
In October, at the October meeting.
Yes.
Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Let's see where we are now at. Okay. And then the last two sections on there, partner feedback, do we have?
We didn't have any partner feedback for this particular meeting. Partner feedback is just feedback that we receive from the people we work with about our programs and services and staff. And if we receive that during the period between commission meetings, we share that at the next commission meeting.
And the news to know about is just more informational. Okay. We are on to the legislative session wrap up.
Shared in your meeting materials are the legislative webpage that's been shared in previous meeting materials. There are also memos updating the commission about two pieces of legislation that were passed by the legislature and signed by the governor. One modifies the process for legislative audits. And then the other is the new law that Commissioner Hall referenced that increases your per diem. Are there any questions about the legislative update?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I have a suggestion for a future agenda item that in future legislative sessions, we only, as a commission, publicize or make known our recommendations on bills, not other partner agencies. So I ask that that be put on a future agenda.
Discussion of publicizing
Positions on
other positions,
legislative bills.
other agencies or organizations.
Yeah. Okay. And Madam Chair, one further thing. On House Bill 314, the compensation for members of boards, commissions, and councils. As relates to this commission, when it comes time to be specific about the budget, I'll be opposing the legislatively approved appropriation for commissioners' pay increase. So let that be on the record.
$100 from 50.
From 50 to 100.
I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the staff for their hard work during the legislative session. They were lining up the proponents and assisting them in their presentations and answering questions, keeping us informed. I appreciated the weekly updates, and I just thought you did it was a job well done, resulting in successful legislative session for the
Can we
MSL.
applaud for that?
Yes, I think we
Yeah.
should.
Thank you.
May I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Jenny, whatever happened with the bill that pornography could not be in library schools, and then they took out libraries and museums, but they left schools? Whatever happened with that bill? And you answer, it died? Is that right?
That bill did pass. It was heavily amended. You might know more about that bill.
Could you explain that?
I'm not a legal opinion on this, but libraries were put back in.
Libraries were put back.
Definitely, as well as museums. But the altercation happened within the manner of not describing pornography, but in the manner that it can be displayed. I think, Jenny, that is something that we probably need to have a discussion on here and invite public comment specifically, because if we as commissions have questions of it, I'm sure other entities that are patrons or libraries also have that. And I think it's something that we need to get a wrap on. And I would have it come from a legal opinion, not from staff. I would make sure that we have a real firm understanding of the grounds that we start with.
So I would very much ask for that to be on action at the next board meeting. I misunderstood they had removed libraries, but they did put libraries back in. And the bill was that the pornography cannot be displayed in a library, and it left exception for medical books, science books.
And we'll deal with our collections and the manner of collections. But I believe it's extremely important that we just don't
understand.
talk about it, but we have an expert that recognizes the impact of the law.
Would it help to have
specifically
a,
for
like,
libraries.
I mean, a legislator too?
No, I wouldn't put their intent. I mean, you could. I don't want to ever segregate their voice, but I believe a lawyer, if we have one that's specifically for library business at the possibly the next meeting, share with us the possible future impact of what this legislation will do, because we are the beacon
Yes,
for the rest of the libraries that are in the Federation, as well as just our patrons.
Can I ask what the number was about?
After finding.
Yeah.
Robin, it was
I know
House,
math, but
House
I
Bill
don't know.
234.
234, okay, I thought I had
Been
read
to
it.
too many sessions.
It
know.
was, they tried to follow it, but it was amended and changed and here and there.
I
What was it?
know.
To
Yes.
what?
Carmen?
Do we need a
234.
motion? Do we need a motion? I'm not comfortable with us making motions that are not noticed, but I've made a note here that we will bring an attorney
That can be on the.
to your August meeting to provide an overview of House Bill 234.
Were there any other, pardon me, Madam Chair, were there any other pieces of legislation that may have affected libraries that might need to also be part of this?
We have a long list. A lot of them pertain to funding and language about ballot notices for levies, those kinds of pieces of legislation that will impact libraries in their operations. So we can put together a memo of what those bills are.
Madam Chair, this,
Yes.
I'm sorry, this is, Trace, you'll know what I'm talking about. Is there anything that addresses petitions in the legislation? Is there any bill, is there any law? Is there anything that pertains to law? Tracy, can you address that a little?
Go ahead.
So,
Sorry. Jen.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I do know.
Yes.
Yes, and actually what that has to do with is what is submitted during public comment, which is the current open meeting public records law. And you'll notice on our State Library Commission that it says if you submit public comment, that becomes public record. So if a petition is submitted during a public open meeting, it does become public record. I think there's some nuances to that particular question about email addresses and phone
Yes, and I'm
numbers.
wondering about that.
And I, now that I know what that is the question, I would probably need to seek our new counsel's advice on that. I know names.
I would
has to be
appreciate
listed,
that.
but I don't. know
Names
how
have to be, okay, names are listed on the petition and our public record, but emails, phone numbers, etc. Is
Yeah.
that,
I don't
and
know.
excuse me, I'm sorry, can a citizen go in and request all of this and have it delivered to them, emails, etc.?
So having been through a Freedom of Information Act process, if they're following the
Proper procedure,
procedure, yes.
all of the emails and everything can be given to them.
Yes,
This is the freedom of, okay,
yes,
so at FOIA.
yes,
So if a FOIA was filed,
yes. And really the process for most places is just simply an email request.
an email request. So actually there isn't even a FOIA process. Do you have to go through the county attorney? Do you need?
So it depends on the library. With it happening in an open meeting, it's really truly part of the public record.
The emails, etc., everything? You don't know that, but.
So I guess let me say, there's sort of two different things going on there. There's that was a public record, public meeting issue, and then there's a FOIA request, which a FOIA request can sweep more than what happened in the public realm.
I see.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe FOIA, we use FOIA
Right,
loosely.
Freedom of
we use FOIA as
information.
federal.
yes,
It applies to federal, so it doesn't actually apply here. There's a state level
Okay.
kind of equivalent.
Okay,
that
so
often
it's not really
referred to
FOIA.
as FOIA.
okay.
So just
It's
want to
not
be
really
clear.
FOIA.
It wouldn't be a FOIA request.
Okay.
It is a request for, yeah, I don't know.
What is it that we,
Just the one.
we've gone through, we went through?
We need to
that,
look.
Yeah, I can't remember the actual
What the
terminology.
acronym was, okay.
Okay, we've gotten a little off.
Sorry,
track.
yes.
Well, let's get
sorry.
back
Yes
to.
and no.
Yes
I
and
had
no.
a question, Madam Chair. What did you mean when you referred to our new attorney?
Well, I don't know if she's our new attorney, it's the new
Agency legal
Services.
services.
Okay.
As you know, we don't have attorney.
Right,
so
but
I-
that's where-
Through the
yeah.
administration.
Yes.
I will contact agency legal services
Got
and
it,
ask
okay.
if they have an attorney that
I
can
see.
provide an
Get
overview of
information.
that.
Okay.
Any other questions about the session?
The only other thing that I could add is that legislature changed the audit.
Yes,
And I
and
believe
that's,
that's an important part that we look at. It'll be annual now than biannual. The other part is procurement. As also, the Department of Administration is changing the manner of procurement with pro card use and everything. And I know that might be granular for the commission, but I believe it still is part of managing the budget. And because of that nuance, I think that is something we probably need to have more expanded view on how we budget the employee use and all of that. Each element or federal. A more detailed look at the budget regarding what the Department of Administration is doing with procurement. They're giving out annual reports now, I mean monthly reports. That and there's things that with the audit as well. And then we're in the cycle at this point. It might be relevant to have Angus or somebody from legislative audit to come and be a guest and share with us what is meaning to be audited.
And you have in your materials a memo about the changes to the audit that's there.
Yes.
From a budget perspective, we used to have a restricted appropriation added to our budget to cover the costs of the audit. With this change in legislation, that appropriation is given to the legislative audit division, and they will audit federal dollars, which is what's called the single audit annually. They will audit agencies at a schedule that they determine. So we used to be audited every other year. Now that will be left up to the audit division to determine.
And smaller agencies may not have quite the bright view as larger agencies.
Yeah, exactly. With regard to procurement, the procurement office is issuing a monthly report on the use of our pro cards, which is basically our credit card. That really has no budget impact for us because we're so small. We have very limited use of our pro card. We actually just have one card that Genevieve uses, and a staff person who reconciles, a separate staff person who reconciles that credit card statement every month. So really no budget impact for us in terms of that.
So on that pro card, travel goes, there's airfare, hotel, things as that, which also indicate the service and the opportunity. For
we don't use pro cards for that. We have staff submit reimbursements instead.
Okay, so that might be something though that the commission may want to know more granularly with the budget process.
Point of clarification, Superintendent Arneson, are you asking that we get an update on the budget changes and how they're affecting us? Or do you feel that's necessary?
I think it's part of the normal process.
I do too,
I'm
yeah.
just looking at it maybe possibly a little bit deeper with an acknowledgement.
Right.
So that we are transparent and reflect what changes there may have been.
And do we need to ask our finance committee to do that, or all of us? Would they bring it to all of us?
I think
All of us.
I think this conversation is leading to that.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it would be helpful just to know, here's the new requirements from the legislature and here's what we're doing.
Well, they have to pass House Bill 2 first, or get it signed.
And I feel like we've done that.
Yeah.
We've provided you memos that describe the
What they want.
major pieces of legislation that impact us. If you have more questions, please let us know. We're happy to answer them. But again, some of these pieces of legislation, the impact on us is so minimal that there isn't much for us to reflect back to you.
Let's move on. The State Library Awareness Campaign update.
So I think Addie is online and has provided a summary report for the commission if there are questions. Rebecca has also worked on an awareness campaign dashboard that is linked from the memo. We had talked in your April meeting about having more metrics available to show the impact of that initial awareness campaign. And so that's what that memo shows. We're happy to answer any questions, and I know Commissioner Hall wants to have a larger discussion about continuing the work with Hoffman York.
Yes, Carmen.
So this campaign came up yesterday in my orientation, and I went to my hotel room last night and I Googled, as I've done before, Montana State Library, and nothing comes up from any kind of publicity campaign. So I understand this was all online. Was it only social media?
Primarily this was social media. We also invested in things like giveaways and other materials that we're making available at conferences and throughout the legislative session. But what's reported in this dashboard was from social media.
Okay. So none of it comes into just Googling the Montana State Library. I saw absolutely nothing.
Right. Yeah.
So that doesn't fill me with confidence that this reached the people out there who might look up Montana State Library just by Googling it. This campaign didn't reach them. Is the conclusion I come to.
Madam Chair, I could offer some additional thoughts on this if it would be helpful.
Yes.
Well, first of all, welcome, Commissioner Cuthbertson. It's nice to meet you, and happy to help you catch up on the campaign strategy as necessary. For this particular awareness campaign, we did choose to invest in paid media to push the message out. The rebrand itself had received quite a bit of publicity, so we felt there was sufficient awareness around the brand. As we look at future efforts with the state library, specifically promoting certain programs and services such as Talking Book Library, the real-time network, we are recommending public relations as a key component of those campaigns over paid efforts. So for this particular general awareness campaign, it was not our cornerstone. Moving forward for specific efforts, it will definitely be a key part of what we plan to do.
I guess it's not clear what the expectation would be by Googling the state library to see the awareness campaign. Like,
if somebody wants to find out, that was my very first step, was to just Google Montana State Library. That's, to me, the #1 way people find information these days. You get online and you Google it. So I was extremely disappointed not to see anything after I found out that this campaign even existed, which was yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong, it was $300 at this point that were spent on raising awareness.
$300,000.
$300,000. And the result that I was trying to look at was 0. So I understand the effort. I comprehend from a commercial point of view, a branding effort. To me, branding goes with a big corporation. So my first question was, why do we need branding? But I understood yesterday what you're trying to do is make the public aware of all the different facets and all the different services that the library offers. I just frankly don't see the result, because I am that ignorant person who goes on and Googles Montana State Library and I see 0 result from this. So maybe you reached people who are on social media. I have no idea what percentage of people that you wanted to reach are on social media. How many people read the newspaper, listen to the radio, or just Google to find something out? And apparently this campaign for $300,000 hasn't reached any of them. And you're willing to go to the next step, but you're not reaching in my opinion, the average citizen out there.
The campaign did reach over 250,000 social media users in a highly targeted group. We targeted across social media, both Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn by interest, job title, industry, and member group. And some of those industries included all of the ones that the state library might touch, everything from government, education, oil and gas, farming, ranching, forestry, emergency services, real estate, and interests within all those areas, in addition to interests such as, museums, history, genealogy, et cetera, et cetera. The list is long, but it's essentially, again, trying to reach any potential user, whether professional or, a consumer, a citizen who may be benefited by the library's services.
Madam Chair, just to follow up with Commissioner Cuthbertson's underwhelmingness. So I saw the campaign come across Facebook a couple of times, and I made a note of likes and followers, and they were very underwhelming. 323 followers on this printout and 125 likes. We might remember the statement from an advertising executive in Chicago 50 years ago. He said and he sold advertising, and he was a marketing guru. He said 80% of your advertising dollar is wasted. We just don't know what 80%. So yeah, my perspective, if we're trying to reach a good third of the work of this library is the digital aspect. It's the mapping, it's the technical services. I'm not sure we reached those people and increased their usage or their adherence to our services. So, I mean,
would it be helpful to bring up the dashboard?
I was just going to ask for that. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a bunch of stuff there. There's a lot of inputs.
May I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Addie, you made a comment that it was 225,000 hits or whatever. Were any of those repeats, or were those, do we know for a fact those were 225,000 different people?
Yes, so our reach metric is defined by different users. 240,000 in Facebook/Instagram, another 34,000 in LinkedIn. What we don't know is the overlap between Facebook and LinkedIn. So assuming there is some overlap there among those users, I would say that we reached 250,000 Montanans. And with a state of just over 1 million people, and when you look at the adult population with these interests, we feel that our targeting was very successful in capturing the majority of the audience that would be useful to the state library.
And then do we have a follow-up with them if they got on the library, like Carmen suggesting, did they then go to our link? Did they follow up on it, or what did they do with that?
Yeah, so our click-throughs were around 28,000 people ended up clicking through to at least one of the various, landing pages for the campaign. And because we were promoting a number of services, 8 different ones to be specific, we had 8 different landing pages for the campaign. And, the dashboard that Rebecca is sharing here, I think really gets into some of the greater details around the performance that the state library saw and activity on those pages.
So if I'm hearing right, of the people who saw it, because I saw it come across my Facebook, we got a 10% that actually took action to go to the. No, that's 10% basically. So about 10% of the people who saw this actually took action and went to the library and did some research. I think that's the important number. I don't think the important number necessarily is the 240,000 who saw it come by, but the the 28,000 who opened it.
I mean, the campaign goal was awareness, which was measured by number of impressions, reach, and frequency. So we certainly met those metrics. In terms of the engagement and pulling people into those sites and what they did on those sites, I mean, that's I think for a campaign whose primary goal was not to potentially, grow users or get people to sign up or subscribe to certain services. I think we see, a nice halo effect here that the dashboard illustrates.
Madam Chair, if we have finished the discussion of the awareness campaign, I'd like to move to my motion that I added a discussion on the extension of the Hoffman York contract. I would like to make a motion at this time.
Wait a second. Do we have any other questions about
those two items?
This information, Carmen?
Since I wasn't here when it was decided to do this, what was the actual charge to Hoffman York as to the result that the spending of this money was going to produce? What was that original intent?
So we went through an RFP process, selected Hoffman York. They had a contract with a scope of work. That scope of work included researching awareness of the state library and what our services are. That research was conducted through in-person interviews with a wide segment of government and members of the commission, members of the staff, other users. One of the charges was to determine whether or not we should retain the name, the Montana State Library, or not. They ultimately recommended that we do retain the name, the Montana State Library. There was creating a unified brand rather than the multiple logos that the State Library was utilizing prior to the adoption of this brand. They delivered on that. And then promotion of the agency services through this kind of campaign. There were significant delays last year during the period of time when we were to be promoting the library. So some of that work wasn't accomplished. We do have detailed plans in place from Hoffman York to execute on strategies to grow the number of Talking Book Library patrons, and then also to begin to promote the Montana Real-Time Network to potential subscribers of that program. We're at the point in time now where the contract is coming to an end, and the discussion is about how we continue to execute on those intended deliverables.
So were those intended deliverables part of the first push, that's what they were supposed to do, and then it just all they did was spend all the money and time on the kind of the background awareness campaign, and they didn't get around to actually promoting the programs to potential users?
We went through the awareness campaign. They came up with a strategy for Talking Books that we asked them to pause on. And also the Real-Time Network, like we talked about yesterday. We didn't feel like the timing was right to move forward on an awareness campaign of the Real-Time Network until we're ready to actually have subscribers subscribing. So we asked them to pause on that effort as a matter of timing. So they've done that research. They have recommendations for how to move forward with that effort. But
so the original budgeted amount for this campaign has been spent, and the desired result has not been reached because it just took too long, or?
I think it's not been fully spent.
It's not been fully spent. There's not 35,000 left in the contract amount.
So is that what we're discussing about the renewal, is spending those?
No, the contract is finished. The contract was up at the end of June.
So now there's 35,000.
Yeah.
Is that the 60,000 minus 35,000?
So our hope for an extension is to finish this project and wrap up the campaign, the awareness for Real-Time Network, Talking Book Library, and Cadastral. And so that would come from the remaining 30,000 of the contract that ends on June 30th. And it would include some of our year-end dollars from this fiscal year. So that's a difference. So last year's contract is from the State Library Trust. Then we were hoping to add additional dollars that are from our year-end pot of money that will go unspent, like we talked about yesterday. We would like to utilize those dollars to wrap up the real-time network, Talking Book Library, and cadastral awareness over the next fiscal year. 1 year only, using monies that would otherwise go unused and sit there, not dollars that would revert to the general fund. So that, just to be clear, so there's several different funding sources that would be compiled here.
So the $35,000 would not revert regardless.
No, because that's part of our trust, which is separate from state dollars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion.
Oh, wait a minute, we're still discussing here.
The $30,000 is part of the trust, which is not, it doesn't revert, it's in a separate pot of money that's held at the Board of Investments.
If we don't use that to further advertise or promote awareness, the trust will just take or keep it, and we can apply, or the state library can apply to the trust to use that for whatever in the future.
That's right.
The 100,000 that you're asking for is unspent money. If we don't use it, it will go back to the state.
Yeah, and that amount is,
I was gonna say,
it's
the amount?
we have up to $250,000 of dollars that will be unspent. So some of that is made up of real-time network dollars, which are restricted. We talked about that yesterday, so they can only be spent on real-time network. So if we don't spend that, that cash will sit there and the appropriation will go away. That's also made up of Montana Land Information Act dollars, which is state special revenue dollars. They are not restricted, but those dollars will sit there. They don't revert anywhere. They will sit there and be unspent. There is also general fund dollars that will be left over. And if we don't use those will revert and go back to the general fund.
So we're talking about three different kinds of
Four
different kinds of money.
But there's a more important question here. And that's, before we can talk about how much money is being spent, what is being spent, we have to talk about whether we have a contract with Hoffman York for those funds, because the present contract expires June 30th. And what we're discussing is
an
a
extension.
new extension of that contract. That is the meat of that, which is not on this agenda. We're being told we have to spend it by the end of June, but there's no, so therefore, Madam Chair, I move that an action item should be added to the agenda of our August meeting to decide whether to approve the extension of the Hoffman York contract, and that extension should be put on hold until after that next meeting when we take action. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we have added an action item in the August meeting to be added to discuss, to vote on whether or not we extend the contract. Is that
Whether
correct?
we approve the extension of the Hoffman York contract, and the extension should be put on hold until after the next commission meeting. We are talking about where the money's coming from and what we're going to do with it before we've approved that there should even be a contract, or with Hoffman York, or with whom. So we're kind of getting the cart before the horse.
Yes.
But Madam Chair, is some of that money, is it gone as of June 31st? Is it gone? The RTN money?
Yes.
And the
If we
land
don't-
trust money is gone as of June 31st. So is that?
But
the
that's why I
problem?
requested this be an action item today. By not making it an action item today, then we really can't do anything about that. We have to take action on whether to extend this contract and even spend this money. I think it's unfortunate if we lose the money, but we can't put the cart before the horse. We have by law the contract obligation. It came to us before initially. It came to us for the discussions. We've been discussing this contract now for 2 years, 3 years. So obviously it's important enough to have, we have set precedents. So to extend this contract would require us to take action. And we can't start spending it before we've taken action to renew the contract. So I would like to move it to an action item in August.
So as part of the discussion, I think we need to talk about the contract process. Would that be helpful right now in past practice of contracts?
Yes, getting the information.
And so it is my understanding that the extension or the original contract was voted because of the trust funds, and that most contracts, if not all contracts, are not approved by the commission. Am I correct?
That's correct. The commission's action was to appropriate funds from the trust with the intent of the state library going through an RFP process, entering into a contract for the rebranding of the public awareness campaign. So the action pertained to the appropriation of funds, not the awarding of a contract to Hoffman York. The commission has never acted on that, and the commission never acts on our contracts. We work with the state procurement office under our delegated procurement authority to carry out contract works to support the work and mission of the library under the program guidance of the commission and the budgets that are approved by the commission.
And as part of this, when we started discussing contracts and such, I said, we need to know more. And there may be a point, because things have changed, administrations have changed, budgets have changed, that we may need a policy that is more concentrated on our involvement in it. And that, I think, is something we need to take on. And we have talked about in August bringing in some people from state procurement that will help us to understand contracts and in how that all works. And as Tom was doing some research, and there are a number of contracts, and I'm not sure we need to know every single contract, or you have a list somewhere, but whether our involvement needs to be in every single contract, I am not sure if I have the time to look at dozens of contracts and understand. We have to trust the process. If they've been doing this in running the state library with this process very successfully, we do need to trust the process. But we are in an administration that is working towards more involvement, and so we can work as a board to make that a process that works for both the staff and the board.
I would agree that we can. I would take exception that we have never been involved in contracts. This came to this board, and Elsie would have to talk about it because she's the only remaining one who initially was on when this came and was initially approved. We have voted on it several times and had votes on the various aspects of it. And my research shows me that according to our bylaws and according to what the state has set out, this kind of expenditure is very much on our plate. We have a responsibility. And yes, I would acknowledge to Peggy and to Jenny, there are small little contracts on who's going to print up this or that. We would never be involved in, and that's where the trust issue comes in. This is not that kind of contract. This is an out-of-state group, not an in-state. If we're going to put this kind of money behind research, do we want an in-state group? There are all kinds of very big complications with this. Past performance, past expectations of what we have done, whether this is the right people to put it with, and if we want to spend this money on this kind of promotion, those things come into discussion long before. My motion is we do not take action to spend this money, extend this contract until we have more information in August, or if necessary, a Zoom meeting soon
or a special meeting.
But I really believe we're putting the cart before the horse. We have a fiscal responsibility of the public not to spend this kind of money without having taken action.
Any other comments? When we first brought this up and we discussed, I'm very concerned about the real-time network, and the legislature has charged us to make that a viable program. So it made sense to me that a company that was already up and running and knew what real-time network was, it made sense to me to continue with that. So there are pros and cons in both of that, because I think it may take a new company a bit of time to catch up to get it on the road and running successfully quickly, which, you know, we have 5 years, but we want to be able to start doing subscribers, you said, by January, and it's not that long until January. So there were pros and cons with, there's something to be said about a company that's familiar with this, and they did a lot of research. Hoffman-Mark did a lot of research and stuff. So
my motion has nothing to do with the quality of the work. My motion has to do with process.
Right.
This is a very important part of our process as a commissioner. I have it in the notes from Jenny that were sent to all of us, and we all know that Dalton wanted to extend this contract, and he was our former chair, and he told us by phone, but I did not know. He just said, would you be interested in extending? It was not made as it would be very inappropriate to poll members over the phone. You can't do that individually. And he did call, and I said, no, I would not be. And I said, am I alone in that? He said, absolutely not. That's what I'm hearing from people. But Jenny wrote and said, as a result of Dalton and Peggy approving it, she went forward with this contract. That is a totally inappropriate process for this committee. One, we cannot poll by phones, and two board members or commissioners cannot approve a contract this large. So I'm just saying the process is not transparent. The process is not respectful of the commission unless we bring it back as an action item. And if there's a problem of funding or finance before the end of June, you could amend the motion to do it by a Zoom call or a meeting before. You know, we did do that a year ago. We had, you know, a disagreement, and we brought it in as a Zoom call to the vote as an action, and we'd need 2 weeks to vote it, and we'd have to make sure all the commissioners could be there. I'm open to having that amendment, but I really would encourage us to put this on hold until it's an action item.
I want to be clear about a couple of things. I believe Commissioner Hall implied that 2 commissioners acted to direct staff to do something outside of a quorum, and that is not the case.
I have your quote written down to me in that letter. You said we went ahead with approval of Dalton and Peggy.
We can pull that email if necessary. But again, there is no policy, there is no process. The state library's practice for decades has never involved the State Library Commission approving the awarding of contracts or extending any contract. So working with state procurement, we have the opportunity to extend contracts. I reached out to Dalton and Peggy out of respect to the commission and the commission's concerns over this contract about the fact that we feel like it's necessary to extend the contract. Dalton took it upon himself to get feedback from other commissioners before responding, but in no way implied any kind of action, because the commission doesn't typically take action on these kinds of requests. With all due respect, if you go back to the August 2021 meeting minutes, you will not find that the commission took action to enter into a contract with Hoffman-Mark. That's simply not true. So I want to be clear on the record of what the implications are for that. And then the other thing for the commission to be aware of, you know, if you decide to move forward with further discussion in August, is the fact that we would then have to come back to the commission and ask for funds to do that work, likely out of the trust, because there is no funding in the budget to continue with any kind of marketing work or public awareness work.
Robin, you had something?
I did. I believe that the contract was signed the day before we had our meeting in August of 2021. The contract was actually signed the day before we had a meeting, so there was no discussion over the contract.
itself.
Yeah, it's
Can I add I just
Yes.
want to make very clear how important following procurement rules is to me. The state's procurement rules are very, very extensive and are meant to protect all the parties involved. And I take them very, very, very seriously. And we followed those procurement rules for this contract to the T. We worked with procurement. This is actually their contract. It was done through the EMAX system with our contracts person who's assigned to us. She led the entire process, and we don't start or end this process with any person in mind. We had over 10 applicants, and we have to follow the rules very specifically. And so there's no preference given over anything. There are scores that are given based on preset criteria. And so the actual awarding of that contract to Health New York had nothing to do with
the commission.
But that was when 2000.
2021. I have to go back.
Yeah,
The RFP process
2021.
was, it took 6 months prior to the signing of the contract.
See, none of us.
So I just wanted to be very clear that the procurement rules are of the utmost importance to me, and that we follow them to a T in every situation. And so bringing the contract or extending the contract,
You followed those.
we
rules
follow
again.
procurement's rules, and those involve Department of Administration approving them and reviewing the extensions. And so that's
actually,
my
that's in
process.
that's in their hands right now.
That is
They
in their hands
still
right
could
now.
say no to the extension
They definitely
themselves.
could.
It's
They
in their
definitely
hands.
could.
And that's what I understood, that, you know, we had said, yes, a few of us talked about it, and we know that that's our process. I said, let's trust the process. If the state says no, then the state says no,
Right.
and they would not extend it.
Right.
Carmen?
Coming into this without all the prior knowledge, I want to make it very clear. It is my impression today that there's no malfeasance of any kind by anybody.
No.
But there is possibly a desire of the commission to be more closely involved in money matters. And maybe what we can do in the future is put a dollar line on contracts that the commission wants to be consulted about. I don't know, if it's above $200,000, please bring it to the commission. We don't need to make decisions on who provides our pencils or whatever. And I don't want us to descend into you did this because or whatever, we don't know. But I want to look forward, and I agree with the idea that as a commission, careful spending of taxpayer dollars is what we are supposed to watch. This is one of our primary duties, and I personally take that very seriously. And it would make sense to me if we create some kind of procedure for ourselves to review contracts spending above certain dollar amounts, regardless of what other rules are being followed. I think we can insert ourselves as a supervisory function into that in some form that is appropriate. I came into this from yesterday going, okay, publicity, public awareness, and I just saw nothing. So when I then hear that we are supposed to decide on the renewal of the contract, I made my opinion based on that. You're telling me we are actually not supposed to be involved in that. So to me, the question is, as of today, as a commissioner, am I supposed to decide on this or not?
From my perspective, if I may, I appreciate what you said about creating a policy or a procedure that better defines what the commission's role might be in contract oversight. I think that's perfectly appropriate. That doesn't exist right now. So I feel like staff are being held to a policy and a practice that we've never been held to. And that's really challenging and unsettling for us. What I would love to see is, as we said, bring in state procurement in August. We can have information prepared about the current nature of the contracts that we manage. And you can use that information to inform a new policy that determines what that level of oversight might look like for you, and allow that process to happen so that staff are working under guidance from the commission that's clear and direct. And I'm very happy to make that happen. What I believe the commission's responsibility is with regard to this particular work today is to recognize the importance of promoting these specific programs, the real-time network, the Talking Book program, and the cadastral application, and to make sure that we are entering into a marketing and public awareness process that can make those programs as successful as possible. I don't know why we wouldn't want to do that. We have a contract with Hofmann York. As was said previously, they were very familiar with our work. They have already laid out plans to do this promotional work. It's within the guidelines and policies and procurement laws for the state library to propose an extension for that contract. As Melissa said, that paperwork is currently sitting with state procurement.
Madam Chair, I'm
Yes.
sorry, Jenny. I guess what I know Carmen and the concern is, I thought the whole rollout program was going to be commercials, billboards, etc. And maybe that was very naive of me, but I get, and I'm not saying they haven't done a wonderful job. They have done a wonderful job with putting on Facebook, etc. But the public awareness, the real public awareness, the simple man, my husband who hardly can get on a computer and look at anything, he knows nothing if I was not telling him. My friends know nothing. Maybe they saw a banner go across because I liked it. That is it. I don't think any of them clicked on it. If we can be assured that this is a campaign that will push it out to those people that do not do Facebook, Instagram. I mean, the cadastral, a lot of people that use the cadastral don't get on Facebook.
Go ahead, Evan.
Perhaps I'm off base, maybe Jenny or Melissa or even Addie can weigh in. It was never my understanding that this was to go out and find anyone that had not heard of the state library and make them aware of it. I have a significant amount of users of the cadastral application. No idea that that's associated with the state library.
Exactly.
I have a substantial number of users of RTN. No idea that it's associated with the state library. Natural Heritage Program don't know that it's associated with the state library. Talking Book Library patrons think the Talking Book Library is its own library. This campaign was to put all of that information out there in a digital environment where these users are, target those users and make sure they were aware that this is associated with the state library.
Those particular users is what, okay, you're not trying to expand it to the whole general public.
Absolutely.
It was those particular users.
And it was not intended to, I'm still unclear on what one might expect to see by Googling the Montana State Library. If you're expecting to see news articles or ads, but we did not target that. We could in a future iteration, but that was never the intent here. And so it was what was done. So
yes.
I just think that context is necessary for you to understand this campaign.
I didn't understand that.
So the goal of the campaign was to get the state library credit for these programs. The goal was not public awareness, but to get credit for doing these programs.
This research has all been presented to the commission in the past, but the biggest problem that Hofmann York identified in the research was that people were using services and not recognizing that they were programs of the Montana State Library.
And why is this a problem if the programs are getting used by the people that should use them?
Because people like legislators might not be aware, and we wanted to make sure that the state library was getting that credit, especially when it comes to making important budget requests and having our users be able to speak on behalf of the state library in support of those kinds of budget requests.
For example, this is something I didn't bring up yesterday. In 2017, there was a severe deficit in the budget. And so the legislators looked at our agency and they thought, well, the library doesn't need any money, and they cut a third of our funding. And so that was really the instigator and why we came up with, we need to solve this problem, because there are effects. This does affect our funding. And, you know, that was a really difficult time, and many of the staff had to be laid off because people weren't aware of the work that we did.
And to speak of, and whether it's the campaign or the efforts of the staff, if you listen to many of the hearings, the staff of the State Library was complimented many times for their efforts and their work. And so, and I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but that hadn't happened too often before. So in a way, the word is getting out. And I think if, with my friends and my kids, you know, as I start to say, once you have somebody click on something that says Montana State Library in cadastral and they make that connection, they might, you know, pass it on to the next person, and it seeps out in that way. So, you know, it's hard to know what social media does, and young people have a very different view from it all than the rest. But it is important to get credit, like you said, to help with the funding and such.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I very much appreciate this discussion. And this is a relevant discussion, and it was part of the agenda for 250 to discuss the awareness campaign and the awareness of the past. And I think that that's a really important discussion. I'm glad we're having that. This has nothing, my motion has nothing to do with what we've done or whatever. I am talking about an extension of a contract. I agree with Jenny that in the past, under different administration, they maybe had a total free hand with that commission and that administration to make large contracts and to go forward and do this kind of thing and just get permission through the state process. I have been told, and again, long before we approve this extension, if we need to bring in an attorney and say, what is the clarification? I've been told by representatives of the governor's office, this is very, very much a part of our job, that we don't even know right now how much the extension is for. We have heard it might include 35,000 that could go back in the trust fund. We've heard it could include 200,000 that is left over. We could pull money from somewhere else. It might be good for a year. This is not fiscal management that falls under our job. If you read our bylaws and what we're supposed to do. When I was appointed this commission, it was made very clear to me that we need to be very aware of how we're spending money. It is a lot of money. I know we kind of get in a habit of saying, 250,000. I was on the Montana Disability Commission, and we spent an entire year trying to decide how to spend $250,000 of federal money to best help the disabled Montana who had no needs for that. And we reviewed hundreds of cases at $5,000 a piece. That is not just a little amount of money. I do not believe that we are being fiscally responsible in this new commission, which is us. I appreciate the history, that we maybe in the future need to. I love your idea, Carmen. Set up a policy that says you will bring us a contract over such amount. Pretty arbitrary, but today, right now, I think it is irresponsible of us to pass this extension. And I have been told, and we can bring in a lawyer at the next meeting if you'd like, that this is our job. And I am asking that we do not take action today. We put the whole thing on hold until the next meeting, when we can get all these facts. What is the budget for the extension? How would it be done? What will this look like? What's the goal? What would we, but I am asking us to draw a line and say, a big contract like this needs the approval of this commission. at least to go forward. That's what the motion was. And I'm up to amending it to a Zoom meeting in June if there's a deadline on the money. I understand that. But I'm not thinking this contract can go through with this lack of information. So I put it on hold.
Robin?
I would like to amend the motion on the floor to have a Zoom meeting so that we can see further, maybe have it written out of what is expected from the contract and the actual monies.
What expected?
So say,
Should we
receive. Don't want the words in your mouth, so.
You go right ahead.
Receive information.
Information about
details of
the
extension?
details of the extension, the details of the what we can expect from the extension and the monies that will be involved.
And to take action.
Do you want to put a Zoom meeting with the deadline before June 30th?
Could I please
There is
ask-
no 31st.
Could I please ask for some more time? Because we would have to have legal review a contract and it has to be signed by June 30 in order for us to use those dollars. So I need more time to have legal review and edits of a contract.
Then we're past the expenditure day you gave us.
I'm asking if the meeting could be as soon as possible, I guess is what I'm saying.
Oh,
That's what I.
But we
that's
have
why
to
we're
have
as soon as
public
possible.
notice.
Did
Oh,
you
I'm
add,
sorry.
did you add something after a Zoom meeting before, did you say something?
Before June
Okay,
30th.
Thank you.
Yeah, but as soon as possible
Well,
with the latest, yeah. That,
What is,
ASAP.
yeah,
what is the
How far in advance? do we
public
have to let
notice
it-
on the
yeah,
action
public notice,
items?
48 hours,
48
in
hours.
48 hours.
do we have a second on the
We do
amendment?
10.
I second that.
So the first was Robin, second, okay, thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded.
So now we have to approve the amendment.
So it's been moved and seconded to amend it to have a Zoom meeting before June 30th or as soon as possible to receive information about the details of what to expect from the extension and what monies will be involved.
This has to be an action.
Right, we're doing it.
First, we're doing the amendment.
Yeah, do the
We're-
amendment first.
Right, but
So-
it would have to be an action item in the Zoom meeting. If you're going to try to take the
But we're
action,
doing the amendment and then,
And
Right.
then we can, yours will, then we go due to the main motion,
and that,
which includes take action.
Action.
So
well, if we amend this becomes the main motion. So if this passes, this as it's worded becomes the main motion.
Okay, may I change that or no? May I amend the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I would like to amend the amendment. Don't get rid of it yet. I would like to have an action item taken during a Zoom meeting before June 30th or ASAP to receive information about the details of what to expect from the extension and what monies will be involved.
what the contract says, what the contract is.
Right, what details? I want the details pertaining to how this will be rolled.
How about we just say statement of work and contract?
Okay, statement of work.
Okay, so what am I taking out?
Take out,
to
to receive the
information.
statement of
So,
work.
receive statement of work.
And contract extension or something. Oh, that's in contract. extension.
Do you want something about money in there?
Yes,
Statement of work, contract extension and monies.
The statement of work includes.
The money.
Where those come from, okay.
Okay, so now,
Yep, so
So-
now,
Robin gave,
do we have a second on the amendment to the amendment?
Second that.
okay, so now,
Now, is
Now
there
there's-
any? It's been moved and seconded to amend the amendment to say, to have an action item taken at a Zoom meeting before June 30th or as soon as possible to receive a statement of work and about the contract extension.
And we will be taking action on whether or not to extend the contract at that meeting.
I can't amend again.
Does that say that?
It
Yeah,
has
does
an
that say
action
that?
item, what that would be, what you would be
I want it clearly understood that we will be taking action on whether to approve the contract once we get all this information.
Doesn't saying have an action item taken mean that?
Yes, I'm just
Okay.
making that
That's the
clear.
original motion.
The original motion was an action item and August means just done helping your contract.
So we
amended it to
changed it
this,
to
And then now we're on.
Zoom, and
second.
now we're on the Zoom.
So now we need to take action on
And
the
the
second.
contract's on hold until that.
So. Any other discussion on this?
Does it
amendment
go
to
without
amendment?
saying that we all have to agree on a date that we are available?
There has to be a quorum.
Yeah.
I just.
Well, yeah. That's why I'm saying that maybe a week out is difficult in the summertime. I want to make sure that we have all of us have a chance.
Well, if we can do it on Zoom, and if we need it ASAP, how about?
Yeah.
72 hours from now.
She'll send out usually a survey kind of thing.
Possible.
So.
And we'll have legal opinion and everything we need. Okay.
Discussion on the amendment.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to oppose the amendment because I want to stick with just the August action. So just let that be known.
Okay. Anyone else?
So you still are accepting that we need to take action, but you want it in June.
In August.
Yeah, I'm opposing the amendments for the preparatory work and just take the action in June. So I'm supporting the original motion.
Okay.
And not supporting the amendments.
Are you ready to
understand why?
I simply want to take action on the contract. Preliminary information is fine, that can be circulated. People can make their decisions on the August action based on information that's made available between now and August.
And you have no concerns about the funds coming from 2023, 2024?
No.
So,
Because there wouldn't be any.
yeah,
Can I just add, will there be a contract in August
no, if there's no.
to
funding,
make a vote on?
Yeah, like,
There won't be a contract.
there wouldn't be
I
funding.
want everybody to be
so.
clear that is a vote to build a contract.
Mhm.
And we could have had an action item today if that was relevant. I'm just saying, I don't like being put in a position where people say, well, if you don't take action today, we're going to lose all this money. But when you request it be an action item, you're told it can't be. I asked for this to be an action today for that very reason. And it was not put on as an action item.
And that was my decision. I decided because I remember a previous conversation where we said we would not put action items on the agenda unless we had previously discussed it. We had not discussed it.
No, we have not discussed this.
So that is why I didn't
Right.
want it to be an action item.
So
because
you
I thought,
understand the policy complications here. We didn't put it on as an action item because we had discussed it. Peggy's absolutely right. And yet we're being told that by not having, that we don't take action till August, it's all irrelevant. The cart's before the horse here. If it can't wait till August, it's basically telling us we have no say. Unless our say is to say,
But what will be very helpful in the future is to have a commission policy that directs staff on when to bring contracts to the commission. That is lacking.
probably before the
right,
money
yeah.
expires.
And that's not gonna be possible. So right now we have an amendment that's been moved and seconded about having a meeting this June, and the commission needs to vote on that amendment.
are we ready for that? No further
I just
discussion?
want clarification then on this. So it's my understanding then, if we vote on this
Amendment two.
amendment that Robin went ahead and did, that there would be an opportunity to continue to contract with Hoffman and York based on any information that we might receive with any time period before the contract ends at the end of June.
And if procurement approves it.
So my understanding then with what you are asking is that the contract will just go away without any action their contract will just go away if we don't have an action item on the extension. So if we don't follow through with a vote and with this amendment, contract goes away with no other amendment.
Unless they bring it in August with new money.
And
The
with
library
new
money
monies.
is still
And
there.
I appreciate that. So may I ask how much dollars on the table?
Right,
That would
so so we're trying to utilize our year-end monies that will go unspent because we don't have anything to spend them on.
But how much is it?
Up to $250,000.
So I have clarification on the year-end monies.
Yes.
Not just directed toward this contract.
Yes.
You have less than $250,000 that you could apply elsewhere within the next X amount of days before the fiscal end.
That's correct.
So you're banking, I'm just asking, you're banking then to put roll these dollars into an extension of a contract, but there could be other ways that these dollars could be spent, not just on the rolling of this, of the contract.
Within procurement's rules, we could,
on anything.
Well, that's not necessarily true because some of these dollars are restricted.
Like the RTN.
Like the RTN and the.
But not too hot.
But they're.
Many uses would require a procurement process that cannot take place.
And I
We
want
don't
to
know that yet, because I know I have an
So
intimate.
we can't get ITBRs, for example, the deadline by the state is passed. I don't know if there's a deadline for procurement.
So again, this is part of the process that we work with, that we need to make sure that we have a calendar that allows.
But we do that internally. We have had many discussions and prioritized what we feel is how these monies can best be utilized based on the direction of the goals and overarching strategies of the commission.
I just want to say though, what we're being as a commission being put into a situation where we do this now, or there is no other opportunity, because as you had said, the timing may have passed. So I don't know if this could have been done into the previous meeting that we had to know where we wanted to be as a commission with the expenditures. Knowing this is a new process of contracting things that the commission might have more authority on. So,
well, we start doing our projections in mid-April for end of year. So we didn't begin to know this information until about mid-April.
Right. So I believe.
Right.
I don't know. I would hate to lose dollars that have been given to the library for an opportunity. But I also believe that the authority of budget relies with the commission, and the more information that we may have, and I don't want to go backward, but it's all about the future view. We had more information, not that we could direct, but could better understand what opportunities the dollars could be used for. Because it seems to me right now, there isn't even an action item, but we are being asked to spend these dollars on a addition to a contract that's existing. Am I wrong in that? No. I mean, I believe in my just listening of where we are at this point. It's a window of opportunity of knowing what other opportunities we could expend less than $250,000, which is kind of,
yeah.
I thank you very much for that clarity. I really thank both of you for that clarity. I was going to vote for the amendment because I felt like we don't need to waste this money. I would encourage people to vote against the amendment and stay with moving till August to take action on the extension. And that opens the door for this 200. We're not losing this money. This 35,000 would go back to the library trust. The other 250,000 or whatever, that's $250,000 could go back to be used some other way before the end of June. But right now, I am not comfortable with it being used as an extension with Hoffman York, based on all the other issues and the lack of input as to justifying this. I am not comfortable with, so I'd encourage, I think we beat this dead horse, but I thank you for bringing that up. We do not lose the money. They have till the end of June to decide. I would ask that you vote against the amendment and that we not extend this contract.
Sharon,
if I may, from a listening standpoint here, I think part of the issue that we are having is there are those of you on the commission who are feeling pressured about making a decision on a contract that from a staffing point has never been approved of the commission.
But now it is. We disagree.
And so
what's happening right now is the commission is being upset about not being able to make a decision that I think from a staffing standpoint was never the purview of the commission, because we've never been required or had to bring specific contracts to the commission to make a decision. And if that's something we want to change going forward, that makes sense, and that's fine. But right now, I think we're arguing about something that isn't really a decision for this body to make.
And I'm saying it is. I think we are arguing about that. Exactly. I think she summed it very well. And in past practice, that has not been the case. I have been told legally and by the governor's office, this is our responsibility.
But the frustration that you're
I
being made to
understand.
make a decision shouldn't, it's not a decision that we've been withholding or not.
Oh, I
There's
understand that.
nothing ever that you
Yeah,
had to decide.
It's a new situation.
Carmen.
New people.
I'm learning a lot here. And I agree that, again, there is no intent on anybody's part to not follow any rules, but there are two conflicting things. One is the way it's always been done, and one is the desire to have more financial oversight. The thing I am hearing now is we are taking money that is as of yet unused, and we're desperate not to lose it, so we're gonna roll it into this contract. I just want to make a basic philosophical statement. I am not worried about money reverting back to the state for some other good use. Like I said, this is taxpayer money. Right. The priority is not to spend it on something. The priority is to use it as well as we possibly can. So the money's, that's why I was trying to get to exactly amounts and where are they going to revert to and what is going to go where if we don't do this. 30,000 go back to the trust for future library use of some kind. Yeah. That's fine with me. If we don't renew the contract and those $30,000 are sitting there for the library to use for something really great in the future, wonderful, I'm not worried. I am looking at the contract and I am not happy with what I see as a result of $300,000 having been spent. So I lean to, no, we're not just going to take leftover money and shovel it over there because we have no other place to put it. It looks a little bit to me like failure to look ahead and spend every dollar very, very carefully. Is this standard that there is $250,000 left at the end of the fiscal year? If it is, we need to change how we operate so we come closer to zero with our dollars and we can carefully spend every single one. I agree. So I am also advocating that we vote against this amendment.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Addie Palin, General Manager of Hoffman York, Montana. And yes, we do have a Montana office here. You know, I've remained silent through a lot of this conversation because I think it's important to, you know, hear the perspectives of the commission and the state library staff. But I do feel it's important to speak up because I feel like the character of Hoffman York as an agency and the integrity in the work that we have done for the state library is being defamed on public record. You know, if we were to take the time out of this meeting to walk you through the parameters of the original contract, the scope of work, all the various pieces and parts that went into the branding, which as you know, Evan pointed out, have to do with educating the staff, making ambassadors of the team, creating greater consistency of messaging so that the state library gets credit for the work that they do, in addition to the brand, in addition to the campaign strategy and the campaign itself. I think you would see that we have actually over-delivered on every point. And I you know, in my conversations with the staff at the state library, I believe they feel the same. We have put together a carefully considered, thoughtful, and efficient plan for how we would like to continue to support the state library. And I would hope that that would be part of the consideration and something that we could explain and share in detail before you make a decision about whether or not we are worthy of a continuation of this contract.
Evan, I saw you had a hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to just make 2 points. It is true that if the dollars go unspent, they stay in the account. I have $50,000 of appropriation in the current fiscal year that will not be used for RTN. That money will stay in the land information account if we don't do this. I will not have, I have no way to use that $50,000 in the next fiscal year or the following fiscal year. Those appropriations exist. So I will not have that money. And then to the point, I'm also, I feel like I'm being told that I'm not being a good steward of state money. And that bothers me a lot. When I look at this $50,000, I look at more than $1 million that's been invested in the RTN already. The sooner we get subscribers on this, the sooner we stop spending state money on it. Bottom line. If you guys don't want to promote this and let it go slow, that's more state dollars that will be wasted. Consider that.
I would like to make clear that I'm not maligning Hoffman York. I think this, what Hoffman York was charged with was unfortunate because the campaign should not have focused on rebranding. It should have focused on promoting those programs. And I understand that maybe the feeling was it needs to go this far back and needs to go to logo and rebranding to finally get to that. I think that was really misguided. I think a more narrowly focused campaign could have gotten us closer to that goal. And I think it's the direction that Hoffman York was given that led them in this far out corporate rebranding field that I don't think was useful. I'm still, you know, what the measurable results that were desired from this campaign, from what I was told yesterday, were not reached. And that's why the contract needs to be extended and more money needs to be spent to keep going to finally get to getting actual subscribers. To me, that was the problem. And so I'm looking at this going, now we're going to spend more money to try to get where we were, where apparently this campaign was intended to get, and it has not gotten there after spending $300,000. That just doesn't sound good to me. And that's where my negative take on this comes from.
I want to go first.
Yes.
I want to say that I came in kind of in the middle of the process and understood every single one of us have come on and said, oh gosh, we did not know what the Montana State Library meant. And what I have seen, there were some delays that were no one's fault because, and some things did not get done because of those delays. But I even have seen this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the staff came together as a Montana State Library through this process because they worked together to become the one. Because before, if you looked at the website and they each had their own logo and they each had, you didn't know who was doing what and everybody was separate. And I think this brought them together, which will be beneficial to the state. So I there are different points but I think as a staff, they appreciated the process. And that's part of it, to have, you work with a group of teachers. If they don't buy in, it's not going to go anywhere. So, the staff has to buy into, and to me, it seems like they all did and such. So,
okay. Madam Chair, I deeply appreciate Evan's comment. And I think one of the problems when we have new boards come in, new commissions, new political people in office, everything's changing from the way it's been for 16 years. Everybody is sort of in an upheaval. Please do not take Evan, Melissa. I have the greatest respect for what you do. I don't even understand half what you do. Tracy is phenomenal. And the people all through the state tell me that. All of you, I am very grateful for what you do. I know that it's difficult to have us say this new commission is going to have a more active role in fiscal contracts and fiscal spending. Please, that is not meant that you're not doing fine or whatever in the past was okay for you. It's our job as the new people we've been brought in. That's our new role. And we have accepted that, and we are seeing it from a different viewpoint. That is always going to cause some inherent conflict. But please do not take anything today, even Hoffman York. I don't want to look back. But I believe this rush to spend money and put it in this one direction and is not acceptable. For many reasons, all the reasons that have been given. And that's why I just am very comfortable with this money going in a different direction. And I believe Evan, if he had a really valid place to spend that $50,000, he would do it. And to me, that shows how fiscally responsible he is. What an incredible person he is in handling that money. But I'm saying for us, please vote against this. And then let's just, if need be, maybe there's more money they'll find for the future. But please vote down the agenda and let's just move this to August if it needs to still be an extension. It's on hold. So I would just call for action.
Just a point of question. Can you extend a contract after it has closed? So they would have to start over. It couldn't be a one in August. So anything further, Robin?
And I guess I have difficulty from Evan's perspective that $50,000 will be gone to you. He will not have that. He will not have that.
But he could have if he wanted to use it for something. But it was budgeted, but it's gone at the end of June.
Right. And
if he has other reasons for it, he could use it.
It's restricted just to the real time.
It's just restricted for real time network and for advertising or for advertising it. But you could not use it any other way because it would have to go through procurement, and the procurement deadline is gone.
But when did he know that?
And you would want to approve that too, right?
When would you have known that you have raised it for 1,000?
We've been, as Melissa said, we start looking at projections in mid-April.
Okay.
So, and at that time, we start hearing from state procurement. These are your procurement deadlines. SITSD says these are your deadlines for making IT procurement requests and so forth. Had we had a policy in place from the commission that said new contracts or contract extensions over a certain dollar amount require commission action, we would have known to bring this as an action item for discussion with the commission.
We know
that policy doesn't exist. We went through our normal process of working with state procurement to propose an extension, and I communicated with Dalton and Peggy about that. So we fully believe that this is the best use of those dollars, and we're moving forward following our procurement laws and normal policies. I appreciate the commission wants to have deeper oversight over contracts. We're prepared to do what's necessary to make you comfortable in that effort. But we are at the point in time today where, we can take action today. We can have a Zoom meeting later in June. If you direct us to review this in August, quite frankly, I don't even know if we would want to do that, because we would have to reevaluate bringing you a trust request or something completely different. This opportunity is completely lost at the end of June.
Carmen?
Do we have any option to extend the contract with only the monies that are already spoken for it, and we let unassigned monies, whatever it's called, lapse, revert?
Do you mean the 30,000 from the trust?
Yeah, and his 50,000, whatever else is wrapped into that whole amount, can we assign only the monies that would actually be stuck to this contract?
Yes.
So the 50 is what is allotted for the RTN, and what else?
That's RTN.
Okay.
But when was that
that's
alerted? We only have a contract with 35.
Right.
It's not attached to that now. That's what the
It's not.
extension would do.
It's not part of.
We could separate the funds that would be reverted to the general fund and go back to the government as a whole, and only use those dollars that would sit in the fund.
But who decided the 50,000 was going to Hoffman York?
I did.
But you base that on
you could have put that money anywhere in your in this whole new plan.
I had a biennial appropriation for the real-time network. It took time to get things set up.
Right.
And then we had a transition with the Department of Transportation. We knew there was a need, and we discussed trying to do it within the existing contract, within the existing year. But there, until May the 4th, we did not have any authority to create an account. So we didn't have any authority to do subscription fee collection. And that even Senate Bill 60 does not take effect until July 1. So we could have, it would, in my opinion, it would have been a waste of taxpayer dollars or state dollars, which are recordation dollars. It would have been a waste of that money to do some kind of advertising campaign. It still is, but it's not based around driving new subscribers. With the new account and all the other setup, we hope to start that subscription process on January 1st. And so our goal is to build a comprehensive marketing program to drive subscriptions that would include some general awareness, working with groups like Local Farms, Stony Fast, Precision Ag, people around the state. As soon as the harvest season is over, get out to trade shows and make sure people know what we have, what this resource is, and how they get involved. And then the desire is that January 1, the subscriptions start rolling in. But there's a huge difference between users, which we have right now, who are using it without charge, and subscribers. And that's what I'm trying to make sure we bring as many of those users over as possible.
So the legislature gave you $50,000 you could only use in May for this advertising purpose, and it expires in June.
No.
I feel like
I'm not understanding. I'm very clearly
like you're
not
trying to
understanding.
make fun of me here.
No,
That's
I'm saying the
I think
legislature.
you know that
I'm
was not
talking-
what the legislature did.
I'm very confused.
I
I
think you
think
know
that's what you're telling. No, I don't.
No, I think you do.
Yes.
I think you're
Let's-
telling me
okay,
that.
yeah.
The legislature. gave
We
you
need
this
to,
money.
we need to move on.
I don't.
We can finish
understand.
this conversation. Yeah. Budgeting is complicated, as
Right.
we all know, and I understand it's the
I
restricted
wasn't
funds.
thinking about it.
So
That's not how it feels.
I think was really thoughtful on how to use that money wisely and to do it before House Bill 60 passed was not something he thought was important to do. And so that's my understanding. So, and we can have a conversation more about the timing of that. Are we ready for a vote on the amendment to the amendment?
If I can just say one last moment here, I believe we do need more information. I am going to vote for the amendment. I believe we need more information to recognize the dollars that might be expended, that might be time limited, that might need to be there. It gives us one more opportunity to bite at this. And I recognize this is a new commission. This is a new ask of staff. And I want that flexible time, whatever that might be, to know where that transition might be. So to give that, I will be voting for this.
All right. Carmen.
This was minutes ago. I asked this question about which funds are involved in this, and we got interrupted, and I never got the full answer. I would be perfectly happy with extending this contract with money that cannot be committed anywhere else and cannot be simply reverted to the government for future use. I would like to know what these amounts are. Right now, it's my understanding it's $30,000 that will go back to the Trust for Libraries that will be used for whatever the library decides to use it for in the future.
Yeah.
I'm okay with reverting that.
Yeah.
I'm not okay with losing his $50,000.
How
That
about
is a
I
change.
separate the
So
salary?
can we separate this and can we extend the monies that we would otherwise completely lose and continue with the campaign we're already in the middle of, but not throw random leftover funds there just to throw them there? Am I making sense? Are there two
Yes.
different pots of money like that? I would like
And
to
that's-
separate those.
And that's what I believe we're asking for, to have that information at
the the
Zoom meeting.
But what I'm hearing is that you don't want to spend any money that will revert.
I guess we need more information.
Okay.
We need
Yeah.
all,
Let's just bring all of that.
all the information, yeah, to have that
I
option.
get that.
All right, All those are in favor of, it's been moved and seconded and amended twice to have an action item taken at a Zoom meeting before June 30th or as soon as possible to receive a statement of work and contract extension. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed.
No.
So it's 3-2.
So now this is our new amendment 1. Wait, 4,
Did you vote?
4 to 2.
I didn't vote. So do we have to go back and
So now you're voting, so now you're gonna, so now this replaces this amended amendment 1. So now amendment 1 is this. So now you're voting, because you have to vote back up.
you have to vote
So now-
back up
So now amendment 1 is,
to have an action item taken at a Zoom meeting before June 30th or as soon as possible to receive a statement of work and a contract extension. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Motion passes. It becomes the main motion.
yeah, so now it's a final.
I go back. And go to those
Yeah.
Robert's rules again.
Yeah.
Making notes for myself.
Thank you for your clarity, Carmen.
Okay.
Thanks.
We'll learn it.
That's
So
good
now the
clarity.
main motion.
And the main motion has been to, the main motion is approved and seconded to vote to have an action item taken at a Zoom meeting before June 30th or as soon as possible to receive a statement of work and contract extension. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Genevieve will send out a message to find some dates as soon as possible.
I'll do
Please
that
respond
this
quickly.
afternoon, so we can start doing that. I'll do a form so you guys can vote on availability with that. Does anyone have a definite blackout period next?
I will be out of country till next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, what's that date?
So that's a week. We'd still have.
20.
The
21st.
21st.
Okay. So after, so I'll start with the 22nd and go on.
Thank you for the discussion. I was not making fun of you.
We just did, that was the third one, was the main motion. I think she,
Sorry.
yeah, she didn't move it on up. Yeah. So, yes, let's take a, what, 10-minute break?
Lunch is
12
coming.
minutes?
Should be here.
Oh.
It might even be here.
Motion to do it in August.
No, because we replaced it with the amendment. The
What
amendment.
did you go the agenda time out?
Main motion. Yeah, it's confusing.
It's
It's not like we did at school boards. I had to relearn.
Is there
gonna-
anything you
so I'm gonna
need to
pause
expect
recording.
before you leave?
Okay.
Oh, well,
What
first
other-
to say, what do we
what
want to
other
break
vote
till?
will there be?
I was asking if Elsie, before she has to leave, is there anything else you
Forum,
would
there
like
is a
moved
forum
up?
here, but what other vote will there?
We have business items on the continuing education study, the Federation recommendations. And will be discussed, and the Federation plans are all action items. And then we're getting into the budget.
Because of what we just heard in discussion of where previous staff commission relationships were and moving forward in a different manner, I think there needs to be an item sometime in discussing what's that look like. Because I want to make sure staff is recognized. I want to make sure our work is recognized so we can row the boat together in the same manner. And leadership, I think that would be a great thing. Is there not, see on the 1205, one of the last agenda items, there is commission leadership nominations?
Yes.
That would also require a vote. And I believe there's a form for that.
Well,
Just the
just the nominations, and then you do the vote in August.
Fabulous.
And then they take effect right in August. So essentially,
I want to take away
whether, yeah.
my role.
So do you want to move that up? So that Elsie's here.
I think we're good.
You'll be here.
Fine. Okay, let's take a break till,
Is it the last?
oh, lunch is here.
Probably
So
not.
let's break for lunch.
What time?
12:30.
There's no motion. It's just you just need a
Right,
nomination.
but the nomination-
Getting back to order. We are on the Network Advisory Council report. Yes.
First item,
Carmen.
before we continue on, I would like to apologize to Evan. I got carried away. I didn't mean to insult anybody. I met Evan yesterday, and he's a very thoughtful person, and I don't mean to malign him at all. So I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you, Carmen. I appreciate
it. We do not think we have Jody online right now. So we had a memo in there. It was informational. Maybe Carmen, does she understand what the council is?
Yeah,
do you want to explain that a little bit?
So the Network Advisory Council is one of 2 advisory councils that advise the staff and the State Library Commission. The Network Advisory Council is made up of librarians from around the state that advise us primarily on matters pertaining to our use of our Library Services and Technology Act funds and programs and services to support library development and statewide projects around the state. The members of that committee are nominated through this commission and then appointed to serve on the Network Advisory Council through this commission. And they meet typically about 4 times a year and bring reports and recommendations back to the State Library Commission. Right. So the memo covers their discussion and recommendations from their meeting earlier in May. And I think most important for the commission for this meeting are their recommendations to adopt the Federation study recommendations and continuing education study recommendations, including some funding recommendations that are included in the FY24 operating budget that you'll consider later in the agenda.
Any other questions? Okay. We'll move on to our information and discussion items. And we have the first is our Federation study recommendation. No, continuing education. Is that right? No, I went too far.
Yeah.
Great. Yep, there we are. Strategic framework measures of success discussion. And I have been reading those.
Did we want to have the conversations with commission debrief?
Oh, yes. That would be perfect. No problem. And Tracy is ready for that. And maybe explain, we don't usually, we cover it, but there were only a couple of our members that were able to attend.
Yes.
So
just for the sake of the new first, every year at the Montana Library Association conversation, the State Library Commission had a tradition of having a session and hosting it where librarians, board members, anyone attending the conference can sit down and have a conversation with the State Library Commission about items of interest to them and particularly to libraries. And this year, of course, because of the legislative session and some of the conversations going on around state aid, Jenny had presented a memo about House Bill 91, just kind of pointing out some of the changes over time and the apparent erosion of trust in libraries that we were seeing at the legislature and statewide. And so that became the focal point of our conversation. And so I sort of opened it up because Jenny had a conflict and had to be back here in Helena for the legislature. I was the one who facilitated this conversation and just asking the librarians about their feedback on that and their concerns. And I'll share kind of some of the things that we've heard, but I want to take a few moments to just, although this was back in April, invite Tom and Tammy if there's anything you want to start with as the commissioners who are able to attend, or if you want me to just jump in and
You did an excellent job. You really did.
I did have one insight, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We heard a lot of talk about the conflict between their electeds and their staff. And then when they were polled as to how many of them thought they were in a neutral position with their electeds, because they were all staff there. I don't think there were many trustees. So And how many felt there was irreconcilable differences between them and their electeds, and how many thought there were amicable relations? Most of the conversation came from the people who were in the contentious camp. They were concerned, but the poll turned out to be well less than half for people in that camp. Fascinating.
Yes, and kind of reassuring.
Right.
Yours truly is who they call. So that was one of the things that came out, was people felt maybe undervalued by local government officials. And the commissioners that attended did a great job of giving some advice. You know, I think Dalton kind of talked about how you are seen is how you are served. And so he really encouraged them, don't hide, show up at commission or city council meetings and talk about what the library does. I thought a lot of heads were nodding when Tom pointed out that there's sort of inherent tension when you're working within government, and that's part of the process. He was talking about it from the perspective of as a former state legislator, but that is sort of, as we work through and find solutions, that tension was just sort of a natural thing that comes out of it. I thought that was a pretty insightful comment. Then there was discussion about how you define great libraries and how you measure them and what that means. And then finally, there was a fair amount of conversation about, I call it tension, regarding different viewpoints about what items should be in a library and how accessible they should be, which is something that I know a couple of you commissioners have personal experience with. And so we had a kind of a long discussion about that and some of the fallout from that, some of the concerns library people have about community members or their staff, how they're taking it. And so it was actually a pretty nice discussion. Almost felt like we were really kind of getting into the weeds of it, and then our hour was up. And so what I wanted to kind of ask you was if there was anything you maybe wanted to follow up on, or if you saw a role for the commission in helping libraries communicate their value, or if you saw a role for the commission in kind of having that conversation around parental rights and different items in library collections, or in even just helping to define and measure great libraries. And if you don't, that's okay. That's a pretty deep question I'm asking you. You don't have to answer today. It's just an opportunity for you to weigh in those three areas. Do you see a role for yourselves? If so, what is it?
I believe we've discussed here the books and the accessibility to children, right, Tammy? And I know that there is a lot of discussion around the state about the accessibility of certain books and books on suicide. You know, any book that children may not be good for children. I believe, and so that is a concern of mine. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think that could be something that we could look into a little bit more. What do you think, everyone?
I can speak to what ImagineIF has attempted to do, which is parents who feel their children need certain information, maybe they are or have been in an abusive situation. It's a topic that these children need to deal with, that material is available for the parents to choose to pick up and present to their children, but it's not facing every child that walks in the library, because maybe there's children who will be traumatized by being exposed to information that they, thank goodness, have not had to deal with. So we were trying to figure out a solution, how to make things available to people who need it without pushing it on people who absolutely don't want their children to be confronted with it. You know, there's a line to walk there, and how to walk that line to satisfy both of these groups. So we've found somewhat of a solution that our library director came up with, which is a parent resource section.
Robin?
I just question also, so are children allowed to go to the Parents Resource Center? Because sometimes parents will not want their kids looking at it, and so do.
It's basically there
Age?
in the
Is it
children's section,
age?
but it's on a high shelf.
Okay.
So a small child wouldn't come across it. I mean, you know, it's you can put it on the end cap so every kid that walks in sees it. That, in my opinion, is pushing content on the general public. Or you can put it somewhere so that if somebody searches the catalog, you know, something in the middle there.
Don?
Madam Chair, I know that part of our statutory obligation is to assist local libraries.
Yes.
And these things are really controversial and difficult in towns, and every town is different. They run a gamut of preferences and interests. I'm wondering if I'd just like to have a bit of a discussion on when a library staff in town X is at odds with their elected officials and their trustee board, the people they account to as public. I guess I'm suggesting that we ought to tread fairly lightly as a commission and as a staff in how much we intervene and try to solve their problems. These are their problems. What I've seen from our staff so far has been limited, but what I've seen has trod that line pretty well, which is here's the law, here's good manners, and it's your job.
And Tracy can speak to what that looks like practically, because she is the person that gets drawn in. You know, I would say too, that involves, you know, helping all parties involved understand that the library board is going to operate in accordance with open meeting laws and following their policies and making sure that the boards are following their processes that are laid out in policy, and ensuring public comment and input when they're considering changes to those policies and that kind of thing. So our role is really to remind them that there are laws and policies that exist for them to follow, and to help, when necessary, facilitate effective communication so that communication doesn't break down. But definitely in terms of any kind of decision making, that's not our role.
The only other thing that maybe the commission would become, or Tracy's part of the state library, is a repository for different solutions, simply as examples. Because every town is different, and I think every town will tolerate possibly a different solution to this. But the great thing about having a statewide organization is that maybe all these individual boards and librarians and directors don't have to reinvent the wheel. If they can look at different examples and go, this might work in our town, or this situation is close to what we're dealing with, and instead of having to completely go through all that, get everybody upset, a solution that might work, that might just cut that really nasty process off before it gets so bad that it's very, very hard to reconcile the different parties.
Yeah,
I would start out by acknowledging what Tom said, that most of the people seemed that they had a good relationship with their boards. I think one of the things that I found disturbing were the few people, and again, they're only speaking for themselves, but there were two different people who expressed that they would like from the state library association legal advice. And I pointed out that if you are appointed by a county, you have a county attorney. If you're appointed by the city, you have a city attorney, and that's where you go for your legal advice. And both of these two librarians said, yeah, but they didn't like that advice, or they didn't want, that's not the advice they wanted. They didn't feel like it was in line with what they wanted. And so I
thought it needs to be clarified that our role is not in any way to give them advice that goes against their county commissioners who appointed them, or their city commissioners, or their directors. And again, there were only two that expressed that very openly, but if your county attorney is telling you something, that's the law. You don't come to us trying to work around it. And that surprised me. But again, those two seemed very unhappy with what's going on. But I agree with Tom. I think we have to make it very clear to the libraries that their leadership is their leadership.
Yes, and there is factions.
Yes.
That I don't think I understand that. I mean, just.
Well, and I think there's definitely personality conflicts.
Yes.
So you're probably maybe seeing a little bit of the sausage making of my job is to kind of go in and is this a personality conflict? Is it a policy issue? Is it a legal issue? And if it's not a personality conflict, I think some of what may happen is county or city attorneys are actually hired by the county commission or the city council. And so if the dispute is between the city council or the county commission and the library, it becomes, I actually don't envy the attorneys because they are literally caught in a conflict between two entities that they work for. And so the other issue is they don't always have the library knowledge. And so I've noticed in the last 3 years, I've started to field more phone calls from county or city attorneys, just kind of checking in with me. And I've begun to work more closely with the Montana Association of County Officers General Counsel because of that. The state legislature back in the 40s said we want library boards for the most part to be governed. And that includes power over budgets and stuff like that, and how you manage that relationship. So I think, I can't remember who said that, Tammy, but there could be a personality conflict. There also could be that their attorney is saying, well, the county commission has complete authority over line items within a library budget, and that may or may not be the case with the law and attorney general opinion. And so what they look to is for the state library to point them to those attorney general opinions in the code, or to connect them to the Montana Association of Counties General Counsel, who works closely with me and is aware of that subtle difference, I guess. I just wanted to provide that clarity.
Go ahead, Carmen.
And what Tom said that it's local, I'm definitely in favor of not exerting control from the top.
No.
But I've seen that the conflict in and of itself, regardless of who's right and who's wrong, if it gets to a certain heated stage, it'll burn down the library. And if we're charged with, doing what benefits libraries, and at least giving legal advice and maybe showing ways out of the conflict before it gets to this, let's defund and close this library. If we can prevent that, that would be well within our mission, would be a good thing.
I just wanted to kind of ask a quick follow-up question on you had mentioned that you'd like the commission to kind of chat about the different items being accessible. Do you just see that as a conversation with the commission, or do you see us taking action?
Well, no. I don't believe that we can take action and public and then pass it up. We can't pass it on down anyway. So.
But this may tie into what Elsie was saying, that we should understand the laws,
the H bill 234,
so that we can pass that information on.
Can we get a so, out of HB 34 or 234 or
yeah?
I mean,
so and we we talked about having that conversation, which may help,
which is on for the next agenda.
I would really like to see that. And
is it more that it would be helpful for you as commissioners just to get some insight on some of the challenges libraries are facing, and I guess maybe make sure you have access to the repository and different solutions in case you were called in? Is that maybe it's more appropriate than.
Yes, and and as I've said before, I know that we cannot go out as commissioners and we can give our opinion as private citizens, but we are not of the authority where we are individually, we are only a commission as a body. And I do understand that. But just to know, to make sure we know that, and to make sure that they know that, and that but we're also private citizens who do have an opinion also.
And I think.
Go ahead, Tara.
We have to know the law. I mean,
yes,
if it's a new law
definitely.
that passed for libraries,
yes.
It's crucial
that we know
that we know the law and be understanding, because we need to train those folks how to apply this law that has now been directed.
And Carmen, did you have something else?
I just thought maybe it would be useful for us as a commission to have a statement. Maybe that Tracy could craft if somebody approaches us, that we say, here's what the library commission is charged with doing. We cannot, arbitrate your library conflict or whatever it is. So that we have something we can pull out and say, sorry, here. This is what we can and cannot do.
Rather than just say call Tracy. No.
Yes, we can tell them that. Do you see a role for the commission in helping libraries communicate their value?
So us go out and so I know previously when we in last August when we met in Missoula, they asked come to our meetings, come to the commission meetings, come to our city council meetings, and I was going to go to I've been sick a lot this year. Anyway, I had my back throughout, and I was going to go to the county. What's the acronym? MACO. I was going to go to MACO and was not able to. But I would like to do that again. And I guess just to be stewards and help let them know that yes, it's important for funding and that, I don't know what.
And as we travel to other locations, that I would think would indicate some value that we want to acknowledge the great work that those libraries are doing, and if we can promote that and encourage them to have it in their local paper and such. Right. I mean, I think that's a gentle way to promote your value.
Just to add that I recommend MACO in the league at least once, not just for this, but MACO and the league touch on a lot of the things the state library does. Like Erin Bashaway and I go together because they want to know about GIS and mapping and LiDAR as well as their libraries. So you as commissioners might actually get some really great insight into sort of what the local counties or cities are dealing with, and then how the state library interfaces with that.
With the county.
So it might actually help you understand some of the work we do with local government officials and providing access to information and mapping and so forth, as well as just showing value for libraries. And just that out there. And I can certainly send the dates of MACO. Okay,
perfect.
To Genevieve to share with you. And then the final thing was just helping measure and define great libraries. Do you see a role for the commission in that?
Go ahead, Tom.
We have these awards, and I think we might dilute them by offering too many. We might tidy that up with stricter qualifications for the 5 or 6 a year instead of the 35 or 40.
And strive for excellence type of. So that might be something. And when let's look at the process of how those are awarded. Also, I know it's meeting the standard, which is part of it. So, but definitely something maybe to look into
how they go
the
above
award
and
process,
and maybe a little bit more delve into above and beyond just the standards, maybe. What are you thinking?
No, I'm just thinking that's a hard concept, defining great libraries.
Right.
So,
Yes,
so I think
definitely. Yes, I agree.
baby steps will have to be.
You have any ideas how it can change or?
I actually like what Tom is saying about the Excellent Library Service Award, and I've always kind of felt that way. On the one hand, I'm not sure how to like just give acknowledgement. You know, it's not just libraries, public servants are really being pressured and under a lot of stress right now. And so I think it's nice and it means a lot to the libraries when the commission acknowledges their work. I suspect it would also be the same for GIS professionals and state government employees too. I also think though that when you look at the application responses, there's probably several libraries that I think clearly rise to the top and truly are excellent. You know, when I look at them, I'm like, wow, for this size of library, that project made a really great difference. Like there was one library that had programming for single mothers just to kind of show their experiences and what they're doing and to help them be better parents and more successful. That to me is pretty cool, you know, that kind of work. So I think Tom is on to something, and I don't mind going back and talking to the staff who managed that program. And maybe just be looking at what does it mean to be excellent, and then coming back to the commission and being like, okay, this is your award. You know, what do you think? Just to give you options to kind of define that.
Yes, Carmen.
And is that award just an internal thing and the library can put up a flag, or do we do any public facing work to actually allow this library to say we did something special, we got and it probably is because it's 30 or 40. We don't want to do that because then we're spending hundreds of bucks on that. But if we pare it down to a smaller, more meaningful number, maybe we can attach some, like we will, you know, write a press release and pop, or we put something on the website, or, you know, to actually make it a meaningful award that benefits that library. Mm-hmm.
Anything else? Like follow up on that, or Tammy, Tom, anything on that conversation?
We were asked a couple of times during that meeting why there's struggling in the budget with the legislators of getting approval for the library budget, and more than they'd ever had in the past, and why people were questioning. And I tried to share that I think there's a new climate that we have to understand that is out there, that some parents have felt disenfranchised from libraries and schools, and they are rising up and they are saying, we are getting involved again. And that's creating kind of a wave of people being appointed to libraries, people who are involved in libraries, the city commissioners, the county commissioners. It's changing. And I think they're dealing, some of them, with the exact conflict that we deal with here, is that we're changing things and this is the way it's going to be now. And I actually, one lady stood up and said, oh, this whole parent involvement thing is a flash in the pan, just wait it out or something, it will go away. And I said, I don't think it's going anywhere. I think parents are really aware now that they need to be involved. And I think from our point of view, we really need to express to parents, as Tom and I did in that one motion, and you guys all passed, which was great, that we are encouraging parents to be involved in what their children are reading and what they are, you know, and the training of the trustees and the directors. But I just think there's a changing thing out there. And it's tough for some people. Some people have done it this way for a long time, and now they have new directors, new commissioners, new city managers, and it's, you know, they don't want to deal with it, and they're kind of putting, you know, ball in their neck, and others are fine with it. You know, I had a couple ladies come up to me and say, I can't understand the debates they're having, and they live in a
one lady said, I live in a community, or my library is predominantly Amish. And I work with them all the time on what books they want. And they're probably books they would not put in other libraries, but it's what they want. And that's what I do. So I think there's going to be a battle there of being responsive
to their community.
To the community. And that's what we have to keep sending them. Go back to your community. Don't come to us. We're not your community.
Go ahead, Tom.
I have a couple of real radical motions to add to the qualifications for an excellent library.
Radical.
Yeah. Right.
Cost effectiveness. I think it should be a like cost per visit. Yeah. Operating expenses divided by patrons or uses, including uses. So a measure of that. That's a feather in someone's hat if they're doing yeoman's work with limited budget. And so that might broaden the number of libraries that could qualify. And I had one other, but I'm just not that radical. I can't remember it.
Or it's too radical and it went.
Things that measure morale, like turnover, staff turnover. Maybe that's a big part of any organization. And it takes a really good manager to make that work. If there's a good way to measure that, just a thought.
I was uncomfortable, and I'm not sure.
Oh, just Carmen had her hand up first.
Cost per visit, is that something that could come out of the data you collect from libraries?
Absolutely.
As it is?
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe. Very interested in finding that out about them.
I've got a quickie short I'll send you.
I just shared the Montana Shared Catalog as a way of showing values. So one library, they have like $190,000 budget, but alone just on checkouts, they could show that they had saved their county resident $150,000 just on checkouts. They didn't include like reference questions answered or computer access. So it is pretty amazing.
Librarians seem pretty good on data collection.
They're very good at data collection.
Well, I think that I read when I was studying, and I could be wrong about this, but what the requirements for the libraries were, what they were evaluated on. And one I was uncomfortable with was explain how you've reached a new sector of people or something. Well, to me, that was getting narrow and narrow and narrower, because like you said, you know, there's only so many groups of people, and it puts them in this situation. I felt very uncomfortable with that being one of the goals, because you know, I think it's up to the library to say we're reaching out to single moms, we're reaching out to our native, you know, young kids, we're reaching out to this population or that population, but to keep requiring each year that they show they've reached out to a different population, I think
when you run out.
Yes. And I don't know that it's where we want to be focusing, is that you keep reaching a smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller group of people. I think we're forcing them into a box that's not fair. Go ahead, Carmen.
Yes.
When do the data that you actually collect in the yearly survey, when has that been updated, or when does that get looked at as to which data points? Because from the director at my library, it's a long list that she has to fill out. Do they still all make sense? Do they need to be overhauled?
I can answer that. So some of the questions are federal, and so those are common across all states. And actually, our list of state questions is rather small compared to most other states. We've done a pretty good job of narrowing it down. But that survey gets released in October each year. And then they'll be, so this October, they'll be responding for fiscal year 2023. And then if we process that data, and I should have results on that around January.
So do we like update, do you update the questions every year or study them? The ones that you are allowed to change, the federal ones you can't.
Sure. So we do take a look at those We have a public library statistics task force that makes recommendations on those. I know this year that we are adding a few questions based on some research areas that we're wanting to look at regarding library salaries, as well as information about library infrastructure. So how old are library buildings around the state? And then the other one is about broadband.
Go ahead.
I know they're judged on the number of programs that they offer. I was at a library recently and there was a knitting program. And there, at the appointed hour, there was one librarian and one patron.
But they
It counts.
listed as that new program.
I think in they report on the number of programs, but I would clarify on the Excellent Library Service Award, it's like what impact did that program have? And in listening to you, you would say the other piece of that is in how many people receive that. Is that? Yeah.
We don't want to get too bogged down in number gathering, unless Rebecca wants an assistant.
I will. Like program count, but they're an aggregate, so I can't say this program had this many people. I get this total for the year.
So would that one, just a question, piggybacking on that, would that one person be counted as if she showed up 52 times, would it be 52?
Yes.
52.
And maybe it had a fabulous impact on one person.
For the restaurant vacation. No, that's not right.
Anything else?
Right. Well, I think talking about excellence segues right into strategic framework measures of success discussion.
This is a continuation from a conversation we brought up at your April meeting and ties back to our governor's objectives, goals, strategies, and measures report that we prepare each month. The governor has challenged us to be more binary in our overall agency metrics of success. And by way of an example, the governor's personal goal as governor is to create, I think it was 45,000 new jobs in Montana with a salary of $50,000 or more. So that's a binary black and white goal that he can say in his administration he either met or he didn't meet. And he works with other agencies to reduce regulation, increase access to maybe drug addiction services, or whatever kinds of barriers might stand in the way of him and his administration achieving that kind of black and white goal. So the request from staff is to engage you in helping us think about, when we talk about our work plan goals and objectives, when we talk about our strategies of fostering partnerships and creating a useful information infrastructure and securing sufficient and sustainable funding, what might be a binary metric or metrics that we might use to evaluate that success.
Go ahead, Carmen.
Question on your 3 strategies, are they weighted? As far as number 1 is number 1 and
they're not weighted. No, that's a good question.
I would like to see maybe a survey on the website from users. How easy was it to navigate? Because as a trustee, I get to navigate the continuing education piece, and it's just counterintuitive to the hilt. And I mean, I can't blame it for not having done all my hours, but I would like to blame it for not having done all my hours to be a certified trustee, because it is so cumbersome to navigate and get on there. And even though I have to log in to take the class, once I finish it, it doesn't automatically put it in to say I took it. I have to go over there and log in somewhere else. And, you know, if there's a month between the class and the next one, I'm confused and I have to send Colleen an email. How do I do this again? Where do I need to go? So a useful information infrastructure would be one that would be very user friendly.
Yeah.
You know, we can all go buy something on Amazon. I know it's a little more complicated than Amazon because you offer so many different things, but make the website more user friendly. Maybe get feedback on how easy is it to navigate the website. Where did you flounder? And try to work on that. The public facing part.
That's a perfect example of the kind of where my mind was going. You know, surveys on all of our websites and applications that measure usability and user satisfaction, and a metric that, you know, we can pick an arbitrary number. 80% of users report that the infrastructure meets their information needs. And that's something that we can measure and track. And to me, that's useful too, because it identifies areas of concern for us to resolve. I think that's also meaningful for management and the commission to evaluate what kinds of resources might be necessary if we're not achieving those goals to help us achieve those goals. What kinds of work plan strategies do we need to put in place to achieve that goal? And then similarly with fostering partnerships, I think we could do something similar with our partners to say, you know, by partnering with the state library, are you better able to meet your mission? And again, set a metric or something like that.
See what
feedback they have for us.
Do we have a defined group of people that use one part of our offerings, and can we poll those people? Like, I only know the library side. Do we have a defined group of people that we can approach and say, we want feedback from you about the use of this particular information resource that we use?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, it is more just the general public. So, you know, we have a wide segment of users, including the general public, that use our cadastral application. And there are also key stakeholder groups like realtors that we know use it, or, you know, people within the insurance and banking industries. So it's sort of yes and.
Maybe we could do some targeted polls just to start with feedback, and everybody else complains about the website and direct some efforts there, and then, you know, do another survey later to see were these improvements useful or something.
I guess I'd weigh in just to say there's we know it's bad. So you know, unfortunately, I hate to say that, but we have limited resources internally to address that, and so I agree with what you're saying, but I don't think we need it to tell us that it's bad. I think what we need is to work with someone who can fix it, and then do that outreach and make sure that if we're working with someone to fix it, we are fixing it. We work with those communities to make sure
that's exactly kind of what our strategy is. In terms of our interest in marketing that new cadastral application that'll be launched later this year. We have a survey that's going to launch on July 1 that'll ask about how well the current cadastral application is meeting their needs, and also are they aware that the Montana State Library offers the cadastral application. And then that would be used to establish our baseline data, and then once the new cadastral application is launched, be able to ask those same questions again and determine the difference we're able to accomplish in better serving those patrons.
Go ahead. I have a comment. I find cadastral very easy to use. And that's great that it's going to be updated, but I have found that cadastral is, I love clicking on the spot that says Robin Scriven owns this little piece of that. And my son-in-law's in insurance. I mean, he uses it all the time, and I've never heard a complaint about cadastral. So the fact that it's even being updated is quite incredible.
Part of that survey will also have some questions of that audience. So if there are people that are having an issue, we'll know a little bit about, you know,
who
so
it is.
these are,
And how they're being affected by it. Oh, great idea.
And I should clarify, my comments were specific to our general website. I don't
Right.
know the CE application, for example, so I just don't, I'm not familiar with that, and our applications are a little different. But the website itself, basically, we went through a process while the state was changing the tools that sit behind the website, where we did kind of reskinning to be able to move to that. But once it got moved, there were a lot of things that didn't really work right.
Oh, right. Oh, really?
And so we're
Okay.
kind of in a holding area right there, trying to find a solution.
I have found that the dashboard takes me to so many more places than I am able to. My iPhone is totally different than my laptop, how it handles ASCII. And that it's incredible the difference between them. I would prefer to carry this with me all the time so I can get on and see, because it's so much better at dealing with the dashboards.
Yeah. Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's hard to translate some
Right.
visualizations into something you can view easily on a mobile app.
Yes, yeah, it's very, it's tough. But
Tammy?
that's okay.
We have 52 staff. Right,
Is that-
you said
Is
yesterday.
that right?
Yeah.
52?
I think that's the current number.
And should one of those people be a designated person who is available to work with web? And this kind of material, I mean, it seems that in this day and age, I'd be very surprised that there wouldn't be a person on a staff that is capable of overseeing this kind of improvement.
I think the issue is that web used to be, a web designer. And now web is certainly web design. There's specialties in, now I'm what's our current tool?
Cascade.
Cascade.
Cascade is a
There's Cascade, and there's kind of designers in that, and most of that higher level is over at state IT.
Okay.
So we'll be working with them. But then there's also ServiceNow, which is increasingly taking over a lot of what we do in there. And that's another specialized skill. So it goes beyond the capacity of single staff.
And the state ID does make that available to us.
Cascade, does that work?
Well, we
No,
get
it
support
does.
for all of these, but
Yeah,
there's
they
still.
have their own development to help us.
Oh, right.
Go ahead, Robin.
Just real quick. So is the state, are they the ones that have Cascade, or is it we have Cascade? Or
The state, the general state web environment, again, is Cascade.
Okay.
And so when we're doing things to our website, the way it looks and feels, it's all through
Utilize them.
Cascade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. And it's a company.
It's a tool, I think.
It's a Microsoft product.
Okay.
It's a-
Okay, content
Ah,
management.
yes, over here, see it.
Okay, content management. Okay. Got it.
And I believe the state is still working on improving websites
Right.
and
That's
information.
what we've been told. That's why
Yes.
we're in a little bit of a holding.
Right.
Okay.
So that is something that's coming.
Okay.
But
with the help of the
generally,
state.
I think, this idea of measuring user satisfaction about all
It's
of
a
our
good idea.
information
Right.
resources
Great idea.
is useful.
Yes, Tom.
I have a numerical goal. Less than 2% dead links.
It was interesting. I think
Yes.
when we.
Oh, yeah, deadly.
I
Yeah.
thought one of the reasons they chose Cascade was that it had built-in tools to detect and make awareness.
Does,
I
but they're
thought
hard
that was a
to-
big thing. So I'm surprised, because we used to put a lot of effort
Yeah.
into finding ways to find.
Yeah.
the-
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so, yeah, but I think it's very cool. I'd prefer not to have it.
Yeah.
Or at least
Carmen.
So is there anything we as a commission can do? Do we go to the state and say, hello? Or is there actually nothing we can do but sit and wait until other things fall in place? Is there actually something we can do about this somewhat dysfunctional website?
Right now, we're really waiting. What we have been told from the state is coming out with a new template for agency websites that will give a consistent look and feel to agency websites. So we are waiting for that template. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like a mess.
We've been waiting for a very long time, so. Yeah.
And there's no
yeah.
way for us to advance that process.
Not to advance that process. No, I think, in terms of staffing and personnel and budget resources and that kind of thing, establishing these kinds of metrics, we can then report back to you on how well we are meeting those objectives and what are the barriers if we're not meeting those objectives.
But if the barriers are out of our control,
in
that report's not going to do that.
To an extent, we do have some ability to influence state IT group as far as say ServiceNow priorities and things like that. And so we're actively involved in promoting our projects and trying to get them prioritized. And we've been getting are they quarterly? I don't remember how frequently they have those PI processes. But we had a little trouble getting in that initially, getting our projects prioritized. But over the last 3 or 4 cycles, we've had multiple projects prioritized.
Well, and in the meantime, for libraries, Tracy and COA will just have to say the same thing. A lot of new trustees that are going to try to get their.
I just want to give kudos to Kenny Cameron. Yeah, he is the one who's really figured out how to really fix a lot of CIT. Yeah, so he just understands those.
So I'm doing some surveys and starting to report on that information. Do you like the idea of surveying some of our partners too? And bringing that information back?
Sure. I think my personal focus is on number 3, create a useful information infrastructure. I think that's the one core thing that I would like to see focus on.
The infrastructure as in computer,
okay.
A website.
Maybe we can work with Rebecca to come up with the survey structure and the questions that we want to work on.
And the infrastructure in place will help with knowing what the partners need too.
Sure.
Oh, I clicked on something. It's gone. It's gone. Next generation 911.
Hello.
I'm Michael Fashaway. I'm the land information lead, so GIS. I am Aaron's husband. Thank you.
She's not there.
Public record now.
Yeah.
Jenny asked me to come and just give an overview of what the library has been doing as far as GIS and next generation 911. There's a lot of history there. So I'll try to keep this as brief as possible, but next slide. Next slide. So just a really quick background for those in the room that might not be familiar with what next generation 911 is. It's basically just the next evolution of the 911 system that's currently in place all over the country. So that system was built way back in the late 60s, early 70s. So it's built all around traditional copper telephone line kind of technologies. Next generation 911 moves that into the internet computer age. So it uses an IP network, which is just the computer term for computer networks. Currently, and I'm just going to talk about the current system to contrast it with what next generation 911 would be like. The current system is also called E911. A routes your 911 call. So if you dial 911, that call gets routed to what's called a public safety answering point, or a PSAP. That's basically the 911 call center. In Montana, that's in most cases located at the county level. Some are hosted by cities. There's 3 tribal ones in the state. But that call gets routed largely based on your landline phone number. So a landline phone number is associated with your street address. That street address is then assigned basically a code number that tells it if a call comes in from this phone number, route it to Lewis and Clark's PSAP or Powell County's PSAP or wherever. Obviously that all breaks down once you have 90% of your calls coming from wireless phones, right? Wireless phones connect to a cell tower. So because of the limitations of copper line technology, even though you're using a wireless phone, that call still ends up getting routed back into a traditional telephone network. And basically kind of gets dumbed down to traditional telephone line technology. So it loses any sort of location that your device might have associated with it. So all it knows then is you're located somewhere that is connecting to that cell tower. Hopefully you're actually within a sector of that cell tower. So like a direction, think of it as a pie, a piece of slice of pie pointing in some direction. Many towers have these pies or sectors. Some are, I forget the names, like omni. So they basically go 360. So there's the chance that you could be in any direction, a given number of miles away from any given tower. And that's the best location 911 when you call has for you. That causes all kinds of problems. Number one, you could get routed to the wrong PSAP. I've heard examples of calls coming in from many counties away because if a tower gets busy, it'll bounce calls to other quote unquote nearby towers, and that distance can just push you quite a distance from where you actually want your emergency call and resources coming from. So obviously this is an old system, needs to be redone. Next generation 911, in addition to moving to IP networks, that'll open up the ability for your cell phone and that little blue dot when you look in Google Maps or anything else where it actually shows you sometimes down to the room in the building you're in where you are. That location will go along with your call and basically gets routed based on GIS data. So that's kind of where we start to come into it. Every county will have address points, road center lines, and boundaries that represent their calling area and then the different response agencies. So that point location, whether it comes off your cell phone, showing you whatever room you're in or whatever sidewalk you're walking on, store you're in, or whether you're calling from a traditional landline phone, because those still do exist, that call will kind of operate the same as the old way. It's associated with an address, and that address point will represent that location, get intersected with that GIS boundary, and then dynamically route. And this is all happening in milliseconds behind the scene to the correct PSAP. So there's a huge increase in the location accuracy of the calls, and additionally, the telecommunicators, the dispatchers that answer these calls will see that same kind of blue dot on a map and have a much better understanding of where you are. I don't know if anyone in the room has called 911 anytime recently, but I've had to call a couple times, and usually the first question is 911, what is your location? It's not what's your emergency, because they don't often know where the heck you are. So they want to know that. Next slide, please.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
I'm going to subscribe to RTN.
RTN's kind of a little bit separate from this, but it could very well be leveraged for, you know, some of this data creation and stuff that's necessary. So getting more into the GIS aspect, obviously the GIS data that goes into this is extremely critical to the way the system is going to operate. The way it breaks down is 911 is typically a local responsibility, local government responsibility, or tribal. So along with that, they have the responsibility for creating and maintaining all this GIS data. However, when we get into next generation 911, all that data needs to be fed up to whatever level the system in the state is operating. And in a state like Montana, that's going to be at a statewide scale. Department of Justice just had some legislation passed that's going to provide them funding to basically overhaul all the network and back end stuff, the typical 911 infrastructure in place. So they're going to be working on that. But it's going to be a statewide system. So all the data that the local counties and tribes maintain for 911 needs to be fed up to the states, to a statewide level, to go into that system. Obviously, any errors or issues with that data can be problematic, some more so than others, but you basically don't want a data error that might result in a call routing to the wrong spot, or any kind of delay. Even just a delay. I just read something the other day that delays in where it goes to the wrong PSAP and has to be transferred results in at least a 40-second, time span. In an emergency situation that, is a big deal. So this helps. So we need GIS data. The local governments need to be maintaining it. We need it at a statewide level. The local governments largely have been maintaining some level of this data for a while. They use it kind of as a secondary map within their 911 systems, but it's not kind of operating natively within 911. So they need ways to assess their data, look at it, verify that it kind of meets these new standards and quality levels that are necessary to actually have that data routing being the basis for routing calls, right? So, I mentioned earlier, there's 53 PSAPs in Montana. Going back to 2018, we received, the state library received a little bit of money to perform a one-time statewide assessment. We did that through a contract. And at that time, it showed that none of the PSAPs had all the data at the necessary standards and quality levels needed for next generation 911. So next slide. So that kind of gets us pretty close to where we are now. Back in the 2021 legislature, House Bill 50 passed, and that basically appropriated that 10.1.304 subsection 5 MCA, the statutory appropriation. So we're receiving annually $450,000 from 911 fees. So every phone line in the state is charged a monthly dollar fee for 911 services. So we're getting a portion of that for this work that we're doing. At the time, we proposed coming up with a way to do ongoing assessments. So I mentioned we did that one-time assessment that showed no one's ready. There was lots of grants, either from our MLAA grant program, or 911 at the time was also running a grant program, and various counties were applying and getting funds to improve their data. However, we didn't have a good statewide way of looking at where everyone was at, how much the data was improving, where we needed to focus our efforts on, things like that. So that's where we proposed with this $450,000 coming up with a way to both assess that data on an ongoing basis as much as necessary and not have to go out for these little contracts all the time. And then also have a staff person dedicated solely to helping the PSAPs or their county, city, tribal GIS people that are maintaining this data to help assist them in improving, assessing the data, things like that. So that's kind of where the statutes come into play that kind of provided our sort of mission. Next slide, please. Skip one. There we go. So again, we're playing a GIS coordination role in all this. The data is still, locally maintained. It's their responsibility. We're just providing that coordination, that support to help them. So again, going back to those kind of two main points, we wanted to come up with a way to do that ongoing assessment so they could constantly be looking at their data, improving it, revalidating it, seeing improvements, getting closer to meeting those standards, those accuracy measurements, things like that. So we went out for an RFP back in late 2021, early 2022. That was awarded to a company called One Spatial. They have a set of cloud-based services and tools that can be configured to run all these tests on the data that's uploaded and then give those people feedback to then go and make the improvements that are necessary. So this allows all the PSAPs in the state or the folks maintaining their GIS data the ability to assess their data as often as needed and be working towards, getting up to the next generation readiness. It also gives us a statewide picture of who's working on this, seeing the improvements, seeing where we might be able to help them do various aspects of it. We have a lot of expertise in GIS data management and things like that, so we can kind of help provide some targeted support for them. But at the end of the day, it's still kind of up to them to do that work. Late 2021 or fall 2021, we hired that 911 GIS analyst. His name's Bob Cochran. Would have been here today, except he's out with a couple other staff members actually visiting counties, talking about the support and things we have available to them. And that was part of our thing too, is to get out there and make sure all the counties and PSAPs understood the resources that we have available to them, and how we can help them improve. So he's kind of the first line of support for those One Spatial tools, helping the folks learn how to use them. If they have questions or issues, he's the one they call. He's also developed some pretty neat desktop GIS tools and workflows that kind of streamline some of this data editing and improvement, data management processes. And we've gotten a lot of great feedback from that. He's actually shared it with some other states, and they've been really impressed. So I can't speak enough for the work that Bob has done working with folks around the state. Yeah, question.
Are all counties equally eager to do the work, or do you have some that are not interested and you can't move them?
Short answer is yes. I wouldn't say we can't move them. We've just been with basically one, or I work on this a little bit too, but pulled off in a lot of other directions. We haven't been able to do we haven't been able to directly outreach to every single one of them yet. We did provide an online training when the tools first became available. And I believe we had participation from just about everyone. There might have been a few PSAPs that didn't have anyone there. So the word got out. We reached out, and made that connection. A lot of them did get a introductory training. Sometimes it does require a little bit more hand-holding first couple times you use it. But to your point, I actually have a screenshot of the dashboard we have here in a minute that kind of shows the current status of participation. So there's definitely some areas that have not started using it yet.
Questions on funding and accountability. So if it's kind of up to the county. If they do a bad job, they have to answer to their people for not having good locations and for their public service.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, essentially it's right now, this data isn't being used this way. It's still just kind of that secondary map. In order to move it into the next generation 911 system that'll be coming, DOJ gave like a 5-year-ish time frame. It'll need to meet at least some minimum benchmarks to get it in. So I expect as the DOJ project moves along, we're going to see a dramatic increase in the participation. To be fair, next generation 911 talk has been out there for a long time. A lot of them, I think, if anything, just kind of became very into it, and they're kind of like, well, we'll get started when we see it, right? And I think that's definitely starting to happen here. So I expect things will really pick up here pretty fast. Yeah, next slide, please.
Yep. She said the arrow down and it's not working.
Make a space bar too.
Oh, faulty direction.
Whoops.
Doesn't want to do it.
I think the next slide, while we're figuring that out, if I remember correctly, was like goals. So again, some of our initial goals are one, to get that PSAP boundary data set that represents the calling area for each PSAP. That's kind of like the minimal goal that is necessary. Especially for those wireless calls, so that when they come in, the XY coordinate coming off that phone intersects with the correct boundary and gets that call routed to the correct PSAP. That was the second bullet. First bullet, again, just to see all the PSAPs working in the system, validating their data, and seeing that data, the metrics that we're measuring it by, improve over time, or the number of errors decreasing over time. And then along with that, PSAPs sharing that data more frequently through this same system, through the same portal, for both provisioning into the eventual next generation 911 system. The neat thing is, obviously, as we're working with it, that gives us access to that same data. So we can use that address point data in particular for a whole host of other things that feed into our Montana spatial data infrastructure. So some of the other more broad GIS data work that we do in coordination across the state. Next slide, please. So here's just a screenshot of that dashboard. If you can read it, there's like a 5.6 overall statewide completeness. So each county, each PSAP has, I think, 37 different assignments Each assignment has multiple validations. If you multiply that out by the number of PSAPs, that comes out to 2,000-ish, some assignments. So that percentage right there is basically just measuring how many PSAPs have completed, how many of those assignments, and they're passing them. So they're still at the kind of beginning stages of all this. But we have seen the folks that have gotten in there and started using it have made a lot of progress pretty quickly. So we're pretty confident that that once, you know, even the folks that might be a little less enthusiastic about getting there, once they do, I think they'll show improvement pretty quickly. So a couple of our standouts are Glendive or Dawson County. Glendive was the host of the PSAP, and Powder River, as well as Teton County was one of the early ones. Macomb doesn't show up as heavy on this, but they were an early county. They got in there and started really working, as well as a number of other ones, but those are kind of the darker ones that you're seeing there. One of the neat things out of this is Bob developed a little report. That's the one on the right hand, that little screenshot on the right hand side for Glendive Police Department. This is updated nightly, so as they're validating stuff, improving their data, as often as they want, but nightly they go, or daily they go and get an updated report to see exactly what they passed, and where they are in that progress, and share it with, you know, if it's a GIS person working not, you know, directly with their 911 or the PSAP, they could, you know, share it with their PSAP manager and see like, hey, this is the work I've been doing for you over the last week or month or whatever, and you know, this is the improvement. Obviously, they could share it with, you know, county commissioners and things like that as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is a public dashboard. I can send you the link or make that link available to you.
It's also on our programs dashboard.
Oh, is it? Oh,
And it's in your meeting materials in the memo for this agenda.
yeah, I was looking, I clicked on it. Maybe that's the one I clicked on and said page not available. Page not found. Yeah, next turn.
Yeah. I think it's because I accidentally included a period at the end of that URL.
Oh, that's right. If it's in the program, yeah, we can do it.
Okay. So just a high level, some of the accomplishments thus far. I think we kind of got the funding starting July, August timeframe of 2021. So just under 2 years. Again, we went through an RFP and procured that one spatial set of tools through contracts, implemented it, provided the online training, and are doing all the outreach and support for that now. Bob has spent over 900 hours doing outreach and support. A lot of that's been virtual, you know, working one-on-one with various counties, and working with them to use the tool or help them figure out how to improve different data errors and things like that.
Michael, is there an expenditure for the county to do this?
So, well, each county gets 75% of that dollar fee. So, well, I guess I shouldn't say that, it's a little more complicated. 75% of that dollar fee goes back out to the PSAPs. There's a formula that the state 911 office uses to disperse that fee to various PSAPs. So they get some funding to do that. Anyone in 911 will tell you that they don't have really enough money to do everything they need to do. So the bigger counties have GIS departments, you know, and have, you know, full-time GIS analysts working on developing this and other data for, you know, county business needs.
Do they have another choice besides this one? I'm just surprised not seeing more of the state counties. I would think many of the big counties would jump on this as dynamite.
I think your first question, I may be mistaken, but the one spatial GIS data validation tool, they do not have to pay
That's
to
kind of
use
what I
that.
thought.
We contract for that and make that available to them without charge. And also the support we provide.
Yeah.
Through Bob, there's no cost for that.
I was thinking maybe one of the reasons the counties weren't jumping on more was because it was expensive, but it's not.
No.
No.
I mean, it's, again, we're taking that little chunk of money and providing them a service. you
Yeah,
know,
and it's such a
county,
needed
statewide.
service. And one of the key, I mean, I think the foundation in our country of government is safety. Safety and protection is like everybody's number one thing. And so this is so important. I'm trying to figure out why they're not. Go ahead.
Is it
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it possible because they don't have a GIS specialist in their hired on their? So is it the county? Is it the police department? Is it the dispatcher? Is it who is responsible in each of these counties?
It widely varies. So again, there's.
Widely varies.
above.
All the
Yeah,
above.
all the
Okay,
above.
okay.
Um,
Got it.
We kind of generally call, I think about 7 counties, the big counties have GIS departments that have that full-time GIS support. There's a number of counties that'll have a person doing GIS. They might not be, professionally trained or have, education in GIS, but they've kind of picked it up. And then they often wear multiple hats. They might be the disaster emergency services person, the weed person, a planner. Yeah, it's all. It's all and then a whole host of counties contract to like a private sector GIS.
And so there are other options to get them updated. They're not all using the old go through your phone. That's just really kind of scary, isn't it?
I mean, they're all working in the kind of the current system. And again, I mentioned they all have GIS data because they use it for their 911 dispatchers currently use it as their maps. Not all of it meets the needs, the standards, the accuracy requirements for next gen. So they all need to work on their data to improve it, to get it up there. And there's a number of different ways to do so, whether it's they have someone in the county working on it, or whether they're contracting. There's a few counties that like just, it seems like they've lapsed and didn't have anyone really working on the data. And couple like Powder River was one of those examples. They had lost the person who was doing it locally. There was a lapse. They reached out to us. Bob started working with, I think, the clerk and recorder, and was working with them. It kind of became something bigger than they could do, but they also had some grant funding from state 911 office do some work. So they hired a contractor. And he went in and obviously Powder River was one of the darkest ones.
Oh, that was who it was. That was
made a big improvement really quickly. So I don't know if that.
Yeah, I'm picturing that this big portion of the state are sort of in the 18th century here, and you're trying to get them over here to the point.
Yeah, I mean we're working with them.
Yeah.
As we can outreach to them, or as they reach out to us. It's been sort of a squeaky wheel gets the grease kind of situation right now. So the folks that have been really interested right out of the gate and gotten our time.
It's the goal to get everybody on this.
The goal is, yeah, everyone, because this is going to be the mechanism for the GIS data getting into the next generation 911 system when all those other pieces are in place that the Department of Justice is standing on. So they're all going to get in here. I'm just having, jumped in for one reason or another, but I'm confident we'll get there. So
is there a deadline that they must be?
Well, and that's where one of the most common questions, like, well, when's this coming? And until a about a month
Well,
ago,
way before.
we couldn't
Tell them.
we couldn't say. We were like, well, we don't know, but now we can at least say, well, DOJ gave sort of a very high level tentative 5-year timeline or 5-year plan for this. There's certain folks that want to see that accelerated by quite a bit, but at least now we kind of have something to start pointing at. So things will happen pretty quickly, I think. So what I just wanted to finish up on this last bullet. One of the things I'm most excited about is the support that Bob has been able to provide to some of these PSAPs and these counties, in particular, some of the ones that don't have those GIS departments that are most in need of that support and guidance and advice. He took 2 local government folks that did not have GIS training or experience and got them both up to speed and maintaining and improving their data on their own through just some in-person visits and a lot of online help. And those 2 were Teton and Broadwater counties. So I think that just kind of points at, I think, the success of what we're doing and the value that we're providing some of these counties that otherwise they would have had to go out as a contractor or something like that for someone to do a lot of that work. That's that. Next slide, please. So I mentioned some of the kind of added benefits to the Montana spatial data infrastructure. Again, as more counties get into this system and are feeding their address data and improving it, that gives us more timely updates and better quality address data. We have a partnership with Montana Secretary of State right now to help the state and local governments. They just back in January rolled out and implemented a new elections management system. So that's how all the counties in the state handle all the voter registration, elections management stuff. There's been a push nationwide to integrate GIS into that because in a lot of ways it's a very similar concept as 911. You've got a voter, they're located at an address, and you want to make sure that they get the right ballot associated with that address. So they have a whole host of elections related boundaries that basically amount to, it can split all down to whatever you see on your ballot. And by taking that address and intersecting it with that boundary that represents that sort of unique ballot of all those different people that they're going to vote on, incorporating GIS into that increases the efficiency and accuracy of making sure they're getting that correct ballot and not inadvertently being assigned to a wrong precinct and voting on things of that. So we're helping provide the address data for that system. So it's the local governments creating and managing that data, that address data, and then us helping them leverage it into the election system as well. The state a couple of years ago, when they were standing up the state broadband availability map, they came out of a lot of the 2021 legislature funding. They also incorporated our address data into that. So it kind of feeds in and is helping the state determine where broadband access needs to be expanded, which is a very good thing. We also take that address data and have a geocoding service. That's basically just a process of when you type in an address in Google and it pops up the little red pointer dot thing. That's basically geocoding your address. Google's gotten better, but you may recall a time when you type in your address and it puts you, halfway down your block or in the wrong spot or something like that. That's because Google didn't have, the best or most authoritative addressing. Our state geocoding service is providing that. And Montana participates in a project that's both sort of co-hosted by the U.S. Census Bureau and the U.S. Department of Transportation called the National Address Database. The idea was to take all of these state addressing initiatives and roll all that data up. So the state takes the county data, rolls it up to a state data set, get all the state data sets rolled up to federal data sets, and then make that data more broadly available. So Google and all these other companies that do GPS, navigation and things like that, that you can subscribe to, have better addressing data, so that when you type in an address, it's not taking you on a weird way through town or down a weird dirt road or something like that. That all kind of feeds into it. The geocoding service itself is our own geocoding service that we host and maintain. It's freely available, so I don't even have the best or a completely full picture or accurate idea of everyone's using it. But I do hear from a lot of state agencies, a couple of smaller telephone companies around the state use it to locate and validate addresses, things like that. So it's an incredibly useful and valuable resource for a lot of folks in the state. And I think that was it.
No pictures?
Sorry. I guess I tend to be a very textbook guy. Despite being a GIS person who likes maps.
I would like to give just a little bit of context. I've heard certainly in side discussions, maybe we've talked about it here. You're not crazy if you say, why is 911 work being done in the library? I think that's a very reasonable question for people to have. And even if you no longer have that from some of the stuff we've talked about, I know you have to explain this to other people. And so I just want to make an important point here that Jamie or Aaron or Michael or I, we were just laying around one day and said, gosh, we really need to do GIS stuff. We weren't trying to interject ourselves into that, but Michael, second job with the state was working on framework data, our spatial data infrastructure teams, doing, at the time, it was critical infrastructure, which later became the structures and address theme as part of the Montana spatial data infrastructure. So we have been doing this work, you were in that role at least since 2007?
Yeah.
And was there someone doing that before?
Briefly, Aaron.
Okay. So we've been involved with working with local governments to collect addresses. Also, even though the work has not been as we haven't been able to do as much work on streets and street center lines, which are also a key piece of this. Recently, the state library at the time that this started, we started to see this big push for Next Gen 911, maintained a statewide address database, structures database, and roads database or transportation database. And there's two pieces. One, we had the statewide data set that existed. And also through Michael's work and his role, we had the relationships with these local government entities that created the address. Addresses are inherently local government responsibilities, so they are responsible for creating those. Other people can put together data sets, make assumptions, ideas, but unless they're working with those people in the local capacity that are actually responsible for it, we don't know that is the best data. And so Michael spent many years building relationships with those people. And then finally, just the more broad GIS coordination role, Aaron's activities and Michael's with groups like NSGIC, the National States Geographic Information Council. We were constantly hearing about other states working on this capacity and supporting the adoption of Next Gen 911. So those are kind of that was the environment we were in when this came up as a need. And I don't actually know who reached out to who at the time, but it became very clear very quickly that the groups pushing for the state to move towards Next Gen 911 saw the state library as the natural place for the GIS data support aspect of that. So just so you know, that's how we're here.
I think Erin Batchelor has a comment. She like to make. Aaron, are you there? Can't hear you if you're talking.
All right, I'll try this again. Can you hear me now? Oh, I need a new headset. I've been bouncing back between Zoom and Teams and nothing works. Thanks everyone. This is an awesome discussion. I'm sorry I can't be there, but I just wanted to, I guess, tap into a little about what Evan was starting to talk about with the National States Geographic Information Council. We are members of the council, and we have a membership in which all of you as commissioners can have access to that membership. And there are videos, topics such as like 101, like cadastral 101. I think Michael's done a few that are 101s. And so kind of like similar to that college course. And I would like, Genevieve and I can help get you signed up as membership. And there's a lot of great information for you to have access to continue learning, and then just see some of the work that we all do to advocate for geospatial information and technology across the states. So I just wanted to throw that out there for you all.
Thanks, Erin.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Elsie's water.
Thanks, Steve.
You're gonna get it?
No.
Thank you,
Okay.
Michael. That was
Thank you, Michael.
We are on to our business items that are action items. The first one is the continuing education study recommendations. And following the Roberts rules, the training, which how many of us have, I know Robin has been into it. Have either of you gone into the portal yet?
Very thorough.
It's a bit of a flip. I'm used to school board meetings and motions and such, but they recommend or suggest that you start with a motion, and then you get your first and second, and then you have your discussion based on that motion. And so it focuses your conversation. So this first one, I mean, we have some sample, if anyone wants a sample or an idea, we have some samples that if you'd like to see what a basic motion would be for any of these, but these are the recommendations from the task force that worked on. And who was on this one?
Robin.
Robin was. So do you want to make a motion and then we'll have discussion?
Sure, I will. Yes. I would like to make a motion that the continuing ed study recommendations are accepted and passed.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, has been approved, motioned and seconded that we approve and accept the continuing education study recommendations. Is there any discussion? Carmen.
What happens if people don't do it?
Don't do their continuing.
If there's a requirement for them to get certified, what if they don't do it? What happens then?
So the requirements for a library director are one of the public library standards. So a library would not meet the public library standards if their director did not meet the certification.
Which the consequence always for not meeting one of those standards is the funding goes away.
The funding could go away in that circumstance, yes. For trustees and other staff, the certification is voluntary, as we described.
So only the director is.
Is that correct?
Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under library staff track, the bullet point says adopt modified requirements for the voluntary staff track. That confuses me. It sounds like that's a requirement. Those are requirements.
Receive the certification. You don't have to.
Which item are you under, Tom? I think I'm on the right page.
Under library administration or library staff. Adopt. Voluntary.
Go back to the agenda.
And Clay Bartow is also online. She's the staff person that led the continuing education study. Is just the phrasing's not clear. So the modified requirements are what are listed below. The staff track is voluntary.
I think this was what Tom was referring to earlier when he said he didn't agree with requiring volunteers to do. Is this what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Yes, and it very much sounds like you're requiring volunteers to get training.
Because voluntary staff.
Oh, so maybe we just need a different.
And what you meant was
recommendations.
We meant the staff
Instead of
track is
requirements.
voluntary.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, okay, I'm very, yes.
Yeah.
Like when the doctor said, take 2 pills 2 times a day. And I took 4.
Oh, yeah, yeah, just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it just meant that library staff are not required to be certified, and it's clarifying because library directors currently are required to be certified. But that is what that means.
But we're talking about requirements to be certified, and then we're talking requirements for certification. Well, how about just recommendations? Or especially on the voluntary track, adopt modified recommendations for the voluntary staff track. We're putting the required in 2 different places in this document. The requirement to get certified, and then we want to make these things part of the track. So we recommend these modifications to the track.
So I think what the task force was just basically saying is that for the library staff track of the state library certification program, they are recommending these changes in order to earn your certification. Does that help? I know you're talking about the wording of the memo. What I think in hearing you, what we need to do is if you as a commission choose to accept these changes, when we advertise it and promote it to the library community, we need to be clear that the library staff track is voluntary, but if library staff wish to achieve certification, these are the new requirements they must meet. Is that?
Yeah, I think the wording is around the word voluntary. Yeah.
Perhaps if we just adjusted that bullet point to say, to achieve certification, voluntary staff track would fulfill these requirements.
If you choose to receive certification, this is the track. Take the voluntary right out of there because it's confusing people, that word.
Yeah, I would suggest making it 2 different sentences. And just saying that the library staff track is optional. I like that wording from Rebecca, and that if you wish to achieve certification in the library staff track, then these are your requirements.
Madam Chair, I propose a motion to that effect.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Do we need to? Would we need to add that as an amendment to our main motion to pass it?
Yeah, because we accepted it as written.
That's true.
So we would need to amend the main motion to say, so you want us to adopt the continuing education study recommendations with the following changes.
Yes.
So with the following changes to the library staff track.
Yeah, just take the word voluntary staff track out so people don't misread that.
Let's have those 2 sentences from Tracy.
And then the library staff track is optional.
I'll fix my spelling. Can't see it on this pen.
Staff wishing to become certified need to meet the following requirements.
That might have been what was confusing when you asked that, Robin, is that it says adopt modified requirements for the voluntary staff track. That's not referring to volunteers.
Need to follow those last 2 words.
See, I think that's what was throwing coming off.
Requirements
Need to meet the following.
Meet the following.
Can I,
Because we both.
change
read
that
it.
second, that's last sentence. To achieve voluntary certification, these courses are necessary. And we get required out of there because it's the word required that causes the confusion. Yeah, we're saying it's optional and this is required, so I think that's where the confusion comes from. It's just the confusion
So
about the
staff
word.
voluntarily wishing to become certified, is that?
Or
No.
these courses are
Be
necessary
voluntary.
to achieve voluntary certification.
Okay.
Then you get that word required out of there, that causes people to think I have to.
Gotcha.
These courses are necessary.
I
To
still think the
achieve the
conflict is
voluntary.
around the word voluntary.
to-
Yeah.
That it sounds like you're saying if you're a volunteer, you have to be. That's the conflict that Robin was saying. They were.
I know.
I never
Yeah,
heard
that
that.
they
There
were,
was different
yeah,
ones.
said, are you required to take
Mhm.
training if you're a volunteer? And
Oh,
no, you're
Mhm.
not.
do you think that would maybe be part of the problem, voluntary? So,
These courses are
There-
necessary.
could you say?
Maybe Peggy could read
This
the
is
current.
Okay, here's what we're suggesting. We haven't seconded it or anything. That this would be the amendment to change it to the commission adopt the continuing education study recommendations with the following changes to the library staff track. It will say the library staff track is optional. Staff wishing to become certified need to meet the following or need to
become
Come about
certified, the following classes are necessary. Just get the word require out.
To be
That's my-
certified. There you
to
go.
become certified staff.
On track, it's necessary.
The following classes are
Classes.
needed,
Following-
are needed or necessary.
I think credit. Credits.
Credits?
Credit. On credits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Necessary or needed, whatever is better.
On credits are necessary.
Certified. Necessary works for me. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just, the classes was tripping me up because it's more. the
Credit is better.
Credits.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have
So Tom has the amendment.
I second.
Second.
As we staff wishing to become certified.
the fall.
Yes.
Library staff to become certified. The following credits, and then those credits are listed below.
Listed below where necessary.
Or listed on their
They're already,
information.
we're just changing
Listed
the
below
intro.
are necessary. Is that what you?
Do you want to just leave it?
Or just are
I
necessary?
wouldn't write it by committee.
No,
Okay.
Following
Leave
credits,
it.
that's good.
okay. So it's been moved and seconded to amend the motion to say, I move the commission adopt the continuing education study recommendations with the following change to the library staff track. It will now read, the library staff track is optional. To become certified, the following credits are necessary. All right, any more discussion? Yes.
Do we have a similar thing for the trustee track? Is that the
This
same?
is.
Is it on here? I'm not seeing.
Well, that they are volunteers. Trustees are the volunteer staff.
Changes, the task force did not recommend changes to the current library trustee track.
Okay.
Oh,
Yep.
this is the library.
It's
track.
voluntary.
Okay.
Yes.
This is just.
And it is.
Staff.
And still isn't being answered.
Still option.
Okay. Okay. Are we
Sorry.
ready for a vote? All right. So it has been moved and amended that we are voting on. I move the commission adopt the continuing education study recommendations with the following changes to the library staff track. The library staff track is optional. To become certified, the following credits are necessary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion passes. Now you say we need to go back and re-vote because it now becomes the main motion.
Right,
That
so
is
now
now
it's-
the main motion. So we again vote on the same motion.
Yep.
Do I need to say it again?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So we put that down just a second. Okay. The first, okay, so we are now voting on the main motion that now says, I move the commission adopt the continuing education study recommendations with the following changes to the library staff track. The library staff track is optional. To become certified, the following credits are necessary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say same. Motion passes. Okay. Yes.
I have an unrelated recommendation to the task force. Could you remove the knowledge checks on anything that's voluntary, any classes that are not required for the director, because they are, at least the ones I've taken, not useful. Like in the greater state of knowledge, you get a timeline with lots of dates, and then it asks you a few questions of which date goes with which activity. And I just find that high school history quiz. And really what I'm trying to get as a volunteer from the class is a big picture and the feel for it. Whether I can pinpoint the exact date seems to me a waste of my time. I'd rather take another class.
I want to talk to Colleen about whether or not Moodle will allow us to do that. Because those courses would be required for a director to meet certification, but
yeah, like they require
part of it is the adult learning, but let me chat with Colleen and see what's possible.
Just
That's
on the
good
ones
feedback.
that's possible.
Yeah, it's good feedback.
Yeah, we're volunteering anyway, so trust us that we go through the whole class and try to absorb the information without these kind of simple quizzes in it.
Okay, I'll chat with Colleen.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Carmen, are there requirements for directors and required? I mean, they can volunteer to take classes, but there are no required
For trustees?
Trustees, directors, they all have different
Yeah,
governorship.
directors.
But it's the same classes that count as credits for your
Right,
voluntary
but
chaperone.
they're not required to take them at all,
Trustees are not.
directors. But do we
Yes,
have,
directors are.
do we have specific training for directors that's different than staff?
So to answer your question, Sandy, like, it is voluntary. I mean, the
Yeah.
director doesn't have to take that specific class. If they wish to take it to get credit,
Right.
Then it's, like I said, I'll just chat with Colleen. She was trying to implement adult learning principles, which is like your ability to recall information that you learn, plus to make, I think, Moodle a little more interactive, so it's not so reading text. But I'll chat with her about that. But to answer your question, Tammy, yeah, there are classes we design for directors and classes we design for board members. I think our approach historically has always been anyone from that group is welcome. You know, if I teach a local government session, Carmen as a public library board member is just as welcome as you are as a commissioner, as a library director is. So I think it varies. But certainly we try to tailor the classes for our audience, just like we did with your leadership classes.
Directors have to get so many credits.
Yes.
But the trustees and other staff, it's voluntary, optional.
All directors or just some directors?
All directors.
All
Have
public
to.
library directors.
All public library directors.
And that's a head librarian, but someplace it's the elected director. They're not all called trustees. Right, so that was one of the things that we found with the difference in the federation governance. Some are appointed by city, some are appointed by county, some are called this, some are called that. They're very, very different. And so I'm trying to get at, if you're elected or appointed by a county commission or city commission to oversee a library, do you have training on how to do that? Not the librarian, not the director of the library, but, and we are calling them trustees for our sake, but they're not always trustees, which is one thing I learned with this federation study. It's very diverse.
They all have access to training. And then I, of course, modify it because I know who's an elected board member versus who's appointed.
You let them know. Okay.
And we only have 4 public libraries in the state of Montana that have elected board members. And so I know who they are. because it's Rohan, Wilson, Clancy, and shit, I'm like Stevensville. Thank you. Yes. But actually, a lot of it applies to all types of board members, no matter who you are, whether you're elected or appointed.
Okay. So are elected board members called something else, not trustees?
Sometimes the law refers to them as board members. I think I have seen the terminology board of directors, but that's used very rarely.
Some of them were calling them directors, and that to me meant the director of a library. So I was very confused sometimes with the jargon. See, I mean, that's why I'm trying to, we don't get to have one term. It's very confusing. But the point is that I know, Carmen, you said some of the training was incredibly helpful to you. And so I'm wanting to make sure we give that very helpful training to whether they're called, whatever, they're the people overseeing the library.
It's accessible to anyone, to us, to trustees, to directors, all directors.
Yeah.
Just have to maneuver the site.
Because whether you call them a director, a head librarian, or whatever you want to call them, they are answerable for that. And so they work for them. So they should, the people who are doing that need to make clear what the expectancies are and all that. You know, it seems like sometimes there's a confusion about when I was on this federation thing, that we work for them, but we are not involved with them, so we don't know what they want. Right? A lot of them are saying, we don't even see these guys, the trustees. They don't even come to our stuff. We don't.
I think they were talking not about their individual libraries, but about the federation as a whole. And so they definitely interact with their own individual library first, but they don't always see those individual library board meetings at federation meetings, which are a little different. It is.
Here's where the grace comes in. I did not ask for public comment for that continuing education study. Did we have any on continuing? Okay. So remind me when we get to the next one. So we are ready to move on to the Federation study recommendations. And that was the task force that Tammy was on, correct? And that memo,
Tracy did a phenomenal job in training and trying to get discussion and trying to, because the variety of roles is so difficult to navigate.
so do we want to start with a motion about this task force? And this one does have a budget component and the administrative rules process to update that we might want to include. You can form your own. That's just a suggestion.
Jenny, if you could help me, if I may ask a question, even on the big thing on the Federation is the money comes from the coal board. And the coal severance, and it is decreasing, and they're seeing a loss of that funding. And so the request about getting an additional 4,000 to each federation, is that what our recommendation was? It would not be coming from the coal trust money. It would be coming.
It would be coming from the coal severance tax funds, and that's what's reflected in your FY24 operating budget. And while there is overall, you know, if you look at the trend of coal severance tax funding, it is volatile. Our appropriation of funds from this legislature was stable. So we have the funding within our budget to meet this recommendation if the commission chooses to adopt this recommendation.
Because I was puzzled about that, even on they said something about the coal, we wouldn't be getting, we'll have to ask for additional money from Jenny. And so I was not clear if that's still coal trust money. You're saying it still is.
It is, yeah.
And can it only be used for this?
No.
Okay.
Yes, Karen.
I guess my question is, the federations were created back in the times before the internet, and the goal was to increase efficiency and to allow more than one county, or to just group together to at least have a library, even for a large area. We just managed to get one in by pooling money. We're way beyond that. Does the, to me, very valuable purpose that the federation serve of networking, allowing trustees to network, can we roll that into the continuing ed picture or somewhere else and abolish the foundations? Or do they still serve their original purpose of creating efficiency within our public library system?
I think that was what the study was intended to focus on. So we should probably have a motion. And
then we can discuss.
And then we can discuss, and Tracy can provide some feedback from the study.
Before we make a motion, do we have a right to abolish the federation system?
The commission could recommend that we carry forward legislation in the next legislative session to abolish the federations.
Does anybody have?
By law. Yes, that's what I thought. So we really. Okay, so I need more input from other boards.
If they serve their purpose, great. If they're no longer, times move on. I don't know.
Federations would rather stay together. I mean, wouldn't they? Yes, yeah. The federation would rather stay together. Right, I know. So we do kind of need to make a motion to discuss.
Yes, and then we can bring up all those questions.
You want me to make that motion?
If you'd like to.
I move the commission adopt federation study recommendations to budget an additional $4,000 for each federation to be used for cooperative projects, and to authorize and to what?
Authorize staff.
Okay, authorize staff to begin an administrative rules process to update the Federation Administrative Rules of Montana.
Is there a second? So remind me, Tom, what we do if we don't have a second.
The motion dies.
Motion dies.
Tammy to come back, or?
Well, we can, yeah. Wait, so if we need to. If the motion dies, we can still have the conversation about the task force.
Discuss.
Right.
Yeah, the motion is just to discuss the situation, the recommendations.
The motion is to adopt.
It needs to
Yeah.
be seconded.
But the second is just to
vote on
discuss
it.
the open discussions.
Yeah, we have to vote on it to have it.
Once we second it, we have to vote on it. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
but you can vote it
After
down.
discussion.
You can vote it down.
You can say no.
Open discussion.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't clear.
Yeah. Well, since Tammy's taken, should we take a 5-minute break? Because somebody else might need one too. All right, we'll be back at 5 minutes. Oh, geez, I got brothers calling.
There's so much motion. Nice. We just need to make another to have a basis for a discussion.
I know that there's a course over there. There's a water spigot upstairs, you know, water cooler. I don't have any more bottled water. Sorry.
But we have a task force that has recommendations. We probably should discuss it.
That's okay.
Okay. Before the break, we had a motion for the commission to adopt the Federation study recommendations to include a budget, an additional $4,000 for each federation to be used for cooperative projects, and to also authorize staff to begin an administrative rules process to update the Federation Administrative Rules of Montana. We need a second.
If it's seconded, can this process be amended or changed?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is just for us to get to the
I will
discussion.
second it for discussion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Now we can discuss. I would like to, can you just briefly explain the study and what the task force did?
Yeah.
Because they did a lot of work.
Yes. So basically we were charged with looking at federations. This happens usually every 10 to 15 years. And so a task force made up of 6 federation coordinators, a public library board member, and some library directors from different regions of Montana all came together. And we actually started with input from the federations themselves. So the state library staff went to each federation meeting, so all 6 of them, and asked them, like, what do you value? What would you change? What recommendations? What would you like this task force to consider? And so I took all of that information and tried to synthesize it for the task force. And then the task force reviewed that and worked through a series of questions about, like, what's the value of federations? Where should the money be spent? What needs to change? And as the Federation Task Force worked through all of those questions, they came down to the recommendations that are linked, I think, in this memo. And basically what they talked about was the federations were very important to the library's board members. So to kind of specifically address, you know, one of the fears people expressed to me was they were worried the commission was doing this to do away with federations. And they didn't want that to happen because they see value in regional networks for the librarians and board members to come together, because sometimes problems happen at a local regional level and it allows them to connect with one another. And it has an ongoing structure that's very kind of reliable and forces or I guess just encourages people to come together at least once a year. And so the task force took that into consideration and felt like federations actually are still important. They do still add value. As Commissioner Hall mentioned, the libraries need the funding for their different services. The libraries also believe that this coming together allows them to create, you know, new ideas and try new programs. Like they'll share the same summer reading program person, or board members will connect and work through an interlocal agreement together. And they felt like that's invaluable, that face-to-face time. And so the task force did not have a recommendation to get rid of federations. They did have a recommendation to update the administrative rules, and that draft is in your packet for you to see some of the suggestions they had. They wanted to remove the archaic language. They wanted to take out, there was an additional layer in federations from their former format, which was, they were actually like headquarters libraries, and that's no longer the case. So they wanted to get rid of that idea of a board of directors. Instead, it's very democratic, one library, one vote kind of thing. And the board members are the voting members. They wanted to really try and bring board members back together and working together. They felt that that was a real value of federations as well as the libraries. They also felt like with an additional $4,000, they could do more cooperative projects. So the ideas that they had were like book club kids, or for those federations who are kind of small and don't get as much funding as like the federations that have bigger populations. They wanted to have change their meeting format so that they like start their meeting at noon one day, like Tamarack, and end it at noon the next day, and have more continuing education and time together to work through different questions. So that was the recommendation of the task force. And then they also had a recommendation to create an easier reporting process. And I'm working with Rebecca to try and make that happen, to make that as easy as possible. We talked about like the idea of like no reporting, none of that, but no one was comfortable with that because they want to be accountable for the funds that they receive, and they want the legislature and you to know how they're using their funds. So I hope that's helpful. Just an understanding.
So how is this funding different from the per capita funding from the state?
Yeah, that's a great question. So state aid per capita is a statutory appropriation. And then this funding, as Commissioner Hall mentioned, and Jimmy, is coal severance tax funds. And so the federations actually may not realize how much power they have. You as a commission set the total dollar amount the federations are going to use. The formula for what each federation receives is determined in the administrative rules of Montana. And then each federation works together at their spring meeting to determine the breakout of how those funds are going to be used. And they do that following the intent of the law and administrative rules of Montana, which kind of spells out how the funds can be used. And then it does come back to you as a commission. It's your next agenda item, I believe, where you review those plans of service. So you're a check and balance. And so you have the opportunity to say, yes, you're using them with the intent of the administrative rules of Montana, or no, you're not. That's how they are.
So the funds that are distributed through the federations, are they supposed to serve a different function than the funds that are simply distributed per capita? And are the federation funds also, after the federations get them, distributed per capita for the service area, or are they different disbursement?
They are different. So state aid per capita can be used any way the library deems that they need. Federation funding specifically has always been seen as needing to be used primarily for things like resource sharing or anything that encourages the connection between libraries. So it can be used for technology, it can be used for programming, it's services directly for patrons. And I think it's a lot of it, having done some history of federations, is a reflection of those times when federations were to encourage the expansion of library services. And so that resource sharing, continuing education, programming, outreach, those have been the mandates of the federation.
And so that resource sharing is with the libraries that are in that one particular federation.
But you know,
or can you be flexible?
You can be flexible, yeah.
Because that was my main concern, that we put these libraries in these groups, and there might be a library 30 minutes away that's actually closer than the other partners in your federation, and you can't work with them because you're bound to the.
They asked about that.
Federation.
That was one of the questions, is can we work out? And there is one in particular that works in a different federation.
Absolutely, that's totally fine.
Okay, that was one of my concerns with those boundaries.
Gotcha.
Does it cover courier services also?
Yep.
That's like, yeah.
Yep.
So
That is how it's actually.
another sharing.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Philosophically, I do not know how to solve this, okay? I have no solution. This was started, as you say, back in a different time. But what it's evolved to is another funding source for the libraries. And some of them are using it for workshops and to get together and to try to reach it, to try to get trustees involved. It's all very whatever works in that. Some of them are so far apart, they can't really have a meeting, and some of them, you know, the hotel, the whole expense of it is not feasible. I would like them to continue getting this funding if that was the purpose, but I think the federation process itself to me struck me as just bureaucracy. Like, we're giving them the money to use it how they want. But as Tom says, it's the law, so it's just a bureaucratic level. But I think the local libraries depend on this money and they use it. If we were going to increase the 4,000, I'd be much more comfortable with that if it was directed to an outreach training program to get the trustees, whatever you call them, board members, involved and give them training and get them to the meetings. Most of these folks said they couldn't even get trustees to come to their meetings, and if they did, they were supposed, someone were supposed to run the meeting, right?
Yep.
The trustee or the director was supposed to run the meeting, but they would come to the meeting and just say, you do it. They couldn't get them to set the agenda or anything. So there's a real disconnect from what I could see. And they said this very honestly between the trustees, the board members, and their relationship. And so it was becoming really hard for some of the librarians in these little towns who are already swamped and working their little hearts out. And now they have to try to get trustees to come to this meeting and run the meeting and be involved. And I would like the 4,000 to go out to help them get the trustees and the directors involved.
So for some federations, you're saying it's a burden to have to be a trustee and go to a meeting?
No, to get the trustees in it. See, the trustees like you are really supposed to be taking a leadership role in this. You're supposed to be the leaders in this federation.
They're supposed to actually run the meetings and do. And they,
Tamara
many
works
of
pretty
them,
well.
they didn't get
They're
to
the
show
ones-
up,
And they're the trustees who votes.
but they don't even show up and they send their proxy, they send a lot of stuff.
Well, some.
Or just give the library.
Yes.
Like Pathfinder, all of their trustees show up. I don't know about Tamarack, do they?
We had
Oh,
4 of our trustees,
Right.
but we were the absolute exception. The other libraries in the Federation, Tamarack Federation had their director and 1 board member.
And that's
Board
what's
member.
required because the trustee votes.
So to
So-
me, the problem is not in any way the librarians. I think they are doing everything to reach this extra step.
Right.
But the trustees and we'll call them direct boards, let's call them so we
Board
keep
members.
it clear. The trustees and the board members do not seem to understand their role. So if we were gonna add 4,000 to each federation, I would want that to be specifically to educate and involve the trustees and board members to understand their role in the federation, because did you even know you had a role in the federation?
No, and I didn't know the federations existed
Yeah.
until the meeting came.
And that's what I
And
sort
then
of
the one involved board member that we have told us about it, and I was like, that is cool, yes, I know. But it's not part of the new board members orientation, and it should be.
Yes, that is one of the recommendations the task force had, was that I work on education for board members about federations and their role. I didn't include it in your memo because it doesn't, you're already paying for me. It doesn't have a financial.
But I don't want to burden Tracy either. But what I'm saying is if we're gonna add this 4,000 per federation, I would almost come for training help for Tracy to get. I just don't think we can keep adding to your workload and say, oh, by the way, go to these 6 federations, all the various directors and boards and give them an education. I would rather use this $4,000 per federation as a funding source to get the trustees and board members informed.
So I mean, I would suggest perhaps putting that in their trustee manual. And in their trustee orientation material, which I'm not sure if everyone gets. Every trustee gets, but if they could do that, I think the $4,000 could be instead of instructing trustees. To me, that's a waste because we could do it for free with a manual and orientation material. I mean, that should be.
And that's my conflict. Part of me says, this is local control, stay out of it.
Right.
But if we have the federation, this is part of their rules, is that if we're gonna have it, the trustees and the directors have to be involved in knowing it's there early in the board members. So.
Well, you know, when I came on, that was one of the first things I learned was that we had federations, that there were 7 and a lot of them followed like Lewis and Clark words or natural Montana words. That's what I discovered. So that I learned about it right away. And I'm surprised that the trustees don't, and possibly that is something that we could work on. And I know it's a burden. I don't know if it'd be a burden for Tracy, if it could
It's
be
one more thing on her plate.
I know, but don't you already do a lot of that anyway? I mean, this federation study was.
I do a lot of it. I don't. It is exhausting to go to all 6 federations.
Oh yeah, I could. Oh yeah, yes.
But I was taking it as me creating like a 1-page document that really summarizes what federations do, why you might want to be involved, and what benefit your community gets out of it, because I think that's very important. And I think it can be included in online trainings, and definitely Pam, Suzanne, and I, when we do individual board trainings, we talk about it. I think that the issue is those board members in their local communities knowing about it and knowing why it might be valuable. I would also say, I think and this is something the coordinators, Pam and I, want to work through, is we want to make it valuable and a good use of board members' time to come to federations, meetings, right, and trainings.
Which is what Carmen went back to make that time valuable.
Right.
Okay, Tom, go ahead.
I oppose the $4,000 addition. And I'd want to start over with federations and do what's valuable. There's a lot of tooth pulling going on here, trying to encourage involvement. That's hard to elicit. One thing that the federations do is they assist the divvying out of money to individual libraries. And that can be done in another way. Doesn't have to be done at the federation. It can be done data operator in this building. That's non-technical. It doesn't require a meeting. There might be some value in trying to train trustees. There's of course value in face-to-face meetings and sharing problems. I don't know that it's worth the money we're spending on it. The people who find that valuable might find a meeting at the Montana Library Association convention and piggyback their travel expenses instead of going to a separate meeting for that collaboration sharing function. So I'm going to vote for at least the reduction of the 4,000, the dismissal of that 4,000. But my preference is to restructure the federation idea entirely by statute in the next legislature.
How would we do that?
Draft a bill.
Oh,
or someone drafts a bill.
I think if people are wedded to the federation, the name and the group of libraries that is in their federation, we can maintain that and encourage a meeting twice a year with continuing education. To me, that's the core value of having these federations. The $4,000, I mean, I'm looking at the federation that we're in, Tamarack Federation, total money funneled through the federation is $53,000. So how did we come up with a $4,000 increase? Where did that figure come from?
Yeah, that's a great question. So originally what the task force told me to do was to figure out how much each federation would need to receive to be able to offer that annual retreat / workshop that Tamarack does. And so I figured that out, and it's roughly around $5,000 for each federation. But as we were talking, I said, Broad Valleys and Tamarack already do this. And so they thought about it, they talked about it, they wanted every federation to get some funding. And so their compromise was the $4,000 per federation with the hopes that it would be used for cooperative projects, because they feel like a retreat is cooperation. And if I may, I would like to weigh in, Commissioner Burnett, on the Montana Library Association conference. I actually asked that question when I was presenting these recommendations to the federations. And what many of them said was that MLA is, number one, too big, and for board members doesn't have enough continuing education specifically for them. So they prefer the regional setting. Doesn't mean we can't relook at federations. I just wanted to share that with them.
Yes.
Madam Chair and Tracy, how many board members attended a federation meeting last year?
You know, it varied because it depended. I would say Pathfinder and Tamarack had almost 100% representation of their libraries. So it's generally one board member per library, and their number of libraries is different for each federation.
Ballpark 7, 10.
Well, so for Tamarack, it's more like 13, I think. And then for Pathfinder, it would be about 15. And for Broad Valleys, it would be about 20. And then South Central, I think, would also be about 20. South Central did not have good attendance, nor Sagebrush. So those two federations, you don't see the board member participation that you see in the others.
Yes.
So if we take those numbers, 13, 15, part of the 20, and a few others from around the state. That's 28, 48. We have 148 libraries,
82.
82 libraries with several members per library on the board.
Yep.
So 250, 300 board members. And we had a showing of 28, 48. So that's marginal success. Might be a better way.
How would we go about?
I think you would need another task force, wouldn't you?
I would want to go through a very public comment process.
Yeah.
Feedback from the librarians.
Robin.
I would like to comment on South Central. It covers Harlowton Public Library, Joliet Public Library, Laurel, Lewistown, Red Lodge. I mean, these counties or these towns, these libraries are a huge distance apart. Stillwater County, Rosebud County, Petroleum County School. I mean, Denton from Red Lodge, that's miles.
That federation, a
It's
couple people
huge.
have actually suggested it should be smaller.
Split.
Which the
So I
commission
can
sets
see,
the boundary.
and if, I mean, I'm making excuses, if trustees are busy, I mean, showing up for something like that and they're, and I understand.
I guess this goes back to, again, when this was established, the cities were totally different, the breakout.
Yes.
The big towns were different, the map itself is probably antiquated. And they even talked about that some of these districts can't afford to put on a conference for a hotel within where they'd have to go meet.
Right.
And other ones don't even have a place where they'd have to go meet. I mean, it's just a very antiquated in the way it's drawn up. So I don't mind Tom's assumption we should redraw this whole thing and put a new bill in. And I don't mind pulling the 4,000 out right now if it's not aimed at something. But I don't know that we could just do that.
I was gonna say, it sounds like we need to vote on what's before us.
Right.
And then make recommendations on what's to come.
Do we make recommendations today or would that be later? How would that work? Because we have to make it.
I think if the commission's intent is to vote down these recommendations, then I would recommend voting them down and going back to the task force with more clear direction on what you would like to see the task force address.
Legislatively, are these the boundaries?
It's up to the commission to set the boundaries. So
Okay.
the commission.
But no, are each
has to be
each federation is that per legislative? No, it's okay.
Yeah, this
so we
commission
could have 10 federations. I mean, I'm just suggesting if that's what we want.
You could set the boundaries.
Yes.
From what Tracy said, I think we should try to improve what we think is not working with the federations, but I think we should do it in such a way that we don't unnecessarily get people angry about making top-down changes. Like I said, I'm not wedded to the federation boundary. Other people are. Maybe we should allow the federations themselves to say we want to split in two because we've grown or we want to whatever and reform themselves. And we give them direction as to here's funds you receive, here's what we want you as a federation to do with these funds, and that's it. And as a first step, allow the federations to say we want to stay the way we are, we want to change, we want to grow, we want to be smaller, we want to be divided. But the federation structure to me is very valuable because it focuses on trustees, and I think we need a focus on trustees. And I wouldn't like to have the trustee meeting or networking tied to the MLA conference, because that's already a lot of people that are leaving the library. Let's leave somebody at home and have the trustees leave at a different time. You know, I wouldn't want to marry that to the MLA conference. So.
Any other discussion here? Do we have public comments? We might on this. No, no
I'd like to
public.
amend the motion
Okay,
to remove the $4,000.
so you would like to, it's been moved to cross out the $4,000 additional funding.
I second that.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to amend the motion to take out the $4,000. Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment? Say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And I didn't vote. One nay. Okay, so the amendment passes. So we are going to new main motion will now just be to adopt the Federation study recommendations of authorizing staff to begin administrative rules process to update the Federation administrative rules. And are there further recommendations in there that are not listed?
Just create the educational page, work on making federations relevant to board members, and communicate and train federation board members on their rights and their authority. There's some things they just didn't realize they've always had the ability to do.
Tracy, I have a question. If the commission desires to change the legislative intent behind federations, would there be any urgency in updating those administrative rules? I would hate for staff to go through the burden of updating administrative rules if in less than 2 years we're going to be changing that legislation.
Yes, thank you for asking, because if you really want to redo federations, there's nothing in the current administrative rules that can't wait for that process.
Okay.
It's mostly a cleanup.
So
you can vote no.
But yeah,
Okay.
if you want to vote, yeah. Okay, so we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of this main motion that says we adopt the Federation study recommendations to authorize staff to begin an administrative rules process to update the Federation administrative rules of Montana. All those in favor say aye. All those against?
No.
No. Motion does not pass. Now, do we need a motion if we want to send that back to, I don't even know how to be a motion. We want the task force to have a new charge.
And I guess I would ask that we defer that discussion to another commission agenda so we can get more clarification on what that charge might be. Yeah, and invite public comment about that charge. So
streamline it, make their needs.
Yes,
Streamline it.
Can we still have further discussion, even just to make clear some intent, or is that not useful at this time? I don't want to abolish the foundations. I don't know what the federations, what is the intent of the federations as they are now by law? Does that require changing in order for us to make the federations relevant and well used again, or does it not require changing the law? I guess I'm not clear on that.
I think that's what, yeah.
Can we ask staff to look up that statute? It's not very long. Just read it to us.
I can pull it up, right? You put the link in the meeting materials.
I would be comfortable putting that on the agenda for August. I think we're pretty far behind.
Okay, I will say, I think that might be, we still have their plans. So.
In the back, well, that's the background.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, here we go. Is this it?
And I would encourage all if you have not watched the video that Tracy put together, Tracy did a video on the creation and what the purpose of the federations was. It was a really, really good video. And could you link that to everybody?
I can resend that. It might be in your meeting materials, but
Yeah, I think you gave it to us, but it would be, I would really encourage everybody, and it was like really educational for me.
And maybe include the statute.
Yeah.
And as a starting base for when we prepare for August. Okay. We are ready to move on to the Federation plans of service. Yeah.
So do these budgets reflect the $4,000 increase?
All that, what they did was they just said if the commission approves it. So if you don't approve it, which you're not going to obviously, then it would be the numbers that you see. The numbers that you see reflect what they were told, which is what they were given last year.
So if we vote no, they simply receive the same funding.
So what you'd want to do is you would want to accept the plans of service as presented without the additional 4,000, if that helps. Yeah, if you vote no, they don't get any funding.
Which,
and again,
by law, they have to have that.
It's not what I'm
No.
Right? So do you want to go through everyone? Have you had a chance to look through, or can we just do one motion to accept the Federation's plans of service? Robin.
I do have a question about Tamarack. Why is that? Why is the one, I'm sorry, I need to go through it. The one community. Oh, there it is. Okay, why does the North Lake County Public Library get the 9,726 paid one and everybody else gets 3,331.17?
You bet. The answer to that question is the North Lake County Public Library Director is the Federation coordinator and is responsible for arranging their annual retreats. So that money includes hotel costs, food, and any presenter fees for that annual retreat. Okay. It also pays for travel.
And that's the way it is. Everybody gets like all the county or all the federations where the money is more. That's because that county has the coordinator.
I also want to point out that some of these have the expanded work now of reaching out to the tribal colleges, right? Wasn't that part of the new legislation?
Yeah, they did talk about that.
Yeah, they did. They talked about they're not doing it presently, but they're going to have to do it now. So, right?
They want to.
They want to.
Yeah.
They wanted to, but now it's part of that. Wasn't that part of the legislature?
Well, it makes them eligible, maybe. That's part of the public library standards review and update process is determining exactly what state funding the libraries are going to receive if they meet the standards. What it is there are 7 tribal college libraries. Many of them provide public library services and have expressed an interest in connecting with their regional public libraries, and they want to reach out to them.
But they don't get the same amount then?
They don't get any funding currently,
okay,
except for the Golden Plains Library Federation has always had a tradition of giving funds to Fort Patrick.
James E. Shanley, okay. So they get standard amount.
Carmen?
How come in the South Central one, there's a library that gets 0? Dorothy asked the orange and can you do that?
So each federation has set bylaws, and I cannot remember the number, but a number of the federations require that to receive your funding, you do need to participate in the meetings. And usually it's not even both meetings, it's just you have to show up at least one meeting per calendar year. And that library has not been to a federation meeting in more than a year. And so they voted to follow their bylaws. And federations do offer Zoom as an option.
Do we know if that's just lack of communication and turnover of people or lack of willingness?
In this particular library, that library is had experienced a huge amount of staff turnover. So we've always tried to get a hold of them. They are open very minimal hours. So it's just very small.
Because if I was a trustee on that board and I wouldn't know that I'm losing $2,000 simply because I don't have the right information, I would be upset. But I don't know who to be upset with, but I would be upset. So that's sad.
Where is this
There's a
Dorothy
lot of
as?
challenges with that particular library. Yeah.
Okay.
And not for any lack of trying on our staff's part to educate them about.
Okay.
It could be possible. And they've got huge funding. Winfred has huge funding on their own, so possibly there's a gentleman that left them lots of money.
Yes, they do. Laurel is 8,000 for the same reason. They're doing the workshop.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, yes, Tom.
Have we seen the reports of them fulfilling their plans? Have they come to the commission?
They come every October.
Oh, so that's right. I haven't seen it.
Right, exactly. But
And they come themselves.
oftentimes the federation coordinators will come and
coordinators.
present those reports.
Honestly, a lot of these folks just take on an awful big burden for nothing. So, and not for nothing, but I mean, they are just volunteers and I'm pretty impressed with them.
We need a motion.
I think we have this motion.
But no one has made, that's a suggestion. You can change that.
I move that we accept the Federation's fiscal plans of service, understanding it does not include the new $4,000 per district.
Do you want to add that?
Or Federation?
It's not really an amendment.
Yeah,
because that was amended
yet. Sure.
She's just doing it.
Just
She's
for
adding
clarification.
it. Yeah. Understanding that this does not include the 4,000.
Addition $4,000.
Additional for Federation.
All right. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Discussion. So it's been moved and seconded that the commission accept the Federation fiscal 24 year plans of service that does not include that doesn't quite make sense and will not include the 4,000 additional per Federation.
Just make sure.
Any discussion? Yes.
If you interact with the federations, can you tell them this is an opportunity? This is because we're not sure what we want the federations to do and where it's coming to go.
Yeah, I'll follow up with the Federation volunteers. We're not sure how to do the Federation members. They don't meet until the fall, but I'll talk to the coordinators about how to best do that.
Robin, comment?
Yes, I just want you to know that I won't be voting on this, or I won't vote positively on this because it's including the 4,000.
Not including? Because it's not included. You wanted to include?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Is there any public comments? No. Okay. We are ready to vote. The commission it's been moved that we accept the fiscal year 24 plans of service that will not include, understanding that it will not include the additional 4,000 per Federation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
our secretary is keeping a record of the votes by name
Yeah, I do it in the,
in the minutes. Okay, thank you.
And I did not vote in that one again. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Clarification. You can vote.
I know.
Chair.
I know.
All right.
I just have chosen not to. Okay. We have an action item to accept the April 12th, 2023 meeting minutes.
I move that we accept the meeting minutes.
I second it.
Any discussion? All right. It has been moved and seconded that the commission adopt the April 12th, 2023 meeting minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I abstain.
Okay.
I don't know anything.
There we go. Motion passes. As a separate item, we are on to the fiscal year 2024 operating budget. And the Finance Committee has recommended the adoption of the budget as proposed. And it had some adjustments from the legislature. Do we want to have a motion and then our discussion?
I would clarify that I did ask for additional information, and it came from Evan that these some of the items I did not understand were his memberships that he pays for. Right, Jenny? You explained.
Oh,
it
you
to
mean
me.
on the
I
budget?
just think people need equal information. I had asked a question about the money for the outreach ops, and anyway, it all had to do with information management ops and info products. I did not understand what that was, and now I understand that's part of your memberships for whatever. I thought info products meant pens.
Go down.
Yes.
Since I wasn't around before, can I get a short budget background from a budget committee member? Who's on the budget?
We need to make a motion. Yeah,
I'm following that path, yes.
I move the commission adopt the fiscal year 2024 operating budget.
Is there a second? I will second it as chair so that we can have a discussion. And that's acceptable, right? And so it's been moved and seconded, and we let's have our discussion. And Tom's on the
Tom.
finance committee, so I would say go ahead. No.
Yeah, I abstained from supporting it in the subcommittee, wanting more time and more full commission input. Of course, we're getting to that now. In my former state responsibility, I was very committed to keeping budgets under control and limiting the growth of government. And so this budget, with your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to pass this around.
Yes.
So this is historical on the high level budget.
May staff have copies, please?
No.
Do we need that posted so the public can see?
I'll add it to the material, so long as I get it right.
Okay. You can share and there is enough. There's one extra. I have enough.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I need you for that.
So if we look at the bottom of column 2023, $8.5 million. The bottom grand total of 2024 is $10 million. We're seeing a 17% increase from one year to the next. And some of that's due to the fact that the legislature had a lot of money to work with. And so they found, let's see, general fund went up by $500,000 between the 2 years. State special is up 800,000. Federal is basically flat. Proprietary is fairly flat. But if we look at the top of the columns, Personal services goes up about 4%, which reflects largely the 4% that the House Bill 13 provided. Operating expenses is up 1.9 million. Grants is down 600,000. So as a bottom line to my input is, I would like the full commission to spend the next few weeks asking questions about the changes between the 2 years for value and validity and specificity. I'd like to point out some things about, well, I'll just read what I've prepared here. Some of these are long-term projects. Our salaries need to be brought in line with state averages. Of our 51 to 52 positions, 24 are above state average for that job code. And if you take the amount that each of them are above and total them, that comes to $322,000. We are particularly high in 11 of the 12 geographic information system positions. If you take those amounts, they come to $235,000, give or take 1,000. We should consider as a board policy to defer discretionary increases in positions that are above state average. And this has seemingly been being done in this budget. Not sure about the 25 column, but 23 to 24, it seems that position has been held to. As positions become vacant, we should fill them at the bottom of the salary range and not let them exceed state average or very much as the employee grows in the position. It is not necessary to pay 100% of market analysis, which is the midpoint of the range. And I've already covered this. The personal services budget for 2024 reflects a 3.81% increase. For 2025, a 6.8%. House Bill 13 prescribes 4% per year. And of course, statute requires longevity increases every 5 years.
What was the 6.8? That was what year?
That's from 24 to 25 in personal services, which may reflect a desire for another position or two. How much of the additional is due to longevity? How much to new positions? We can talk about that in coming weeks. I move no new positions for the next 2 years, except possibly, well, I'm not going to make a motion, but that's my suggestion or my discussion item, except for possibly positions that are funded with RTN subscription funds in the enterprise fund. And I would recommend that we, as a commission, approve any new hires and starting pay as a routine matter. That staff brings up, things that come before us. It should come before us, so that we can abide by some of these ideas that I've laid out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May I respond?
Yes.
I'm going to try to touch on these points and forgive me. I'm doing some quick math here. So speaking to the increase in funding overall, I respect that Commissioner Burnett feels strongly that we maintain funding levels. And as is outlined in the memo for the budget, those increases are legislatively mandated increases, many of them tied to the budget requests that this commission adopted at your April 22 meeting when we proposed our executive planning process budget. And at that time, the commission recommended that the state library seek, let's see, $27,500,000 in new monies through the legislative process. That was the motion of this commission, and that was the effort that the state library moved forward through the executive planning process. You can see that we were successful in getting funding for the real-time network, $400,000 for the hotspot program. The amount of budget increase reflected that was approved by the legislature is far below the $27 million ask that this commission directed. So I think the commission needs to have a strong discussion about whether or not in future executive planning processes we want to move forward with legislative requests or not. But a reminder that that was not the philosophy of this commission going into this legislative session. We were very successful in this legislative session, and that success is reflected in the budget that was approved by the legislature. With regard to aligning our salaries with average salaries, the process for setting salary is determined in the broadband pay plan policy that this commission reviews and adopts every other year. And that process is very straightforward. It ties classification of the positions to the state's market analysis. And both the classification and the state's market analysis are set by the Department of Administration, and we follow their procedures. The template for the broadband pay plan policy itself also comes from the Department of Administration. So at this time, we are waiting for guidance from the Department of Administration on what changes they are going to recommend to agencies' broadband pay plan policies. And we will bring those revisions to the commission at future dates. As a part of that process, the state has already directed agencies to not add any discretionary pay increases to any employees' salaries at present time until the state determines what those changes are going to look like. So I want to state very clearly for the record, this budget includes no discretionary increases for any member of our salary. Determining the salary for where we hire staff. I guess I want to make one more point about the average salary. I think it would behoove us all to look at what salaries are going to look like coming out of this legislative session. We heard throughout the legislative session that in addition to the 4% increase, agencies, legislative services is a perfect example, went in and asked for 10% increases, funding to fund 10% increases for all of their staff on top of the 4% increase. Other agencies also received additional funding for additional raises on top of the 4%. So it would behoove us to look at pay coming out of the legislative session and compare pay for our staff to what those changes are. With regard to how we determine pay for new positions, again, we follow our broadband pay plan policy that says that we use the state's classification and the state's market analysis, and we look at the years that an employee has in that occupation. And our broadband pay plan policy, if you've looked at it, has a target market based on their years in that profession. So if we want to hire a librarian who has 5 years of experience, there's no way we're going to be able to hire a librarian at the bottom of the market because that person is not brand new out of library school with no experience. So that's just not a reasonable expectation to set. And again, we follow the broadband pay plan policy that's been set by this commission. You know, I think, again, thinking about the role of this commission, it's setting the strategies that are then set forth in that policy and relying on the staff to enforce that policy. And I don't think setting arbitrary targets are helpful when we are looking at hiring the best possible staff to carry forward the mandates that we have coming out of the legislative session. The other point that you should be aware of is we have one vacant position right now. It's been vacant for about 3 weeks. We're in the middle of filling that position. We have 22 or 27 applicants the last time I looked. So we're getting great pools of people. Our turnover has been average. We haven't seen the huge spikes in turnover that other agencies are seeing. We're not seeing 25–30% vacancy in our agency. If you go and listen to the testimony for House Bill 13, agencies were pleading with the legislature for this funding because they were experiencing 25–30% turnover. They had 30% vacancy. And that was translating into work that was not being accomplished by those agencies, and exceptional costs to fill those positions. We made smart strategies when we award pay, and that is reflected in the remarkable staff that we have and our ability to retain those staff and accomplish the work of the legislature. And again, I hope that that is the priority of the commission, keeping great staff and helping us to accomplish the work that has been set forward.
And there was one point you said that the federal funding was flat, but I see an increase of 200,000. So we did get more from our federal award. For our federal award did increase.
Yeah.
So some of that came from federal also.
Question?
Yes.
So you said there is no discretionary pay increase. So the 6.8% calculated from 24 to 25 was first, is that accurate?
I have no idea. I have no idea. That's not our ever heard that before.
Okay. Because then is it to plan for additional staff?
I suspect that that's the 4% plus any longevity increases that might be added to it, but that's just a speculation.
So let's get the detail so that we can analyze that and understand why it goes up 6.8%. If it's not supposed to be, you know, if the pay increase is not supposed to be more than 4%. I just want to understand if that number is correct. What is it? What is it?
Well, so I mean, we can definitely back into each individual position, but I just think it's a little more nuanced in that. And this accounting system calculates everything for us. So there is a 4% increase this year, and there's a 4% increase next year, or $1.50. So those throw those averages off.
Throws the percentage off.
And also there are statutory longevity increases that happen at different points in the year for different people that the system automatically generates and populates into the system. And so it would be difficult
for you to show us that.
Yeah, and yes, and I'm not sure the value that would add, because we know that those are the things that the system is calculating for us.
And that's what the broadband plan is, what we have adopted previously. And that is what generates.
That has, so that's not anything to do with these increases. These
Okay.
No, that came from House Bill.
Okay,
statutory.
13.
Right.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Benefits.
Thank you for
Everything.
benefits are calculated behind the scenes by DFA, and all of those things, and taxes are calculated based on those percents. So everything was
there. Tammy has another question.
Yeah, just for information. And I would point out that after the 2021 legislature, and they gave a set increase. None of us were here. Elsie was on the board at that time, and I believe Dalton. This group, the commissioners, gave what I would say was an arbitrary 10% increase. And they decided to do that of staff. And I remember Dalton brought it up several times that, and so did Elsie. She brought up that you gave a 10% salary increase.
That's not accurate. There were discretionary increases awarded after the 2021 legislative session because our pay of our employees was so far behind what was set in our broadband pay plan policy that the commission approved bringing everyone to where they should fall at the target market based on the broadband pay plan policy. That percentage varied. Some employees didn't get any raises because they were where they needed to be. Other employees got different percentage raises. What was equitable was that everybody was brought to their target market based on their classification, based on the state's market analysis, and based on their years of experience in that occupation.
The point I'm making again, and it is accurate, we're describing it differently, and I appreciate your explanation is better. The point is that this commissioner, this commission gave a higher percentage increase than was the legislature had approved for staff. It was discretionary. It was approved by the commissioners. It was not arbitrary by Jenny. I did not mean that, but by this commission, which we, there was some backlash from the legislature and other agencies who said, well, we could all be popular and get better employees if we had just given that percentage above what the state did. Now, why that's important is that shows the big jump from 21 to 22, and it changes the base. So once you raise that, whether it's discretionary or not, you've now raised that base salary. So 4% is on a higher percentage every year. So that's just explains part of that. I was not part of that. It's been brought up several times. And then I also want to point out, we did ask for a great deal more money this year. And one of the things that we did, it was my first meeting, so I remember this. There was the new infrastructure funding, and we wanted to try to get some of the infrastructure funding to get our libraries up to some kind of decent code, if they would give us some. Now, we didn't expect that. It was sort of a reach for the stars, but it would have been very nice because some of the libraries are in basements and they're not accessible to the handicapped. Some of them have mold in them. Some of them do not have bathrooms accessible. So I still would have loved to have got some of the infrastructure money to make our libraries. But we also realized that was never probably going to happen. But so that did, with our budget, we did agree to that sort of, why not? You know, if people are getting infrastructure money. So I appreciate your effort, Tom, and some of these things I don't think it would hurt. I mean, I understand what Jenny's saying.
Is part of the difference between 21 and 22 is ARPA funding also, isn't it?
I think I separated out ARPA so that it could be an apples to apples comparison.
Okay.
The increase you see from 21 to 22 is the statutory increase in the Montana Land Information Act funding, which doubled the recordation fee.
Oh, okay.
And then such doubled our appropriation in that state special revenue fund.
Right. Because I'm seeing a bigger increase in operating expenses than in personal services from 21 to 22.
That's correct. And I could go look into that. I'm sure that it has to do with the larger contracts that were signed because of real-time network and 911 and those kinds of things. But I could look
further programs.
I can't
Okay.
tell you that. But one other thing I would like to just mention is that $1 million the increase in 24 and 25 is OTO, so it will go away during the next. It's those years. So that decreases the increase that you're seeing significantly. One time only. So that's the real-time network state special authority that we got, and the 400,000 for the hotspots. Those are one-time appropriations in each 24 and 25. So if you back that out, it's nearly flat. The increase is nearly flat
in the operating expenses. Is what you're saying.
In overall budget.
In overall
in the
budget.
overall budget.
In the total.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Is the hotspot in operating expenses?
Here's what I found.
Oh.
This can be Chauncey.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you should share. That would have been funny to hear.
Oh, gosh.
Here's
Oh,
what
what I found. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yes, that's correct. All of our hotspot costs are in operating. So if you back out the one-time only funding, then the increase that is left can mostly be attributed to the increases, statutory increases in pay.
And we moved forward legislation to increase the amount of funding that goes directly as state aid to public libraries.
Yes, so
that's
that's
reflected in this budget. Well, we did have that increase in our federal IMLS funds. We got increased appropriation for IMLS. So there shouldn't be any surprises in the increases that you're seeing in the budget, because they're all tied to legislative requests that were approved by this commission and that we talked about throughout the legislative session.
I don't think we're surprised, except that I was surprised by the 2452.
Two things. I would love it if you could mail to the whole board the broadband pay plan. So we can look at
We
that.
had that.
Oh, we have it.
I was reading it on one of the links. And what was your other thing? What was
The other thing is, on my library board, I'm used to a report where we get all the explanations about the finances without asking for it. I think the situation we're in right now, we're being given, here it is, say yes because we know what we're talking about. That doesn't sit well with me. I would love a proactive, here's where you're going to see this go up 10%, this went down 15%, this went up 33 because it's XYZ. I think that eliminate the
I completely
adversarial atmosphere right now regarding finances.
That document is included in the agenda.
I think the first step should have been that you go through that and discuss these items.
So typically we discuss in more detail in the finance committee so that there aren't the long, very extended meetings. And then typically my financial reports are on the consent agenda once they're reviewed by the finance committee. So that was the intent.
Yeah.
So if that was discussed with the finance committee, now I'm seeing pushback from the finance committee. So I'm assuming, me not being on the finance committee, that this needs to be reviewed further. Otherwise, there would be committee recommends, let's go. Committee doesn't recommend.
the committee did recommend. There was a 2-to-1 vote to recommend.
But I would point out again, when we set up committees, they're for the purpose of bringing us information. We are not bound to say yes, because we've discussed this at length, especially at the last meeting. Work session was about committees, and we have such a small board. I mean, we're only 7 and right now 6, that we need to be receiving information. We have a statutory that we meet 6 times a year. And so I don't think having a finance committee is contradictory to what you're saying, that we still need this information. It's just what I'm seeing here, the questions that came exactly as the committee is assigned, is that Tom, as one of the representatives on that committee, said, these are the questions I didn't feel, I feel like I need to discuss further. That's exactly what a finance committee should do, is they should come in and say, these questions are open to the 6 or 7 of us now to discuss further. I don't see that as a contradictory to.
Which is what we're doing. I mean,
yes,
we're following
we
our
are.
process.
And so
the finance committee is in the bylaws.
And Tom was saying this could be at a future meeting. He wasn't saying right now. He said he would like some of this discussed, and I don't see any of that as unreasonable. I was surprised by the 24, what'd you say, of 52 GIS people are.
That's the whole step.
Above the whole state. And when you say average, where are we talking about this is, we want our people at 50%? Is that what you're saying with an average? Or
Help me.
It's,
I know I took statistics for my master's, but just help us.
let's say you have a librarian. We hire a librarian. And there are other librarians in the state government. You average their wages, and then you compare our librarian to the other librarians in the state. That's how I say it's above average for the same job code.
And are we looking at private industry as well and comparing how we
That's handled in the state policy.
The state policy handles that. The thing that just looking at an average doesn't take into consideration is someone's years of experience in the application.
There could be some, if there's not enough data points, it could be significantly different, but if there's enough data, then it kind of dissolves. I have a correction to make on my calculations. Because I was using a chart that was about 1/10 this big when I was doing the percentages. I apologize. If we compare expenses from 24 to 25, it's not 17%. I must have been seeing an 8 where there's a 3. It's in the total column of expenses.
Total operating expenses.
Yes, personal operating equipment grants, that total is 10,000,003 as opposed to 10,045,000.
Right.
So that's not a 17% increase. That's my bad. And as Melissa pointed out, if there's $1 million that's in 2025 OTO, that's conceivably going to come down $1 million in the next go round and could be less than 2024.
That's right.
Definitely.
So the sky is not falling.
And that would be the 400,000 for the hot spots, for example.
Well,
right.
Yeah.
And the RTN.
And I feel that the dashboard has the financial information if you wish to fall into that, you can, and some of us have more than others, and we get the quarterly reports too. So it's not like we only see this once. I mean, we have information coming throughout each meeting. Yeah, as a new person. Yes.
And I hope that the cover memo accompanying the budget answers the basic questions about what is driving the changes in the overall budget.
I have a concern with not, tell me what this does because of the end of the fiscal year. If a budget doesn't pass. I have a concern about that.
What happened?
This budget.
Yeah.
By
yes.
this commission.
Right. If we want to look at it further as we've been talking about, what does that do? Because it should begin July 1.
We have contract obligations, we have payroll obligations. So, you know, we would have to make those payments. If the commission wanted to wait till a later date to pass the budget and passed a budget that didn't reflect those expenses, I assume we would have to go back and make journal changes to.
We're bound to certain things contractually, so we would have to
be able to function.
Yeah, we'd have to be able to function. I guess we would. I mean, I guess we would wing it. I have never experienced an entire budget not being passed.
And with regard to your questions about pay and the process of pay, I don't know when we're going to be able to answer those questions because we are waiting for D of A to provide more direction to agencies on what kinds of pay strategies they are going to implement. The message that we've received is they want to look at more equitable pay strategies across the state. They said that hopefully those strategies will be available to agencies by July 1. We haven't seen anything yet, and there's some turnover in that department, so I'll be surprised. So I don't feel like we are going to be in a position to adequately address your questions with regard to pay strategies in our broadband pay plan policy until we get more direction from the state.
I'm going to vote for this budget. I do not see Tom's questions as interfering with this budget, but some of them I feel like deserve
You know, perception is reality. And I think Evan and I dealt with that earlier today. Perception is reality. And my reality from what I have heard may be different from what you have heard, but it doesn't change the fact that I heard what I heard. I have heard from many departments and legislators that this hold on discretionary spending and this frustration over it came from this commission being so lenient with that 10, not 10% to each person, but by giving that over and above right after the legislature, the other agencies are like, we can't afford to hire people. We can't compete with that. That, you know, look how popular we'd all be if we just came out of the legislature and said, well, they can do that, but we're doing this. And what I've heard from people is there are ramifications that are longer lasting than we think. So I think it's a very responsible budget this time around. I thank you. I think we're all paying now with that hold on discretionary. We're held to this percentage. I think we should constantly have these discussions. It's interesting that I feel badly that staff feels like they're being attacked. I can tell you that I have both professionally and legally been attacked since I came on this board. So it's very, very hard to be the one asking to get the apologies all the time. And I can tell you that I work very hard. I don't do it as well as I should, but to acknowledge that people are doing a great job, but we have a very difficult role. I can't even tell you how hard those librarians are working, how impressed I was with the Federation and the people that were there and the librarians who came to that meeting. And, you know, if we need to do a better job of saying, good job, but we can't have every question we bring up seen or perceived as an attack. And I just ask the staff to give us grace that way, as you are asking us to give you grace. Because this does not have to be arbitrary. This does not have to be a big contradiction. This does not have to be conflict all the time. Let's, you know, let's just work. And I will approve this budget. Valid questions.
Understanding. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Understanding what's going on is what we're asking for. The understanding of a little more detail, perhaps. Is that what, I mean, Tom definitely goes into detail, but perhaps, Tam, you're asking for more detail for what is being presented and asked to be moved on.
Well, and I think there are some financial realities in the future. We had a Graham session this time. There was money. Yes. That's not always going to be the case. And we can't always operate from a position of, it's really nice to always be in the position where you can hire people at the top end of the pay scale. It's not always going to be practical or necessary. When I was on the school board, we had to start hiring teachers right out of college to be able to get salaries up for people because the top end took so much of the salary. The difference was astounding. So we might be forced to look at people who are still very, very capable and talented. They just don't have the experience or the big salary. That doesn't mean they're not good. Not at all. I just think we might have to take a look at these things. And I'm just saying, let's be open-minded.
What's the motion we're discussing?
Is to approve.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been looking at the motion to approve and adopt the fiscal year 2024 operating budget.
I think we need one amendment to that motion because the FY24 operating budget reflects the increase in the Federation funds. So that
would be one change.
Minus the 4,000.
So we need an amendment to make that change.
We made the motion. Yep. Gotcha. Sorry.
I make a motion that we amend this motion to reflect or
to remove the
additional $4,000 for Federation.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion on this? And do we need to, and then do we need to get the public opinion on the amendment?
We can ask public comment. No public comment.
Okay, no public comment. All right. So it's been moved and seconded that we amend the motion to remove the additional 4,000 per federation. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Are we ready to vote on the main motion?
I move that we vote on.
Yes.
I take back up call for question.
I have an amendment.
You want to? Okay.
We are not obligated to spend all the money that we're appropriated from the legislature. And so I have a couple of small matters to bring up that were kind of in the write-up. The courier program was increased from 15,000 to 65,000. And I propose that it remain at 15,000. And the history portal appropriation went from a $6,000 additional to $36,000 additional, and I propose that it remain at 6,000. And those amendments will stand alone, and then I have a further amendment that's very, very small.
Hang on, so will you repeat to me the courier budget amount?
To keep the courier program at 15,000.
And then
The history portal at 6,000.
what was that? I'm sorry, 6,000.
6,000.
Keep it 6.
And I would second that for discussion.
You ready for that?
And then I would like to ask why.
Okay.
We could spend a lot of money at the state level on courier, but courier is really a local obligation. And so I propose that the local libraries continue to set their own policies and budgets on courier expenses.
The courier refers to the shared catalog transporting. Exactly. How much are individual libraries paying to be part of the shared catalog?
I don't have those numbers.
Was that for the courier or was that for Montana Shared Catalog? That question.
Amy March, is your question about the courier or the shared catalog? About the
courier expense is related to the shared catalog, not to interlibrary loans or any of that stuff.
Yeah, it is a separate line item. So they're the costs are not they're two different line items in the budget.
Kara Orban has $25 per stop and checked.
Just as a point of that I have noticed when I listen in at Federation, they talk a lot about the courier costs, and many of them, if they cannot be part of that courier, then they are using their local funds to use the mail system and such, and it's much more expensive. And so they're using their funds for that rather than programs or collection development. So I know it's a very important issue, and just the option to be a part of that courier program seems to be very important to our libraries, which is our goal is to help our libraries, and I think that would help them to get out more books. You're going to get more out there, and that's important to me and to the libraries, I think. Yes.
So that's a 400% increase. 400% increase. Does that mean the courier is going to run 4 times as much instead of however, or is it going to change the frequency? What does that increase achieve?
We hope it will increase service areas that are not currently served. And Kara Orban's the staff person responsible for that and looking at how to implement changes to that contract to increase the area that's served in the state with increased in funds. And just to the point about local budgets, so much of what is reflected in this proposed budget and our budgets historically are funds that offset the cost of local library expenses for us to support and maintain these kinds of statewide programs, because that investment allows more libraries to participate. It achieves economies of scale that we might not otherwise achieve. And the intent behind these statewide programs is really to support and benefit all libraries across the state, and the impact that that then has on libraries' ability to share resources with libraries across the state is it's immeasurable. And to make arbitrary changes to those kinds of recommendations, it's just really hard to see.
I want to, and I'll go ahead and then I'll ask about this history portal.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to add that these are Library Services and Technology Act funds. So this is our federal special funding, which we have.
We just got an increase.
We just got the increase, and so this is what the increase would. The NAC is recommending that it goes to. So these are part of that block grant that we get every year, and these projects are specifically required. I don't know if required is the word, but we set up these projects and they're approved by the IMLS, and so it's expected that we work on these projects. I just wanted to add that.
So just to make sure I get it clear, this federal money you received, and it has a certain number of purposes you can use it for, and you chose to take 50 out of that and put it to improve the career.
That's right. Okay. And I would just emphasize what Melissa said. Staff discussed how to spend the increase with our Network Advisory Council, and these are recommendations coming from that Network Advisory Council. The Courier and increased digitization funding for the history portal were recommendations coming from libraries.
And the Network Advisory Council are your librarians.
Exactly.
Okay. So when you said we're hoping more people will use the service, there aren't requests for the money for that. We're just hoping there will be.
For the Courier?
Yeah.
No, there are libraries that are asking for service, and right now we don't have the ability to fund them.
We had somebody come in and discuss the Courier project when we were in the big Senate. I remember somebody came in and we discussed the Courier, and they were saying how important it is and how they were lacking in funds and how more libraries would use it if they had the money, if they have the option to do it. More libraries, more patrons, more, you know. So.
Just to illustrate what I expect is that I don't have to ask this question, but proactively this is explained to me, because, you know, from the outside looking at this going, they just increased that 5 times. Yeah, what are they doing? But realizing that this is funding you receive for a certain purpose and you're assigning it somewhere makes it look completely different. So I just need more proactive information to be able to really see behind.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And I'm not sure. So I know this is part of the NAC recommendations, which were informationally given to you earlier in this same meeting. And so it's hard to know. And I do have it listed as a bullet under the NAC recommendations on my budget. So it's just hard because there's so information so many places, but there's definitely room for improvement. I'll have to think about how to succinctly describe things without like information overload, because that or duplicating efforts in some way.
And you just brought up just a little bit about more the history portal budget is for more digitizing, which they are getting more and more requests for.
Exactly.
That program has grown
and they've
significantly.
they've Jennifer has somebody working with her now, or did she previously, or has she?
She has, yeah.
Okay.
The last
Could
couple
you
years.
explain what you're saying over there, Jenny?
Mm-hmm.
The history portal, you are being requested for more digitalized.
More digitization. We have a goal of making sure that every county has historic content in the history portal. I think there's about 11 counties right now that don't have any kind of content, and $6,000 is just not nearly adequate to be able to digitize content from all of those counties.
Yes.
Madam Chair, couple of points that came up. We've been asked for hundreds of thousands of dollars in additional spending for the Courier. So it's possible to go real big in that area. And point two, the federal funds that come from the LSTA are partially borrowed funds, depending on the year and the deficit in Washington, D.C. Congress runs 20 to 40% borrowed. So these funds do have consequences as well. It's not free money. I'll just add that to the debate.
What happens to the Courier increase if we say no to putting it on the Courier? Does it revert to the federal government? Or are you just going to go over the books and find another place that is still in line with?
Probably go back to our Network Advisory Council and ask for recommendations
of where else to put it.
Where else to put it? I don't know that that achieves Tom's objective of not spending that funding.
So I'm trying to find it.
I think the question is this a big part of what we do as a commission? I mean, this Courier, or is that a local thing? Because like Tom said, if we're going to fund it, the Courier service, then we fund it. Or do we just throw little bits at it periodically and say we really think this is a good service? I mean, at some point, I see some of the big things we're spending money on that have been legislated to us. I think the history portal, which I love. But one of the people at the library meeting that you were discussing earlier, one of the ladies said that they went to the history portal and there were pictures of her grandfather and all this, and it was wonderful, and she felt really good about it, and I was really touched by it. But then I got thinking, is it our job to be collecting pictures of everybody's grandparents all over the state? You know, there could be no end to that. Right? So,
but there too, like
I know.
Yes.
Go ahead, Rob.
I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I'm part of our Geraldine Historical Committee, and we own the Milwaukee Depot, and I would love to give a whole bunch of the pictures and documents that we have to Jennifer to be digitalized and put on the history portal. So, you know, I mean, but that's a personal reason for me also. But we have to look at I guess we have to look at the personal reasons of everyone.
Well, and I would add that the history portal has been a program of the Montana State Library since 2003 or 4.
Oh wow!
I mean, that's a long-term program of the State Library.
So it's been
the Courier. I think we first had a legislatively funded pilot it's either the 2009 or the 2011 legislative session, and coming out of that pilot, the legislature said the same thing. They felt like this was something that could be funded locally, and local libraries just didn't have the resources to sustain it. So since 2011 or 13, the state library has been trying to put more money to sustain that, to grow it, to help it achieve economies of scale. It was one of the items that the commission approved for the executive planning process last spring. We were not successful in getting funding included in the governor's budget, but it is something that to truly be sustainable, to truly be statewide, we do need to put a lot more funding to it.
Is that the Courier?
That's the Courier. Okay. And this little bit of increase, it's a step in the right direction.
Carmen.
yeah, we're supposed to support libraries and we're supposed to support them all. That shared catalog that is tied to the courier, because you're not going to get the book from Laurel or whatever to you if you don't have that courier running around, is absolutely superbly efficient.
I think so.
Money wise, because your little library with its, I don't know, 30,000 book collection now has access to practically the whole state, at least every library that participates, and they're coming with this courier to your library. And I think that's way more efficient than having them carted, you know, from one library to the other with a little agreement between two libraries. By having this courier with, I'm assuming, a very efficient route, I think it's a huge expansion of the library service that individual libraries can provide. So if it's a question of doing something else that's good for libraries with this money or putting it on the courier, I'm for putting it on the courier.
I have a comment online. Can we do that?
Yes.
By Kara Orban, who's a statewide projects consortium director. I would like to observe that the MSL does not fully subsidize the courier for participating libraries. Like other statewide efforts, we have reduced costs by participating libraries. Majority of the contract is covered by local library funds.
So they are contributing also.
Yes.
So if I get it right, this will enable some of the libraries who have said too expensive, we just can't do it. It'll allow them to get a little closer with what the funding they have to provide. They can handle that and then become part of the system.
Or did you have something else?
I was just gonna say that the purpose of the Library Services and Technology Act funding is to support the local libraries, and in many states they actually directly grant these dollars to the local libraries. We don't do that in this state because we feel like we can better utilize economies of scale. And so I just want to reiterate that these monies are meant and intended to go and support the local libraries.
Tom?
We have 82 libraries and some branches or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very hard to support them all at the same level. So it's not a universal good. So one library will have a lot more books dropped at their door, and another library won't ever be on the route. Because you can't cover 82 libraries in this state once a month for the kind of money that we're putting into it. That's a big state. So I guess my point is that the subsidy is not evenly spread across the residents of Montana. There are high users and low users.
That's true. There's the courier basically doesn't serve the High Line. That whole swath of the state is not served.
Nice. Much as we'd like them to.
Exactly.
Yes.
And this is very controversial, I'm sorry, but maybe we should have given them $4,000 each. For them, then it would have been equitable.
No, but it would have been fine to appoint it as a courier.
I mean, there's $24,000 there that the commission wants to amend the budget to put that also to the courier.
How much is there? There's
that 24,000 of Federation dollars that was not approved.
Right, there you go.
Any further discussion or comments?
I guess I get really concerned. I want to reiterate what Carmen's saying. It would help, Melissa. I'm not trying to be in any way negative here, but I don't want us to start as a board. We could spend 3 days in it going little item by little item, and that's a and that's a very dangerous step to get into. So I think that's why I called ahead of time about the 2 items to find out what they were, because I knew that so I'm just saying, I think in the future, it would be really helpful to get this information or let you know ahead of time. We're going to ask about this system.
Yeah.
That would be a better use maybe. But I'm going to withdraw my second for discussion.
President, I don't think you can do that yet. I think we just need to vote.
Yeah, we gotta vote now, yeah. So we have
Okay,
vote on
so
the-
we have an amendment that says to amend the main motion to keep the courier budget to 15,000 and keep the history portal budget to 6,000.
Digitization.
Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
So,
3 nays, 1 aye.
yes.
So then we're back to our,
But
so
main-
that one went down, so we're back to our amended main motion, which is this one.
To adopt the fiscal year 2024 operating budget with removal of the additional 4,000 per federation. Are we ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
I didn't vote.
So,
I didn't.
Did
vote,
you
I'm
abstain?
Sorry, I
okay,
didn't abstain.
So let's do a voice vote.
Okay, I am. Okay, so they vote. Which?
I
Oh.
approving the budget.
Okay,
With the removal.
nay, then.
Okay, Robin votes nay. Carmen?
Yay.
Tom?
Nay.
Yay.
And I'll vote yay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion passes.
Procedural question.
Yes.
We have a quorum. What do our bylaws say about having a majority of the members of the commission? So will a 3-person vote suffice when we only have a quorum of 5?
It's a majority of the quorum.
Majority, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, where are we?
Okay, let me close this out. Back to the agenda. There we are.
May I make a statement?
Yes.
I want to apologize for my tone to Commissioner Burnett in your concerns. I recognize and appreciate that it's your role as commissioner to ask these questions and for staff to respond. And so I apologize for my tone. I also ask the commission to recognize that when these kinds of blanket statements are made, there's an implication of value that's conveyed to our staff. And when our staff hear that they are being overpaid and that we shouldn't hire new staff and we should only pay people at the bottom of the salary range, when those kinds of statements are made in a public meeting, that has very specific implications to the morale of our staff. And so I would ask the commission to keep that in mind as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Jenny. And to be this person questioning everything is uncomfortable. Way too many public bodies have no one doing it.
Sure.
And so I have as much respect for good work as anybody. And so no disrespect intended.
Thank you. And I also want to say that, you know, the decisions of past commissions are what have gotten us to this point. This is a new commission, and you will have ample opportunity to direct future policies and future budgets. The budget that we have here today, the policies that we are using, the fact that we don't have a policy around contracts is all a reflection of the work of past commissions that have got us here.
And to that point, I was going to say the same thing, that we really can't do anything about what past boards did, but I think this board as a group, or we keep changing, hopefully this group is going to stay for a while. And once we get our other member, I mean, we have worked towards, we know that we have to make some changes in different things. And we've already talking about contracts and having a policy. We've already talked about having more input. Many things that we've made progress. So I think as a group, we are evolving and we're doing a pretty good job of doing that. So I think moving forward, we just continue.
And that's very well.
All right, we're getting there. Annual business calendar. And we wanted to bring up a possible visitation.
Yeah, I think we talked about it at your April meeting, but I just want to remind the commission that we had agreed that you would hold your October meeting at the library in Circle. And in part, that is to recognize some of the incredible work that library is doing. So that's, I hope acceptable to the commission for us to start planning that meeting there. And then in terms of agenda items for your August meeting, this is the list that I have coming out of this meeting. More information about the administrative rules process pertaining to all of our administrative rules, but in particular, the public library standards. We'll have websites that have information about the members of that task force, their specific charge with regard to the degree requirements will include degree equivalents as well as work experience equivalents. We will have an estimated cost on legal expenses, as well as a legal opinion about whether or not when we go to the public comment process, we can have multiple rules for the public to comment on or a single rule. At your August meeting, we'll have a legal overview. We need to identify someone to do this, an attorney, but a legal overview of House Bill 234, the obscenity bill that was passed in the session. We will do an overview of the state procurement process and agency contracts. And I'd like to bring in someone from the state procurement process, state procurement office to do that review for the commission. We also need to have a new charge to the Federation Study Task Force. And so I'd like to ask for commission input on what that charge should be. If there, and then we'll have some regular business items like that your FY23 fourth quarter financial report will be available. I don't remember if there's other
library services ones. Fiscal year work plan.
In the fiscal year work plan. So those things will be on your August agenda. I would like to ask if you have additional agenda items, if you could please send those to the chair at least 4 weeks ahead of the meeting so that we have time to add them to the agenda and prepare materials to support those agenda items.
It's hard to give those to you 4 weeks in advance when we don't get the agenda till 5 days before or a week before.
10 days.
Right.
So we can always add,
10 days.
we can add them anytime in the quarter.
Right.
Jennifer tries to get it to us in 10 days.
Yeah, so it's hard for me to tell Jenny what I'd like on the agenda a month before when I don't see the agenda till 10 days before. Is what I'm saying.
Isn't it the chair's job to help set that agenda?
Yeah.
So
I would
May
just
I
really
ask
appreciate that agenda items go through the chair.
Is Dylan still the governor's appointee to information officer to this group?
Dylan
Klapmeyer?
Yes. He was appointed by the governor's office to be our liaison with the governor's office. I would find it helpful to have his input on these items, the legislative, the bill 234, the contract situation, the what the requirements for about a head librarian are too. I know he came to our meeting and said he's the liaison and he'd appreciate being included. So I'd like to maybe get his input on these items beforehand, tell him we'd like your input on these.
I think that's a real good resource for us. Yes.
And I didn't write down the list of what we expect on the August meeting. Would you email me that?
Sure.
Just bullet points.
So you kind of have that ahead of time.
Yeah,
Just send it to the
and,
board.
and maybe that would help Tammy, if I take these notes, email it out, you know, these are the anticipated agenda items.
Right.
We
and then
we can do that
change
in the
and we
next
can
week or so, and that would help you.
And the
know.
other one that we've talked about in the past that I asked that we revisit is some kind of workplace at home work system. That seems to be the.
Oh, would you like information on the state's remote work?
Yes, that's what it was called. The state remote. What I'm becoming more and more aware of is that more and more employers are asking for accountability on that big shift to at-home jobs from COVID. And many of them have stayed that way, but we need to have a better idea of how many people that is, what's doing, what's happening.
So someone from state HR to come and talk about, they conducted a study, they call it the ROSE study on implementing remote work for state employees. So we can have someone.
And we asked before about traces of monitoring devices, and
they can address those questions. Those are all state policies.
Like what's her name had to wear.
Yeah.
Ankle.
Yes.
I would prefer timekeeping applications to monitoring.
I'm not sure what it's called.
What it's called.
I just know Amazon just put it in and they're not here.
Okay.
So having someone from the State Human Resources Office here to talk about how they're implementing remote work.
Any other thoughts about our business calendar? Yes.
Oh, sorry, not about the business.
Okay.
Madam Chair, a discussion about the next finance committee meeting schedule.
Because
we won't be able to appoint that committee until August.
And so, and the fourth quarter, wouldn't it stay that what it is currently?
Actually, it would be beneficial if we push the fourth quarter, because the books won't be fully closed anyways, because the books don't fully close until almost the end of July. So it would actually be better. It would be easier. We usually just really quickly do the financials in quick turnaround in a couple of days. So if you'd like to wait for fourth quarter financials until the October meeting, that's more beneficial for me as well.
And then we would have our finance. Yes, let's change that to fourth quarter financials in October. Okay. Carmen, did you have anything about that or what we're doing next?
No,
okay. Okay, we're on commission leadership nominations. We need a nomination for a chair and a vice chair. And then we take the nominations in and vote at the beginning of the August meeting, and then the newly elected chair and vice chair take office right then. If I'm understanding our bylaws correctly.
That's what the bylaws say.
Madam Chairman, I would like to nominate Robin for the chair.
My second.
Okay, first is not. Are there any other nominations for chair? Do we have to vote on nominations?
No, I can't do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say we just
take
the nominations.
We can change that.
Okay. Vice chair.
Madam Chairman, I would nominate Tom Burnett as our vice chair.
Second that.
I would like to nominate Peggy.
I'll second that.
So we have any other nominations? Okay, so we will vote on these in August.
Sure.
Yes.
I think that's a matter of discussion for one of our bylaws reviews, so that we're not a quarter without or 2 months without a chair.
That's a very strange thing.
So we could adopt a change of our bylaws in on the agenda.
And I think
the
that's
next
on,
semester.
that's coming up, so
Oh,
save
yeah.
that. Commission bylaws review, next steps, we've got that on there, so
Okay,
let's
thank you.
keep that.
Yeah.
So,
That's a real strange thing.
so we still want a task force in place. And we'll have a task force in place for the administrative rules. And are there any volunteers of a commissioner to be on that task force?
I think Tom and I are already on it, right, but with Dalton.
No, I think you were on the
that was the
bylaws.
bylaws.
I'm talking about the task force for the administrative rules.
Have we tried to discuss that at all? No, we haven't. There is no task force established.
Well, what we were talking about
That's the
earlier.
one for the
Yeah, we
library.
did do that earlier today.
Oh, right.
For the librarian requirements.
We have some of the rules that because of the legislative session, we need to change some of our rules.
Right.
So we have to have a task force, and Jenny has plans to have as she said, librarians, a lawyer.
A member of a library board.
And then you would like to include.
I would like to be on that, but I'd also like Carmen because she's seeing it from a point of view.
That should be on there.
The other one we could include would be the new university.
We
Because
don't know who that is or if they'll be appointed, so.
They'll be appointed. And you know, I think having maybe Tammy and that person on the task force would be helpful. The reason I would recommend having that person sit on the task force is by statute, that is the one librarian that has to serve on this commission. So having a librarian's perspective on that task force, I think would be helpful as well.
But you also have just librarians. From
Yeah,
across
we
the
do.
state. So
Right.
the librarian-
I'm very
librarians.
uncomfortable having somebody
Librarians.
appointed to that who has no perspective on this commission yet, and it may not be a librarian. It is not required to be a librarian. It can be a dean.
It has to be a librarian in statute. It's stated in statute.
I thought I read it. It could be. a
Is it
dean.
okay to nominate somebody who's not here?
No,
yeah,
it's not.
but
It doesn't seem quite
is
fair.
there a reason that you couldn't add them later? I mean, the task force
Right,
isn't going to.
yeah,
So
exactly.
definitely, we have one volunteer. I would say Tammy would be our one commissioner, at least one commissioner that will be on the administrative rules task force.
And is the bylaws off for now or?
No, that's the next topic. So now you might want to pick. Right. So we were in the process of updating the bylaws. We had the change in the chair, and so we decided, you know, that it was important to kind of slow down and think about it. I know, Tom, like we said, we just now brought up the point of the
No commissioner.
right.
for
So
this time period.
it was Dalton who was the chair, and you two were on that bylaws committee. Would you like to continue on that bylaws committee?
My choices.
Or should we wait until and
I
find
think it
out
would be good.
Maybe
or after our election?
continue with federations. Since you've got some ideas.
I just would like to address this librarian requirements.
Okay.
And that's the one you're on.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you're also still on the Federation Task Force.
We are.
That's what you said.
We were done.
No.
It's something somebody needs to understand too, besides me. Carmen. No, you would really learn a lot on it.
I'm sure I'm learning a lot right now.
It was very, very informative.
I like the federations.
Yeah, I
like
think
working
it would
on
be
that
really nice.
If there's somebody needed there. Okay.
Can we put that in our minutes that Carmen has been appointed to be on the Federation Task Force?
So we still have a bylaws task?
And so
Well,
that's what we're still deciding.
should we wait until-
Should we wait until we have an election?
and then
No,
we'll know a
right.
little more.
Yeah, because we, you know, it will be a process. So we can put that in August and know who your chair is, or, you know, Robin will be the new chair and vice, and we might, you know, you can only have the 3 on it, or you don't have to have the vice on the bylaws committee. So
Just to find.
We could
That'd
have
be a
two.
good idea.
let's,
Did we ever make a decision? From my understanding at the work session, we just discussed whether or not to record committee meetings,
well, and
but we
that's,
did not make a decision. But I noticed yesterday, Melissa did record the
Because we had
training,
Quorum.
Quorum.
we had
right,
a quorum yesterday.
but the work sessions.
Oh, the word set.
And but committee meetings are.
And that's what we need to decide if it needs to be.
Committees and subcommittees, is that gonna come back?
It
That was
was-
part of the discussion we had the whole last work session.
And that was one that we spoke to the lieutenant governor about, and it was her recommendation that we formalize that process more, as in keeping minutes and having a chair. So we think whether it becomes part of policy or becomes part of bylaws, I think is what this group needs to decide. So there will be discussion about subcommittees. We do still need to put somewhere in policy or in bylaws, the librarians evaluation, because that is just.
Yeah, we need that
hit and
before
miss.
December.
And then there was one more.
The process for adding agenda items, I think we can talk about.
If we more need them, if we need a more.
Just
formal-
all the bylaws were,
Right.
we kind of, I'm sorry.
And we would go over. You will go over everything else too, but those were ones we wanted specifically to hit. And that we'll get going on that in a later date. Would the group, I know several of us have done the Robert's Rule training. Would it be beneficial to do as a group, or would you rather continue to do that on your own time individually? What's the feeling? Individually.
And I can't get on that.
Because I pause with a lot and then.
Think it, okay.
Yes.
Well, we highly encourage you to take advantage of that portal. If you're having trouble getting on that, then I think there's someone from the governor's office. Yeah, Hannah.
I initially couldn't get on the thing because I didn't have a state address.
And I haven't found that.
You don't have to have a signature.
It's just it's whatever email
Mine went
address
through-
you used when you applied to be on the commission.
You're right, but I tried and they wouldn't let me on at that time. Now, maybe I asked them to change that.
That would be good sign into the Robert's rules.
Can you guarantee there won't be snow in October?
And that would we have a backup plan for that?
What?
Snow in October.
Snow in October.
Yeah, right.
Honestly, they're right.
No.
Is there any more public comment on any other item not contained in this agenda or that is within the jurisdiction of the State Library Commission?
I have some other business. Because I'm coming from somewhere else, could we please change the meeting start to 8 a.m.? Because I'm here overnight, so I'd rather get started and then be able to drive home. Like right now, I'm supposed to be at a dinner with a prospective employee and I'm not gonna make it back to that.
I need a little time to set up the meeting, so I can do earliest 8:30, they start at 8. So to give me time to set the room up, get this thing going.
8:30 is good.
First thing for me, that's my input, that's on the final answer.
Yeah.
And I know Tom drives every time.
I can handle it.
You can handle it.
Because I mean, if we're here overnight, I'd
8:30.
rather, I wake up at 6 anyway. So if we can do 8:30.
8:30. I just thought, now that I retired, I always thought 9 o'clock was good up. Just gives you that little extra time to read the news and drink your coffee. But I'm fine with 8:30 also. So is that a majority, Robin?
That's fine with me. Fine with me.
Any other or
Maybe
announcements?
driving in the dark.
To adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
That could, yeah.
We
Motion all day.
adjourn. I like this thought.
Pretty good.
Get your hand under there. Robin's